Hello, beasties. How are you this morning?
Good morning, beasties. I am here as well.
Her Lokiness is having a recover her voice day, but we didn't want to leave you guys hanging. So guess what?
She left us in your. She left us to left us in charge again. We
she
like it.
tried to, for that matter, she tried to talk me out of it for like 3 seconds. Hey, Jessica, how are you this morning?
Good morning, Jessica. Tell Papa I tried to call him yesterday, but the phone just rang and rang and rang.
Yeah, Apple
Apple
polisher.
polishers. What?
I don't know what that's about.
I don't either. Okay.
Wrinkles minus equals wisdom. I think somebody like did a typo there.
Good morning, Debbie.
Hopefully,
Good morning, Sandy. Who
hopefully
else here?
you're having a
She's
good
here.
morning. Hopefully you're having a good morning there, Rabbi. Ah,
Hi,
so
Sanji. Hi, Nick.
how
And
is
Mayor McGnome's
everyone?
here.
Yep, I see him. How is everyone this morning?
There's never enough coffee, I can tell you that.
Well, there's certainly not enough coffee here because I haven't actually got to the coffee pot yet. And good morning to you too, Danny. Loki may
Well,
pop
that's
in a little while. Loki may or may not pop in. I don't know. If I was her, I'd be sleeping right about now, trying to wait for the lemon and honey tea that her squirrel recommended. There we go. Maybe she's awake. Maybe she's not. Mm, hmm. Oh, that. Okay. Damn it. Oh.
oh, it's okay. He and I can touch base later. I just wanted to talk ponies with him.
Oh yes, Debbie. I'm thinking that was my thought. That's kind of my thought too. Although I much rather like the thought of her going down like the Hindenburg. Now, just so you guys know, that's not that poll isn't mine as such. I rewrote it, but the 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 basics came from Crime Talks chat. So I just thought it was hilarious, and I thought it was okay. I thought it was particularly meme worthy, so that's where we went with it. Yeah, yeah, she will be watching. She'll get. I just we just can't scroll this up. So okay. Sigh. So what do we want to do here? Ooh. Well, I don't like me in picture either, Sandy, but I make two. That's why this Crocosquirrel is here. Besides, that with the
Well, why
Crocosquirrel
not?
thing, I can set up the character and be weird and not seem all depressed and shit. Loki's voice went south. It really did. Um, and she sent me a text last night suggesting that we should like not have a stream today. And my brain says, okay, then we miss a whole day of testimony, and people get confused. So we're dealing it. Don't worry, she'll be watching. She'll probably pop into chat or wander through later. Or she might turn up and like host the trial materials herself. That might be fun. That could be fun too. We don't know exactly. Well, I suppose it's going to depend a lot on how she's feeling. Right now, I'm guessing not so good. And she knows where to find us if she wants to, or she wants to yell at me. One or the other. It's okay. If Loki yells at me, though, I probably got it coming, at least to some level. All right. So,
But does she actually really yell? It's more like a stern mom voice.
yeah, except that she's my little sister and not my mother.
Yeah, I know. She's my little sister too. We kind of adopted her.
Yeah, that's the thing that happened. Well, and then we
She's
got
very adoptable.
yes, and then she adopted everybody here too. So
Yeah,
okay,
well,
don't forget to
I
do all the
adopted
YouTube
her
things.
and then she adopted me, but I'm not sure how that works considering you're younger than I am.
Yeah, no, you turned into the older sister. So yeah. Okay, we'll see you when you get back, Phil.
So I'm the one that says that's a terrible idea. Let's do it.
Yes.
Is that what you I am the enabler. Got it.
Yep.
I couldn't enable a better person though.
All right. Let's get the usual spam. Let's get the usual spam in the can right now.
Mayor McNome, please tell Sassy I said hello.
Oh, I see. FaceTiming. Hello, Sassy.
Oh man. Two of them gone.
Boop. Boop, boop. There we go.
Talk about a sad day.
Hmm.
Well, the last surviving original member of Leonard Skinner passed away.
I know. Okay.
And then head judge Len Goodman, he passed away.
Hmm.
But apparently he was fighting bone cancer.
Yeah.
Which
No
is
fun.
why the switch up and they had brought in Derek.
Yeah. Okay, so okay, that covers that for the moment. The last surviving member of Leonard Skinner and somebody's head judge.
Dancing with Stars.
Oh, Len, right?
Yeah, Len Goodman.
Yeah, Len Goodman.
Yep.
Hey, Anubis, what's up? Yeah, that guy was funny too. Why do all the fun people have to shuffle off our mortal coil? Rawr.
It happens. Especially when you get something as bad as cancer. It's not, and they can't always be treated.
Well, on the upside, no more chemo for poor Len. I suppose, if you could call that an upside. All right.
Well, he just retired too.
Oh.
But they've already got a replacement for it.
Well, rude.
No, not rude. Because Derek was already a judge.
Yeah. Okay.
So it just reduces it to 3 again.
Oh, so it's not actually a replacement.
No. But then, Tyra Banks isn't in there anymore either. Because people didn't like her.
Well, okay.
So Derek's little sister, Julianne, she's going to be in there.
Okay. We should probably get back to what we're doing. Grum num num num. Hello, puppy dog. I don't know what you want. Actually, I could probably figure it out. Give me 2 seconds to take the whine out of this pup. Hey, me, John. How you doing, man?
I mean, John, good morning.
The squirrel is retrieving the caffeine.
Hello, Anubis. I
will
hope you're well
apologize
today.
for any noises that happen in the early part of the live stream. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about it.
Somebody's about to get squirt bottles. Try not to get loud.
The elder boy is trying to pull the lazy job. He's trying to pull a lazy, and mom is getting ready to be rude.
Mom's about to strangle him.
No. There's a squirt bottle here that is going to be applied rather liberally.
Really? A squirt bottle?
Huh?
Hey, it works.
It does work. I'll give her that. It also induces whining. But, hey, you can't win them all.
No, you can't, but we can sure try.
Yeah, that's the fun part of the universe. You probably should be, because sometimes it's just like that. Where'd dog go? She was here a minute ago. Nico! Oh, there you are. I thought I saw you, and then you, blended into the floor. Yes. Just a minute, please.
Hurry up out there.
Foghat. I don't know who Foghat. I have no idea who that might even be. And some days, Caroline, it's a lot like that. All right, let's see how our entertainment poll is doing today.
Our entertainment poll is doing pretty good.
18 votes in 18 minutes, and we start. And channeling the Hindenburg started out on top.
I love some Foghat, Sandy. You're not old.
So I've just never heard of them. I'm certainly old enough to remember them, but I guess.
Creed, puppy teeth are a thing.
Yes. Hopefully they think to cut that critter before everything goes too nuts. How you doing today, Rabbi? Woohoo!
Good morning, Rabbi. And yeah, Danny, puppy breath is heaven.
And since the Loki's away, the squirrel shall play.
And Patty's going to try and make sure he stays in his own tree, but that's not going to happen.
Well, when your tree is
we already know that.
When your tree is Yggdrasil, kind of hard not to.
I know. I get it. I totally get it.
There could be only one. Oh, hopefully she's doing okay. Ugh.
Papa, you're fine. It's not a problem. I've had nicer people sleep through phone calls. I've had a lot meaner people sleep through phone calls too.
Oh, right. Of course,
so, it's all good. We'll touch base again. You obviously needed your sleep. And if you need sleep, it's okay. Ah, washing machines aren't as easy as they used to be.
I don't know. It took me a minute to figure out the washing machine we have here. They put like super brand new washing machines into these apartments. It's like, huh?
Yeah, instead of twisting the dials now, it's like you point and they're all electronic.
Yeah. Well, that wouldn't surprise me, Caroline. It really wouldn't. So yeah, we got about 10 minutes before 12 minutes or so before they get started. That'll be fun.
You want to go and do some
Ooh,
booty?
that's enough time to go potty and get you a cup of a favorite beverage.
Yep,
That'd be like really good.
and I gotta break my foot off in somebody's ass. I'll be right back. I can mute now. Here in about 10 minutes, I'll be able to.
He'll be back in 2 minutes and 2 seconds after he breaks off a foot in somebody's butt. Now, do we get him a peg leg or what? She wanted to FaceTime with the dog. Well, that is a thing. I know I miss my critters when I'm not here. That's why I now take critters with me. Although last night I was talking with Croco and the lovely Mrs. Croco, and I was dealing with Meathead and his monthly grooming and trimming of the toenails, and he was not happy. So, for those of you who don't know, Meathead is a guinea pig. Sandy, the Little House on the Prairie dress was a thing when we were kids, remember? Yeah. Yeah, true story. My sister-in-law got a new car and she went to the gas station to fill it up, and it was a beautiful Toyota. I think it was a Solara. And she filled it up all right. Unfortunately, yeah, she filled it with diesel. So, yeah, yes, he's actually named after Rob Reiner's character. His name is actually Michael Stivic. When I got him, he was a rescue, and their names were Hershey and Coco. But this little guy is definitely a meathead, and he used to drive poor Archie nuts. So I had Archie Bunker and Meathead. Yeah, Debbie, we all had the prairie skirts and the ruffled shirts, and somewhere there's pictures of them that are just kind of crazy. Sandy, actually, what I remember is the 1970s jumpsuits that one of my mom's friends made for me. It
My
was
dad had
horrible.
one of those. Oh God, that was just.
Oh, it was the ugliest thing ever. It was vertical stripes. It had little pin. Oh yeah, it was ugly.
My dad had one of
So
those in a diamond pattern, and 5-year-old me cringed hard. Oh man.
Anubis, very carefully she did it. My brother was like, "Oh, I love her dearly, but it was pretty funny."
One of my uncles uh, wore nothing but those from 1977 until 1981. By the time 1981 rolled around, shit. Come 1978, I wanted to smack it off him.
Those nice polyester leisure suits? You know what my mom used to do? She ran a thrift store, and she'd take all the polyester leisure suits and cut them apart, and one of her girlfriends would make quilts out of them. And they donated them to the homeless shelters, to whoever needed them. And I still have one of them to this day. And it's some ugly fabric,
Oh yeah.
but it's really warm. So
Well, if it's toasty, then that's all that matters, isn't it?
exactly. And it's in beiges and browns. So it's like perfect because it never shows the dirt.
I thought you were going after coffee.
I am, but you left and you were putting your foot in somebody's butt. So I needed to do my thing.
It turned out I didn't need to do that quite as much as I thought I did, but that's okay.
Well, good. Oh, Anubis. Yeah. I laugh. That's my favorite story about my sister-in-law. She's adorable and she is a keeper all day long, but did not understand green handle means that and doesn't fit means you might have the wrong stuff to put in the car.
There you go. CCW here. The best thing about not being a photo family is all evidence of those bad fashion decisions went bye-bye.
Oh, I've got pictures that go back to the 1920s when my grandma decided to go on vacation in Colorado and go hiking in the mountains. There are some pretty cute things that I've seen. Yeah, when mom and dad passed and then my sister had passed as well, it was, who gets all the pictures? Well, we'll give them to the little sister because neither one of us want them. Right? So one of these days I need to make a run down to Dallas, take them with me and say, okay, who wants what? Anybody want pictures of the four of us? Oh, Debbie, that's funny.
Here's Debbie telling us about him. Yeah, there you go. All fluffy perm. Ooh. Nothing wrong with fluffy perm. Fluffy is good sometimes. People don't understand. The green handle is for green vehicles like the Prius or the Teslas. If you want a green vehicle, let's talk about a gremlin.
Oh my God, but gremlins were so fun.
All right. Methinks it's time to kill the poll. I don't think we're going to get any more votes now.
But why? Why would we want to kill the poll? Sanji, if I make it down to Dallas, I will definitely come see you, honey, and I will give you a great big hug and a smack on the top of the head just because I can.
Oh, if you're
all my cousins live in Dallas.
If you're going to Dallas, take a rolled up newspaper with you and swat him on the nose for me.
I am not going to swat him on the nose. I might spank him on the butt, but I'm not going to swat him on the nose.
Well, rawr.
You will probably get to see him before I do.
I don't know, maybe.
Because he's supposed to be flying out to see you this summer.
Yeah. We shall see. She clicked.
All right. Court will call 20 CR 135.
Yeah, one of the girls I went to college with and was had a gremlin.
He's not present in the courtroom. Is there anything?
I was better friends with the girl that had the blue four-door Ford LTD.
Not that I'm aware of, Judge.
Car. That was fun.
Running the video through the podium here.
Okay. You should be fine to go.
Let's turn these guys down.
No, Your Honor. The prosecution approached us a little while ago with some admitted exhibits that didn't match up with yours. I don't think we're going to have an objection to that as
okay.
The defense, but just give me a couple minutes. I think
sure.
We'll stipulate that they came in.
Okay, and I can check back too. I am like 99% positive that both of them came in.
I am too. So some of the stuff they showed me, I specifically remember coming in. It's called Brian Harlan's phone.
Yep.
Stuff like that. So I don't think it's going to be a problem, but okay. I can just have a couple minutes.
Yeah, no, that's fine. And if necessary, we can check the record. I mean, we're talking about 49 pages of 48 pages of
Where did I see it?
exhibit listings, and we're only off by 2 exhibits. That's pretty good.
I agree. Other than that, I don't have anything.
Okay. All right. And do we need to wait for Mr. Tellini?
No, but we can start now.
Okay. And do we have, and there's Mr. Grusing in the back.
Yes, he's.
And do we have
Platform shoes. Oh,
Okay. All right.
That
Then
shit
I'll
was
go ahead and
painful.
bring the jury in.
lucky me, I wasn't the one picking my
Um,
clothes at the time. So
I will advise lawyers, you know it as well as I do, we have an adverse weather event from tomorrow evening into Wednesday morning. I don't know whether that's going to impact on anything or not.
It looks like it's going to be mostly northern El Paso County, is at least the projections that I've seen.
Okay.
So
And I don't,
as long as people can get downtown, we should be okay.
yeah, and I don't know which of our jurors it may potentially impact, but I'll have discussion with them about it.
adverse weather event.
Rockies.
Yep. Color of Colorado.
Dude, it is 8 o'clock. Stop playing around and get your butt moving. You should have had clothes down already.
Yes, Debbie, I'm ready for the prosecution arrest too. Unfortunately, I don't think we're
All
that
right,
good.
to the jury, please.
Slot cam. At least Letitia's getting up.
You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Leteticia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is present in the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Couple of things. We anticipate that there may be an adverse weather event sometime. I think it's supposed to be tomorrow evening into Wednesday morning. So make sure 2 things. You have that contact information for me, my card, so you know how to call us if you need to. Number 2, if there's an issue or you're concerned or you have a question, 719-520-SNOW, and that will tell you if there is a delay here at the courthouse. If it says that there is a 2-hour delay, be here at 10 o'clock instead of 9 o'clock.
Oh, no fun, CCW.
So not 11 o'clock, 10 o'clock. That should resolve that issue. I think it's primarily supposed to get more
That's
than that.
horrible.
And North Palmer Divide. I don't know how many of you may be up near that area, so just keep an eye on that. And then I have the question that you've all heard before. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right, when we took our break on Friday, we were in the midst of testimony from John Grusing. I think that's where we're resuming.
Yes, Judge.
All right. Mr. Grusing, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath.
Yeah, that's what happens. That's what happens with
We don't need
Mercedes.
it just yet, Judge, but at some point here in just a minute or so, we're going to need the screen struck out as well. Good morning, Mr. Grusing. Did you have a good weekend?
I did, thank you.
Good. When we last
Ooh, the
had
Vega,
you on the
those were
stand,
fun.
We just played the portion of the video where you're talking with the defendant about the board that was found up in southern Douglas County. Do you remember that portion?
Yes.
And you used a word in your question, thrown, and then you got quite a challenge from the defendant. Was that consistent where she would challenge you on things that were maybe peripheral?
Yes.
Can you give examples of
Boom.
that and what that meant to you?
Well, she used words like she was giving us keys, and then if I wasn't correct on my guesses, which I had asked her not to have me guess since I didn't know all the answers, she would get upset if I didn't guess correctly on whether it's Gannon's location or what she was doing when her phone was off, those sorts of things.
What do you mean by guesses? And give examples of what you mean when you use the word guesses.
So, especially during this later part of the interview when I was asking her about the blood, more than once she would say that if I knew enough about this investigation, I should be able to say either where Gannon is or more details about what was going on that I couldn't guess too. So it was an effective way really for her to not answer my question and tell me that she knew things I didn't know.
Did that indicate to you fairly high intellect?
It did, and forward thinking, and that she knew that the questions that I was asking her would require a difficult answer, and so she was requiring the same out of me, something that was actually impossible for me to answer because I didn't know what she knew.
And as it relates to that, are you talking about Gannon's location at this particular time?
Yes.
Okay.
Sandy.
Just after that portion of video where we were watching you asking her about the board with blood being found up in southern Douglas County, did you ask her, or I guess confront her with other pieces of evidence as well?
Yes.
All right. So the next section we're going to play is that 4 hours, 7 minutes.
Yes, Thomas. Yes, it did. How you doing today, man?
13 seconds.
Ooh, chunks of video. And VLC media player. Looks like we're most of the way through. I can't tell.
Rocco,
Yeah.
we get to a break. I just sent you a couple of glamour shots.
Ooh, I should
Feel free to share.
Oh.
I think if your way is, there's enough probable cause. A judge in Colorado Springs in El Paso has found a probable cause warrant for first-degree murder. And all this evidence, and I'm telling you about the ones that I know about, and that's before you do all the fun stuff, et cetera, et cetera. And then versus you taking a chance that you're
Oh
going
my
to
God. I've got a picture of a 5-inch tall gnome in a leisure suit. It's
Ooh.
awesome. And he's cute.
doing things, you know what an innocent person would do. I have had plenty of innocent people sitting in your chair. You know what an innocent person would do? They would be freaking out. You are not freaking out.
Yeah, right. You think I haven't freaked out?
I heard you freak out on the phone.
You think I haven't freaked out today? You get good when we are freaked out.
What are you giggling about? My pictures?
So you're like this before.
Hey,
Trust me, if they
where'd it
had
go?
any idea who did it, they would tell me.
There's that
That
bit.
makes no sense. And no jury
Good
will
morning, my Thomas.
you sit here with an answer.
And here is Rabbi's response.
With all this testimony and all this stuff
That
happening.
shit's fun.
Sir, I never question anything.
But you would, because you're taking a huge chance, Leticia.
Sir, I'm not taking any chance.
You look very dapper and handsome, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor knows I
Is
do.
that the suit that you wore in your campaign to become mayor?
We're not going to go there. We're not going to go
We're
there.
going to sensible people who we're going to present evidence in front of.
Let me tell you what. Higher power.
There,
We'll make sure
I believe in a higher
So how old
power.
were you in those shots, man?
that really makes me feel
30?
You
29, 30?
It just comes
No,
down-
I was 32.
And these prosecutors, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about who you're gonna be sitting in front of.
My mom is one of those that she always wanted a picture of us,
Evidence. All this blood, all these.
so I went and got her those made because, you know, everybody else was married and I wasn't.
Okay, Letitia's being interviewed. I'm sorry, we're talking over.
What else am I going to say?
The easiest thing to tell me is the last time you saw Gary.
Already.
Right back. I'm gonna go get coffee.
But then what do I need to go through again the other things that might have happened again? Where did you gently place Gannon? I don't know how to phrase it.
About.
Because I don't know where he is. If you want me to use a different verb or whatever, I'm struggling.
I've got it paused at 4 hours, 10 minutes, and 13 seconds. Why have you shifted tactics here to trying to now find Gannon's location as to?
Yep, already done,
Descriptions of
Danny.
what happened.
Sorry.
Well, she seems to be more reluctant to answer questions now. And she showed me with the particle board. She got upset when I said she threw it. And as I said earlier, she gets upset if I guess. So I tried different verbs like placing it, setting it, and those sorts of things. And then she will settle back down. So that's why I'm trying different ways to get her to communicate to me any other clue that might have happened with Gannon. So I'm just trying yet a different tactic again.
Including clues potentially towards his location?
Yes.
Okay. When you go down this particular path of talking about last place that she may have seen Gannon, did she give you any keys that helped find Gannon?
No. And I had already asked her in the previous section who the last person was. She was saying it wasn't her. We had been through the angel routine, and then I was trying to see if she would push it to anybody else, and she's not. So since she's not pushing it to anybody else, she's basically saying it's her. So I just want her to say where she last saw him, whether it was in the house, whether it was at the Petco, whether it was at Palmer Lake, to give us some sort of clue of her last sighting of him.
You made a statement in that section that you don't normally tell people that you're interviewing about all of the evidence. One, why do you not typically do that?
We don't typically do that because we don't want the defendant or whoever we're in front of to testify falsely.
18 people wandering around here and not so many.
They say something they didn't do. Also, we don't want them to know what we know because I want their statement to be pure in that they're not just repeating what I say. With this interview, we had gone far enough to where we would do something called the collaborative interview, to where we bring the person in with us.
Okay, we'll see you when you get back.
much
Tell
as
her
we
we said
can
hi.
to try to get them to collaborate and cooperate with us, since I'm working towards a solution and I'm trying to bring her in almost as an investigator to help me find out what happened to Gannon. So the more facts that I introduce to her slowly, I'm hoping that she'll start cooperating with me.
So you anticipated my follow-up question was actually doing that in this case, but you just answered that. As this discussion sort of develops, does she then talk about faith in God and that kind of thing?
She does.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and play that. It's basically from this point forward to 4 hours, 14 minutes, and 6 seconds.
Yikes, Bean John.
This is all about you. You're the one caught up in it, though. You're the one with all the evidence stacked against you. Help yourself right now. Why would you not? Tell me what happened.
Oh, man.
The way you described it.
Stand up for a moment.
Absolutely.
Does that include a spiky collar?
What you described to him don't even come close to the
No.
blood in it.
That's what you just see.
No, it's not.
Okay.
No, this is what people that do this for a living tell me.
Okay.
Again, I wasn't there, but a little gash on his head
Okay.
doesn't explain at all that stuff that's in there.
Okay.
But do you want to go with that? Because when you walk out of here, the last thing on record you're going to have is what you told me. And I would love to be your storyteller.
Okay.
I would love to tell the true story. It will help you. You believe in that higher power? You
Oh, I do. That's why.
What
I
about the
why.
truth? Do you study the truth?
I don't know why I'm not sitting here like going crazy, freaking out, putting on an emotional show. Like I've seen people involved in this situation put on fake cries and all that. Because I know God.
Okay.
I mean,
But what about the truth? You study the same Bible, the same God. It tells a lot about truth in there, and you have not told many truths in this whole thing.
I don't know that. That's what. But let me tell you what happened this morning when I woke up. When I woke up this morning, I watched a story about Ron Mills. So he started this. He ended up getting down to bullied online, treated like crap, accused of things he didn't do. And that's where he was the accusation part. And so we went down this whole trail talking about how accusations, and how this did to him, what he had to go through, and all that. But in the end, he kept his faith in Jesus Christ. You know about the story of Paul, and about Saul in the battle. Okay, God, I can walk you through a lot in the Bible. If you know what I'm talking about. So, he threw those accusations and to just keep things steadfast and staying strong and to believing God's going to do this and keeping whatever. Because, you know, in the Bible, they persecuted a lot of Christians, right? A lot of them for things they didn't do right. But, you know, there's a lot of stories, but God made sure they were okay. So when I woke up this morning, I literally decided, God, you can take this and you can either A, and get him home, bring him to the front step, and drop him off so that I can please never have to worry about this again. So you can let me stay focused on believing in you, not in him, and just the truth will come out. And it's okay because I don't want to sit here and accuse all these
Hey,
people
Arlo.
or whatever. I'm not going to turn those same accusations against them for saying this and saying that, not believing this, not believing that. I'm just going to sit there and say, I know I did not hurt Keith.
With that, thank you.
So I've got it paused at 4 hours, 14 minutes, and 6 seconds. Did you go on from this basically to then try to get her to tell you more details about when she last saw Gannon?
Yes.
All right, so we're going to jump to that section at 4 hours, 17 minutes, and 18 seconds. And we will play through 4 hours, 20 minutes, and 3 seconds.
Go a different way. If you did something bad to Gannon.
I did
I'm
not.
just saying we go ahead. If you did something bad to Gannon, could you ever admit it?
I'm not going to go
This is not a trick.
but I'm not going to go answer that question because I did not do anything bad.
The reason why I ask you that is the people that I've worked with are actually putting prison for life. I've told them, and I've told people, the families of these victims, I said, if you put Harold in a room and you take everybody else out, we have absolute evidence that he pushed his wife off the cliff and that he dropped the car into the ride, and he was convicted. I said, even if you clear everybody out and you just have Harold in a mirror, Harold was a God-follower, Christian like he was. I said, you could never admit that he did that to either one.
Well, I'm sorry that what's his name? Harold is that type of person because a God follower. I'm not judging him. I'm saying, in order for you have to repent your sins to God. Okay, you have to put yourself there, and in order to repent yourself your sins to God, it means also you have to lay them all down on the cross. And like my sins are laid down. It is not involving hurting, harming, killing you.
Good Lord.
Well, I'm sorry that hurt Harold or whatever his name is, has like a different approach.
I think you have probably a more serious problem than Harold does. You know where an 11-year-old is, and I'm here telling you we could go find him, and you are not giving us his location. Alive or dead. So what Harold did was push a 50-year-old woman off the cliff. It was an awful thing, and the parents hated losing Tony. But Tony had lived a full life, as full as you can till 50. It was still tragic. Gannon's 11. Gannon.
That doesn't matter age, you're right. It's tragic, right?
Yeah.
You just said
And
that.
if you had the answer, you would give it to us.
I don't know where he is.
But you won't answer my question about the last time you saw him.
Listen, sir, anything I say to you, you're not going to listen to me. You're going to take me.
I'm not going to twist things, Leteticia.
What about it,
To
Debbie?
be honest with you, I can give you speculation.
Okay, give me
With everyone
speculation.
else,
Please.
I can give you
I'll take
speculation.
speculation.
Speculation is time. Speculation is
I was told that by a
Not
Marine,
until
Debbie.
they get something made.
Why wouldn't they make a demand then? Why would they hold an 11-year-old kid? That's more sadistic.
So as we talked
What do you
about, we
want?
stopped it at 4 hours, 20 minutes, and 3 seconds. Why did you start this section out with asking, could she admit it? What was in your mind when you asked that question?
When it's a familial matter and someone that
Okay.
you really care about is the person that you've harmed. I haven't yet had someone who's admitted to me that they were responsible for that harm or homicide.
And so that's why you're asking that particular question?
Yes.
Okay. And then does it devolve back into now he's been kidnapped by some group?
Yes.
Did you then confront her again about the blood on the wall?
Yeah.
Did she bring up a miscarriage that she
Yeah,
apparently had
Creed.
sometime prior?
She does.
All right, let's watch that section. It starts at 4 hours, 21 minutes, and 47 seconds and goes to 4 hours, 23 minutes, and 47 seconds.
It's 17 after.
All right.
Maybe you should start keeping track of your things. No, you don't have time for it.
Yes, it is.
Go.
Yes, it is, Caroline. It is, in fact, a form of fun. One down, one to go.
No, the one to go is easier to deal with. No, I'm not going to hold you.
Yes, Mayor Wrench, and they'll tell you that. Yeah, well, see, that's just it. The Air Force does it all backwards. They send their officers out to go fight while the enlistments stay behind and guard the base, assuming that they don't have any Marines on hand.
You more comfy now? Blanche was lying half on a dog bed, half on the floor. I had to rearrange her.
Oh, okay.
Silly dog.
Of course, silly dog. That's just the way
My
they are.
home is maintained for the comfort and convenience of dogs.
No, it's still moving. There's just nothing going on. I don't know why we got this going on. Hey, Muffin, how you doing?
Morning, Rando, not Muffin.
Quiet for no reason I can determine. He's
Hi,
not
Cretans and
muted.
Mikey. Don't forget to subscribe, like, all the good YouTube-y stuff.
Yep, he likes, he comments, he subscribes.
Debbie, yeah, I have seen the human dog beds, but I ain't bitch enough to want to be in one. Oh, God, there's Snarky P again.
Yeah, true. That's entirely true. I think you actually have to have more than one person to do that. In fact, I'm pretty sure. Looks like what? Because dude is still moving. I'm guessing they muted. Oh, I know what's going on. Never mind. This is it's a sidebar moment.
Those pesky sidebars always getting in the way.
Okay, I'm not hearing anything. I see dude moving, and the witness going, okay. When are we getting over this? Because I was muted there for a moment, and yeah, haven't heard a thing. Like where? Oh no, not a salad bar. This is we we're not lucky or good enough to get a salad bar for this trial. Yes, of course. That reminds me, where's the sponsorship checks, Thomas? Sorry. Nah, I'd rather have Mayor McNome. I'd rather have a sushi bar. Although I'll split it with you. A taco wagon? Wow. That's a thing. Shaped like sushi, huh? Ooh. Yeah. He's having a breakfast pizza. That's what it is.
Ooh, that sounds good. I'm hungry.
But I don't have any on hand.
You don't? Why not?
You know. Those things cost money, I hear. Sigh.
Caroline, yes, but I typically do the smoked salmon on my sushi pizza.
To the confrontation about.
Oh wait, I cook the pizza dough though, so it becomes more of a
jump
short wrapped around sushi stuff. You're having hot dogs.
Play through 4 hours, 23 minutes, and 47 seconds. So exactly 2 minutes worth of video.
You have nothing to do with farming gambling. Why would you clean
Hey, Credence and Mikey. There's a new face.
So you're saying you've never had anything happen in your house and you cleaned it up? Never. Like, you've never had, like...
Why would you cut out the carpet?
Nosebleed. The carpet?
Mm-hmm.
Because I was going to get more carpet. And then the carpet has nothing to do with cutting it out. It's getting smell. It stunk. I couldn't breathe. None of us could breathe.
Did you say that Lena helped you clean up some of the blood on the wall?
Lena always helps us clean up everything. Lena helped us clean up the light switch. Lena helped us clean up when Jenna had a nosebleed. Okay?
But for this occasion, she helped with that.
Now you're going to walk me back through what we've already talked about. So you're now going to go be like, oh, an 8-year-old this and an 8-year-old that. There was all the time. Jenna was bleeding all the time. He'd have a nosebleed randomly at the drop of a dime. He'd bite his fingers, bleed all the time.
Would it help if I gave you a picture of the wall of what all showed up on it?
That's not going to get me to say anything to you because I didn't do anything.
I'm trying to
Thank you very much, Credence.
Again, you weighing
we appreciate that
right now before we're coming.
Sure.
Because you're taking a big risk with this.
Sure. As higher power. And that higher power is going to show the world. And when it does, I would never have to work a day in my life again. That's
okay.
going to happen. Guaranteed.
Yes. You're going to go to prison for a long time.
I did not hurt. I did not expose, kill, whatever you want to call these things that you're going to name out as verbs.
Well, she's talking about lawsuits.
Why did you confront her with the web cleanup and, for instance, the carpet cutout?
We had talked about it before, but this is what I'm left with to speak with her about, is the evidence in the case to see if she'll move from where she was.
Were you trying to give her an opening to give you more details?
Yes, and I don't remember if I had brought up before Lana's participation in this, but I wanted to see.
Lana, you mean?
Yeah, Lana's participation, and to see how she would react to that.
Again, is it consistent throughout the interview that she would resist those opportunities when it related to the specifics of the crime itself?
Yes, and again, she said she sees the pathway where these questions would be going, and she says she's not going to.
Appreciating where you want to get to.
Correct.
From your perception, was that logical thought process?
Very.
Shortly after this portion of the video, do you confront her with trying to get information about, hey, there's a boy out there. Help me find him. Help me get him home.
Yes.
Let's jump to that section. 4 hours, 24 minutes, and 29 seconds.
This is very nearly the end of that. I don't know how far because
And
we
we
can't
will
really
play
see it.
through 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 50 seconds. So about 8 minutes. Judge, I'm not sure if you want to allow Mr. Grusing to step down during this 8-minute portion. Thanks. So starting it at 4 hours, 24 minutes, and 29 seconds.
And about why would you act like this when there's a boy out there?
I want him home.
Then tell me how to do it.
I want to help you. I don't know. I don't.
But see, that's where easy questions should be easy to answer.
It's that I don't know. That's an easy answer.
The easy answer is tell me the very last time you laid eyes on him. Where was he? Was he laying down? Was he standing up? Was he sitting? Was he walking to a car? Where was? Give me your very last image of Gannon.
3 hours of quiplash?
You have to
We get almost that now. Oh.
Leteticia.
Oh, you don't want to show everybody my picture? I gave you permission.
Well, I was waiting for a break. I should have done that while we were doing the thing.
You haven't told me exactly what you saw.
Oh,
You saw him for the very
no.
last time. Did you see the back of his head? Did you see his face? What was his expression? Did he say goodbye to you?
Again, that, yeah, but
Tell me of your last. You know, I wish I could see in your head right now. Your
Tell
very
that-
last
tell-
image
tell
is
that
there,
kid
but
to
you won't
shush.
tell me.
that's what
Why
I
would
that's
you
what
do
I
Because
do.
it's nothing bad.
Well, then tell me. If it's nothing bad, you would tell me.
Okay, tell Yale to tell her to tell that kid to hush.
Image of Gannon.
I don't have any bad images of
I
Gannon.
didn't say it was bad.
All the
I
hugs.
don't have any.
What's the very last picture of seeing Gannon alive or not alive that you have in your brain?
He is alive. I'm not
Then
going to say
tell me the last time you saw him. What did you see? You can tell, like you said earlier.
Okay.
Being a good person, you didn't hurt him, you didn't do all this. I'm repeating it back to you. Why could you not tell me then? If all that is true, you know the last time you saw him. What would that hurt to tell me?
That makes as much sense as anything else being
No, I
done.
don't.
Well, then tell me.
I don't need time for.
What is wrong with that question?
There's nothing wrong with the question. I'm not I've already made it clear that I wasn't going to answer more questions
You've never answered this one.
because you have already predetermined what you want your brain along with everyone else.
Why do you care about what's in my brain?
So you just asked me about mine.
Yeah, because your brain's the only one that counts here. It doesn't matter what's in my brain. The very last time you saw Ganon, where was he? What was he doing?
Did y'all put a reward out?
There's no need to plan it. Please answer.
You automatically have a predetermined thing in your brain.
You give me
Oh,
something
good.
else,
Yeah, no, that.
Why do you care about my brain, Leteticia? Yours is the one that matters. What's the last thing you
Let me tell you
saw?
one more time. Not hurt.
I didn't ask that. I did not ask that. I don't care. What is the last image you had?
All these places I've been.
Why don't you answer that question?
Why don't you answer? Have you checked all these places I've been and where was Ganon? Was he there? Doesn't that like take you in the brain for a little bit to say?
You're going to live with it for the rest of your life, Leteticia. Why don't you tell me today?
I'm not living with anything horrible in my brain. I'm not.
Okay, well then it should be an easy question.
I've given you the answer.
Of the last time you saw him? No, you haven't. And I'm afraid it's not the image that you want to be left with.
Sure, that's not going to convince me to say something that I didn't
Okay,
do.
then maybe it is the image. Then tell me. Why else would you not tell me?
Because you keep going with the same question, and if you've already
And you won't answer.
but you predetermined yourself. When I thought you were going to help, that was different. But you predetermined yourself.
You didn't tell me what the last thing you saw was, even with your answer there. And that's fine. If you want to tell me the thing with Angel, I
I'm
don't
not going
care.
to say anything other than saying, I will. It will stop everyone. But I will promise you, I won't have to worry about nothing the rest of my life because I didn't do it.
But you did. What's going to come out? That you didn't tell the FBI who took Ganon, if that's your deal? How is that going to shock everybody?
Okay. Okay, sir. Okay.
I didn't think you were guilty until you don't answer the last time you saw him.
Sir,
I
you
have-
came in this
listen.
morning
No, I did not.
and you automatically thought that. You automatically thought that already.
I was willing to listen if you were going to give me evidence to the contrary. But I have talked to many people who have seen someone disappear. It never goes away. That last image.
Oh, well,
It never goes away, and you've got it in your mind, and you won't tell me.
right.
There's only one reason you won't tell me.
You're right. People do have, when people do bad things, their images stay in their brain. You're right.
Bad or good. So a lot of these dads didn't know when the last time they were going to see their daughter.
I mean,
And they still remember it like it was
Ooh,
yesterday.
Chucky
14 years
Boo.
later.
oh yeah,
You remember the last time you saw Ganon.
yeah.
So tell me what you saw.
Nothing negative.
So tell me what you saw.
I saw nothing negative. I saw nothing again.
You're telling me nothing. You're saying nothing.
Okay.
Just tell me what you did see, a positive.
Nah, the My Pillow guy makes a better target than the other two.
Was he standing?
He's not as famous.
I'm just going to tell you
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt.
how bad it was.
Okay.
Oh, shots fired.
Ganon was happy. Ganon is my favorite stepchild. My favorite. I know everybody says they have favorites and things like that, or say not really necessarily favored or whatever, but he was.
Do you remember how
He
we talked earlier?
definitely.
Remember how we
always.
talked earlier about when I ask you a question and you go around?
I'm not answering that question.
You're
for you
saying, you're
because
giving me qualities of Ganon. You're not saying what
I'm
you
not.
saw. You're saying he's a favorite stepson.
Sir,
What did you see?
sir,
Was he standing or sitting?
I didn't do anything to Ganon.
I didn't see you. I said your last memory.
Okay, well, I didn't do anything to Ganon, so.
Do you have it in your mind right now?
Nope.
Seeing him for the last time.
Well, it's not going to be the last time, though.
The last time you saw him. Do you have that? Do you have that picture in your mind? Yes or no?
I know you're really good at what you do. I appreciate that. You know that. But I can do this.
So why don't you tell me the answer to that question?
Because you want
not-
honest, why would I
I'm not
have
con-
questions for you?
But that is not a hard question to answer. I'm not saying did you kill him. I'm not saying did you put him in a forest. I'm not saying did you put him in a dumpster. This is just your life image. You've got to have it.
My images are happy lives. That's what it will always
What you see in your brain.
Okay. Now you know my brain.
Yes, I know.
There's the humor I was missing all weekend.
If you didn't hurt him, why would you tell me?
I already told you I didn't hurt it.
I know, but if you didn't, why would that image be a problem?
Oh, good one, CCW. I needed to giggle.
I'm not accusing you of anything, Leteticia. Just tell me the last time you saw it.
The hole getting bigger and bigger and deeper and deeper.
At the very beginning, I'm sorry. Oh. I'm going to ask the empty chair, Judge.
Okay.
The voice from behind me would have been interesting. Mr. Grusing, at the very beginning of this portion of the video, you start out with easy questions and easy answers. What was your purpose of that statement?
What do you mean? Easy questions, easy answers?
Well, easy questions should be easy to answer, basically.
Yeah, again, if she's saying that she's innocent of this, then the questions that I'm asking should be very easy for her to answer.
Did she give you any of these easy answers?
No.
Again, here, it appears that you're sort of pushing back when she's saying, well, what's in your mind? Did she appear to be, throughout this entire interview, preoccupied with what other people were thinking about her?
Of course.
Yes, and that was consistent with the phone calls. And what I'm trying to keep her from doing is manipulating her answer to see what I want to hear. I just want to hear what she knows to be true.
This whole issue about did you all put out a reward, that kind of stuff. This entire section, was this another example of?
No, she doesn't want. That's the quiet part. She doesn't want to say that out loud, Karen.
Yes.
Sorry. We're probably annoying
Right
Debbie.
after this, does she then actually challenge you about, are you going to find Gannon?
Yes.
All right, let's watch that portion. Basically, from this section on through 4 hours, 35 minutes, and 56 seconds. So just a couple minutes. So if you're okay sitting there so I don't ask an empty chair questions.
This is an easy question compared to all the other ones we've done.
Ooh.
And for our next trick, we're going to get the empty chair to answer.
Please.
Effervescence.
Are you going to find him?
Yes.
Yikes.
I would rather spend our time doing that because I don't have him. I didn't do anything with him, to him, or for him. And I appreciate all your work.
You can help us more than anybody on this planet. You can help me right now find Gannon. Let's start with the one question I asked you.
I don't care anymore for you because
Well, just tell me why you don't want to answer that.
because I've already, it doesn't matter. I can tell you I last saw Gannon when I went to the store this morning, and it could be legit true, and you would still be like, he was not in. I mean,
She can go to the
You'll
store.
be
this
able to
morning.
tell if you say what he's wearing, or not even what he's wearing, how he was walking, you will remember it. And just you not answering it means you remember it.
no, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Okay, well, I'm glad that you.
Oh, she's trying to make up something that'll get him to tell her
Okay,
something
good.
else.
I'm glad you don't behave right now.
So,
I appreciate you having me here. What else do you want me to say or do? I mean, what else?
do what's actually true.
I don't want to tell you anything else because
Why?
I-
If it helps find Gannon, then you know.
because you already predetermined.
I didn't say you're hurting or anything. I think you know where he is, though.
You already predetermined this. You have.
The scene does tell the story,
Okay, so
yes.
if that's your story, then I'm not going to keep saying anything because I know that is not the case. So if I keep saying anything to you, you're just going to keep blah, 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 blah about it. And I've been nothing but respectful to you. So I'm trying to remain respectful to you overall because I don't have any disrespect for you. Treat people like that. But putting me in a situation where I'm like saying to you, I cannot say anything else because you've expressed you predetermined what you think. You've already done that. So no matter what I say, I legit could take you right to Gannon and you would be standing there and you would still say to me, well, that's not him. Or you would say something else. Just
Do you know how good that would be for you?
Oh, trust me. Yes.
Then why do you care what
You know how good that would be for me? Absolutely.
Why do you care what I think? You should not care at all what I think. You said I wouldn't think. If you could take us to Gannon right now, that.
So, this idea where she's saying she doesn't have him, did you later learn that that was actually a true statement?
Yes,
Because of where Gannon was ultimately found?
correct.
Later on in this interview, did you confront her with her ability to dodge questions and spin stories?
Yes.
All right, let's jump to that section at 4 hours and 39 minutes and 33 seconds. Bless you. And we will play through 4 hours and 46 minutes and 21 seconds, so about 7 minutes if he's allowed to come down, Judge.
Okay. I think I can handle it this time.
Okay.
You got away with spinning stories and dodging questions your whole life.
So now you know me my whole life.
I can look back a little bit. I don't know you when you were 5 or 13 or 16. But I think something bad happened. And you've been able to avoid trouble. But it doesn't happen in this case.
Okay, sir.
These stories that you told are much worse for you than if you had just said, the best thing you could have said is, Gannon just went, and that's it. I'm not saying anything else.
Mm-hmm.
But you describing all these injuries to him, even to us today, is awful.
There's not injuries like that.
Yes, you talked about it in head.
All the time. You raise children and they never got hurt. Like they never.
All on the last day they're seen alive.
You're making it out to be like some whatever. That's not even how it was.
Tell me how it was.
Gannon and I are very close. Okay?
But see, that's what you don't do. You say generalizations when I ask you, how was it? And
why? I don't even know what you're asking me.
the injury that caused that pool in the corner. It's not a little scratch on his
Okay,
head.
let's test it and see what day it came from. If that's what you're telling me, why don't you test it and see what day?
So it didn't happen on Monday.
No,
It happened on Saturday.
You are the one who are telling me, no matter what I say, you're telling me it's your way or no way. So why don't you tell me it's
It's a significant enough injury that he was not going to be normal after that.
oh God.
That's what they told me.
Okay, well, that is awful that people aren't normal after anything like
It's
that.
a significant
Because I had
injury.
puddles of blood. Remember that I had
You're not
puddles of
talking
blood
about you turned 11.
that I did, and there was a significant injury that I died.
Do you not find that coincidental?
Right.
The blood on the wall and by his bed.
The blood that you or your team allowed people to be in the house.
That has no bearing.
Okay, well, if it doesn't, then okay.
It doesn't.
Okay, sir. Okay. Maybe check one of them.
You really tell me that.
Maybe check one of them. Because
I bet you they can tell me the last time they saw Gannon, even though it was months before. I bet Al can tell you the last time you saw Gannon, even though he didn't know that was going to be the last time. I guarantee you he's got an image of Gannon. You should.
okay.
What do I need to say to help him? I'm serious.
You do not want to help me.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't. You want me to tell you what you want to hear. That's what you want.
Yeah.
Yes.
I have never wanted people to tell me what I want to hear. If it doesn't lead me to finding Ganon or the truth of this matter, I could care less what it is. Like I said, most of the time, I'm wrong. I have to have people like you tell me the truth. If you have anything to hide, you tell me your last name or children. Then tell me. That's not a guilt or innocence question. Just your life image of Ganon. Okay, now you don't have to tell me the last time you saw him, just your life image in your head.
Being zipped into a suitcase and tossed over the side of a bridge.
Or was he?
Yeah, don't say last image, last
I mean, was he sitting? Is he standing? Is he laying down? What's he doing?
walking.
Towards you or away from you?
No, Debbie, CCW is absolutely correct. I will still pass on. You know what? You can have my share, Arno. You can absolutely have my share.
Do you have any questions for me? Any questions for me?
Nope.
Given the choice of cricket protein or gerbil, I think I'd go with the cricket.
I've not asked you a question that I should be asking you.
Well, meat is what we think of as meat is mostly muscle tissue. So yeah.
I don't have to.
Not a whole lot of meat on a cricket, you know?
Feelings that I can't.
Nope. Venison is actually pretty much any game meat.
No, this one's for me. Anything?
Something.
Is there anything I need to ask you that I haven't? Just be a thing. I'm okay doing anything. Sure.
Well,
I've seen way too much mystery meat in my day, CCW. Oh, wow. It says it's steak. It doesn't look like steak. It doesn't smell like steak. It sure as hell didn't
Now,
taste
4
like
hours,
steak.
46 minutes and 21 seconds. As to when you both leave the room and are off camera, what happened outside in the hallway?
I believe she went to the bathroom.
You then come back into the room with her?
We might have opened the door, but I don't think we do any more interviews in this room.
Okay. Why'd you go down this path of confronting her with dodging questions and spinning stories?
We had talked about it before, and she had told me that she has done that in the past, as far as talking in circles, dodging questions, and just wanted to bring that back around.
No.
Something that she had
Eastern
told me
Europe
to
in
see
the
if we could go
90s.
straight forward.
You can imagine.
Just once with this
I
last
assume
image
you can
question I
imagine
had.
what kind
Did
of
she ever
what
give
that
you a
was like
straightforward
on
answer to the
military
last thing you
rations.
No.
Throughout this
Yeeks.
long interview, did she exhibit that same sort of trait of dodging questions or spinning stories?
Yes.
That's appeared to you in your perception to be a calculated move on her part?
Yes.
Your final contact with her is back in this room. It starts at 4:47:43 and then goes through 4:49:17. We'll jump to that now.
I hear you guys got my hopes up. I saw the empty chairs and went, yay, it's time to go. Yay, they're done.
Too soon. And here, like I said, you're going to have to go to either jail that holds you in Colorado.
Nor mine, Anubis, nor mine. A beast feast, yes. Actually, pig wouldn't count.
I'll sit here for another 4 hours. The Lincoln is different. It's in the IDs, what they call it. That's what they picked you up on today, was the arrest warrant. Okay. Anything else?
Oh, man.
First degree murder, again, stuff. That's why I was trying to come in here with you to help you. If we find Gannon, that makes a big difference. We'll let you go. If he's alive,
Typo's bad. Yeah.
you might as well try it. I can't speak for the district attorney. I'm not an attorney. I'm an investigator. If he's alive and you can get us Gannon, yes. Good things will happen to you today versus getting shipped back to Colorado.
I don't think that would work, Thomas. I don't think
So
you
now
could
at the
disguise that as
end
tuna.
of that recorded interview, essentially,
Especially given that
is she trying to have another off-camera discussion with you?
cetaceans are
Yes.
Did you in fact have
are
a short discussion with
based
her
on
off-camera?
came
Yes.
from
What happened in that
ungulates.
discussion?
Right outside the door, we now had police officers waiting to transport. So there were probably 4 or 5 law enforcement around us. And she said something in a small
Oof.
voice about North Carolina that I couldn't hear. And I asked her to repeat it. And she said that she and I should go to North Carolina. And I asked her, is Gannon in North Carolina? And she didn't answer.
Was that basically the extent of that interaction?
Yes, what I recall.
Okay. In looking back at your even your recorded phone calls that we've heard throughout this trial and in this long interview, are there any, I guess, regrets that you have as to your approaches, ways that you may have been able to get more information about what happened again?
She brought up Quincy Brown to me, I think, within an hour or so of our interview. And then she said something to the effect of, if I wasn't going to talk about that, then it wasn't any use going forward. And then looking at the phone calls with Al, that's where she described most of Gannon's injuries, or a lot of them. And looking back and playing it through, maybe I should have gone more down the Quincy Brown angle to see if she would have been willing to disclose more things. That's the only thing I can think of.
The short portions that we didn't play through your direct examination here, were there any surprises in those portions that are different from the stuff that we saw in the video that we did watch?
No.
Did she act consistently in those portions to what we saw here?
Yes.
You, in 2 different sections that we watched, you delved into mental health questions. Do you remember those?
Yes.
Throughout all of your interaction with her, both through those recorded phone calls and in this interview, did she ever express any history with severe mental health issues, diseases, defects, anything like that?
She did not.
Did she ever talk about sexual abuse that she allegedly suffered as a child?
No.
Did she ever point to specific people in her life, family, that she alleged carried out sexual abuse against her?
No.
Did she ever give you any descriptions of any commitments to hospitals?
No.
she appeared to understand the gravity of the situation when you were talking with her? This is a first-degree murder charge.
Very well.
In what ways were you able to develop that idea?
Well, as I said earlier, she's able to see where different lines of questioning go and what would be damaging for her to answer truthfully. So, whether we're talking about evidence in the case or what happened to Gannon or her role or involvement, she stops that line of questioning before it goes down something that would be damning towards her in testimony.
So are you saying resisting giving more incriminating statements about the crime itself?
Correct.
Did that appear to be a calculated move on her part?
Yes.
Throughout your entire interaction with her, both through the consensual recorded phone calls and this long interview, did you ever observe her to change personalities?
No.
Did she ever talk in a Spanish accent?
No.
Did she ever demand to be called any other names besides the name that you knew her as?
No.
Did she ever use the name Taylor?
No.
Jasmine?
No.
Harmony?
No.
Christina?
No.
Little Lucia?
No.
Maria Sanchez?
No.
May I have just a moment now?
Yeah.
And that's all I have. I just need to disconnect this computer from here so that Mr. Cook has a clean podium.
Okay.
And you can, I was going to say turn off the screen if you'd like.
Mr. Cook, cross-examination.
Thank you. Gerson, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Good. Thank you.
So how long did you work for the FBI?
A few months short of 25 years.
25 years. Were you always in the Colorado office, or were you like a lot of other agents? Early in your career, you were in different states.
Always Colorado.
Always, okay. And at one point near the end of the interview, Miss Stauch referred to you as something, and you corrected herself. You corrected her and said you were behavior analysis.
She said something like, I'm a psychologist.
Yeah.
And I said, no, I'm in behavior analysis.
Okay. And is that generally what you did throughout the majority of your career?
No.
Okay. What else were your other assignments? And I know you already told Mr. Allen this, but things a few times before they see
No
you.
worries. So I was a special agent, which I was assigned to the criminal side for the FBI. There's a terrorism side or counterintelligence and a criminal side. And for my last 23 years, I was a criminal agent for them. So I was never a supervisor, just it would be similar to being a detective for a local police department.
Okay. Now, you told Ms. Stauch during the interview that you had been contacted by the main office for the FBI and told to go do this interview with her in South Carolina. Is that correct?
Yes, I think I told her I was asked by the Colorado Springs office to come investigate initially and then also to go out to South Carolina.
Okay. Whose decision was it to you be the one that goes in and does this almost 5-hour interview?
I think it was up in the air early, whether it would be El Paso investigator and myself or just myself. And I don't remember how it came just to be me, but it ended up just being me.
Okay. And have you done a lot of these interviews over your career?
Yes.
Now, before we got into the audio videotape interview, we were listening to some additional phone calls with Gannon's father and Miss Stauch.
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall in one of these interviews, it looks like it was February 19th, 2020. It began about 12:10 p.m. Do you recall that interview that was recorded?
Yes, briefly.
Okay. And were you there for that one?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember at the end of that conversation, it said, Leteticia said that her guess would be that Gannon was not in Colorado. When asked how she knew, she said, quote, because Tisha didn't hurt him, didn't dispose of him or anything like that, okay? It goes on, so Tisha was in Colorado with nothing, and you guys have run up all these places where y'all think I did or whatever. You haven't found Gannon. Do you recall her at one point referring to herself as Tisha?
I do.
Okay. Now, generally, somebody in that conversation would say I. But in this situation, she's referring to herself in the third person?
Correct.
Okay. Did you find that a little bit off?
Oh, I will some
Not
sense,
really.
right? Somebody threatened me with one
What if I
last year, and
started
I'm still
questioning
waiting.
you right here instead of
Her
saying,
bluff is
got
being
a couple
called.
of questions for you, Mr. Grusing? What if I said, Mr. Cook has a couple questions for you, Mr. Grusing? Mr. Cook would like to proceed. Would that be a little bit off?
It depends on who you are and how well I knew you.
So it'd be kind of strange if I was up here cross-examining
Okay.
and I was using the
See
third
you back.
person.
See you back in a minute, Mr.
It
Mayor.
would be unusual, yes.
Mr. Cook has some more questions for you.
Sounds good.
Couldn't help it.
Joke. There be a joke.
Now, with respect to the Google searches we talked about, or you talked about with Leteticia, I don't like my stepson, you know, you recall those.
Yeah,
Addressing
okay,
that
fair
with Mr. Allen. Were you able to pull up the content that was retrieved during these searches, or what is the scope of what information
Apparently,
you were able to pull up in this metadata or whatever it is?
So yeah, I was quite a bit removed from that. We had a computer specialist that was looking into her phone and would send us sanitized results.
Okay. So you didn't see what the kickback was or
That's correct.
anything. You just could see the search. Okay. And you don't know when these searches were made.
I don't.
Okay. And that's not because you didn't look. It's just because that information was not saved.
Yeah, I was told they didn't know when the
Completely
actor's
agree
talking
with-
about when
I
her
completely
actual
agree
search
with
happened
Sandy.
on her phone.
Yeah. When she,
Thank you,
Googled
Jessica.
in, I don't like my stepson. What do I do about it? Like if that was in 2018 or was it?
Correct. Yeah, it was no time stamp date was given. to
No,
me for
it
those
was
searches.
that was destruction sequence number
So some of these searches
187.
could have been January 27th of 2020, and some of them could have been in 2018, or some of them
Okay, more spam.
could have been actually after January 27th, before the phone was seized.
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware of any searches coming back saying, what do I do if I don't like my stepson? And the answer being, stab him 17 times, plunge and force, strike him 4 times in the head and shoot him in the head?
No.
That'd be some pretty bad advice, wouldn't it?
That would not be good advice. You're right.
Now, sometimes, how many different stories did Miss Stauch tell? I hear at one point you said you were asking her on the video.
She
before
has
that she's
to
told you
rest
about
her voice,
7
and
different
the show
stories.
must go
Do you
on.
recall that?
Yeah, I think I was throwing out an approximate number.
So
Okay.
I'm here with the
And
fatty.
Mr. Allen asked
Hello, I'm still here.
and he said you can't even count how many stories she gave.
Yes, because he brought up variations of stories, which would legitimately count as another story. So,
Okay. But we're not talking about an infinite number of stories. I mean, you could go back and
correct. We could count them up.
yeah.
That would take a while.
I mean, there were, between 5 and 10 main theme stories we're dealing with.
That sounds correct.
And one interview, something may change a little bit, but there was 5 to 10 main theme stories.
Sounds right.
Okay.
Somebody actually came up with a number. Is that 10 different personalities?
Now, during some of the interviews, Miss Stauch, or Leteticia, she seemed like she made a lot of eye contact, was pretty engaged near the beginning. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And then there was a part for about 30 minutes or so in the middle where she didn't even look up. She hung her head the whole time. Do you recall that part?
Yes.
And her voice was a lot lower. You could hardly even hear her. Do you recall that?
Yes.
That's not enough to establish another personality.
Almost 5 hours, a long time to be in an interview room like that.
It just depends on the situation.
Hey, Sod. Nice to see you again, man. Scared the
What
shit
was
out
your
of us.
goal when you went into this interview with Leteticia? Was it to find out who Gannon was? Was it to get a confession to be used to prosecute her later? Both? I mean, what was the actual game plan when you went in?
Yeah, probably both. I would say primarily is to find what happened to Gannon. And as she had spoken with Al on the phone, that she had given hints or clues. And even if we were to get some of those, that would be worth the 5 hours.
And would you say that you came away from this interview as far as getting the confession and being able to find Gannon more or less empty-handed?
It went about as I expected it would.
And you weren't able to get enough information or any information out to be able to locate Gannon?
That's correct.
Now, I sent you a link. You click the link, and then somebody would add you. There, CCW. There's nothing really to walk through. I'd probably just what I'd probably do is email it to you, let you know that the email is there somehow.
Just a second, Your Honor.
And yeah, click and pop. That's it. I'm not even sure there is an app for Streamlabs. I've not found one. So yeah, it's all web based.
Hi, Sod. Good to see you, hon.
Yes.
I think that's all I have. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gruson.
Thank you.
What are you trying to? What is this guy trying to do here? And is this guy did somebody hire this guy, or is he a public pretender?
Mr. Grushing, you were asked about the references that the defendant used third person to say her name.
Yes.
Have you been around other people who are self-absorbed who also talk about themselves in the third person?
I have.
Does that indicate in your mind any concerns about mental health capacity?
No.
Did that cause you any concern about this defendant as to her mental health capacity?
It did not.
Did it indicate in your mind that she was exhibiting a separate personality
No.
or acting as a separate person?
No.
You were asked about the demeanor change of the defendant in the interview, where in the beginning she's making lots of eye contact, perhaps even almost flirting with you. How would you attribute her demeanor at the beginning?
Conversational. I would even say hopeful on her part that she might be able to provide me with a story that I might take away.
Potentially hoping to manipulate your involvement in the investigation.
Yes.
Sure. Any other
man.
indicators for you as to what she may have been trying to get done there?
Yes, as I told her throughout, she was more concerned about what I was thinking than telling me what was happening. And she continued to do that throughout the interview, and I continued to admonish her to just tell me what she knew, not what she thought I was thinking.
Okay. You were asked at the very end of the cross-examination, did you come out empty-handed in this interview? Did you actually get useful information out of this interview?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what useful information you got out of it?
Well, Leteticia continued to exhibit no concern for Gannon as she did in the phone calls with Al. Anytime I would try to speak with her about Gannon, an 11-year-old being missing, however I could phrase that, she would turn it back around to herself. Even at the end, she was saying about, instead of him being found, it's her being exonerated and people would be sorry. Everything focused around her. And that's why her referencing her in the third person was not a surprising thing to me. As far as coming out empty-handed, her not being able to articulate a last image of Gannon was very indicative that image was awful, and I told her that multiple times. So to me, I didn't come away with a confession, but I came away with more of a certainty that something really bad had happened to Gannon and that she had witnessed it. As you saw, I probably asked her 30 times, maybe more, about her last image and gave her multiple outs. And the other thing that she kept not wanting to accept is that this was an accident. And normally in a case like this, a person who has last been with a loved one, whether it's accident or something homicidal, they will accept accident, and she would not accept that.
And then what about demonstrating her ability to recall? Were you able to develop that as well?
Her ability to recall
Information.
Yes, anything that was not inculpatory towards the disappearance and homicide, she could recall easily. Dates, times, movements, homework, those sorts of things. It was pretty easy for her to articulate those.
Was it your perception that she was refusing to recall data as to what actually happened to Gannon?
Yes.
Was that helpful towards the investigation?
Yes.
Were you able to develop information about her intellect, her ability to communicate, and that sort of thing?
Yes.
And why is that helpful towards the investigation?
That she is a articulate, intelligent, perceptive, and intuitive person. And that also helped her evade law enforcement while we as a team were trying to find out what happened to Gannon while she was even still in Colorado. So just seeing her organized thought patterns there and how adept she was at shifting and deceiving and using some sort of alternative mechanism, it showed us that she was able to carry out what we thought she was able to carry out, and that is hide Gannon when there were multiple people looking for him.
What about the her lack of any prior mental health concerns? Was that helpful towards the investigation?
Yes.
Why?
Because we saw that she knew what she was doing, and we saw that even in her own words, she made this a 3-day ordeal, saying it started on Saturday, it went through Sunday, and there was all sorts of planning and premeditation involved, whether it's the call in to the school or not using her phone, using Gannon's phone. She explained to us that this was a prolonged event.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Mr. Gruesing? Looks like we have one. Just write it down, pass it forward. Just one. Okay. Council approach, please.
I'll be interested to see what the jury wants to know.
This case. With that, if I can have everyone ready to go at 10:35, we should be able to start at that time. All rise for the jury, please.
Okay, folks. So, Patty, there was a conversation earlier about glamour shots.
Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
No, sir. What time did you say to come back?
10:35. Defense. Anything from defense? Mr.
Yes.
Cellini or Mr. Cook?
Nothing.
Okay.
It
We'll be in
most certainly
recess.
is.
Thank you.
All right.
We have 17 minutes and change. I'm going to show you this thing here real quick. Wherever it went.
If he can figure out where it is.
Hang on. It went somewhere. There we go. I found it. Here is one of the glamour shots. And there is the other one.
And that's what Patty looked like when I think I was 32 in those.
Okay, I will stop that. Down here and grab this other thing. There it is. We're going to have to get into this quick, so.
Debbie. Thanks, Sandy.
And the room code is.
I figured you guys would like to see what I used to look like. I have white wings now. Come on. CCW, think Jessica can get, we think we can get Jessica to sign you in?
Come on. Somebody can email you with those later.
Me and John, I'd love to go to the video arcade with you. Of course, at our age, it's now, hey, let's go to Dave and Buster's.
Yeah, that's you. I know, right? What happened to the old style arcades? I want one. All right, folks. Let's get ready.
I need
Anybody
food
else?
too, Debbie, but I
Going
put food on hold to play.
Sold.
Remember, guys, type fast.
Yes, type quickly.
Hey there. This is a game we call Quiplash 3. Return to Goof City.
Uh-oh, Goof City.
I'm Schmitty, and it seems fate has brought us together to make fart jokes. And extra players can put in that room code and vote in the audience.
Sorry, I have to watch.
Round
I have to
one
watch
is
the
upon
other
us.
screen.
You're about to see a couple of different prompts on your device. Enter your best response for each, then go head to head against another player's best stuff. Oh, and everyone else gets to vote on their favorite. You're going to get points based on the percentage of votes you get, so don't hold back.
Debbie, Dave and Buster's is one of my favorite places to get gift cards for.
Yeah.
I have to check on that. Because I know with Allstate, if you're signed up for their DriveWise program, you can sometimes get really good deals on gift cards and stuff. I may have to try and get some. Oh, speak of the devil, guess what just popped in?
Huh.
I only have 150,000 plus points.
Yay. What? So you got an email, I assume,
Yeah.
or something?
Yeah, it's an email. It pops in. Tells me how many points I have, how much I should spend. It's got all the affiliate links on it. It's advertising to make you spend money.
The
Of
cow
course.
goes moo. The drunk cow goes blank.
Meatball. For bud.
Let's vote.
Oh. That's almost as good as yada, yada, yada. Woof, woof, woof.
At least cows can burp.
Yes. Birds can't.
Horses can't, allegedly. Although I have heard one burp before.
Oh, good one, McNome. Future explosion.
Next we have, if you lived in the early 1500s, what would you nail to
I
the door of a
apologize,
church?
CCW. That was I grabbed the wrong chat window,
Here's the fun part. Pick your favorite quip.
but it was only for the link. But I will pass on the message.
Mayor McNome, yeah, your senior picture's cute. I'd take you to go play video games too.
Oh, oh, yikes!
Good job, Anubis.
Wow. The Monty Python
And here we
references
have-
for the win.
Finish the rhyme. Roses are red, violets are blue. I got you this card, blank. And now it's time to vote for your favorite.
Aha! Oh! Ow! That's cold.
Which one? Both of them?
Yeah,
Neither
both.
one of them's not cold.
Well, the one on the left is dead cold. I mean, we're talking
mean John
about
Blueball.
sub-Antarctic temperatures in June. Cold.
Aw, Danny, you got me with a safety quip. Good job.
What was that?
Good, hard-boiled eggs. Bad, hard-boiled blank. Now it gets real. Pick your favorite.
I know enough of you speak enough Spanish to know what that word means.
Next up, then the Little Mermaid asked for blank. Decisions.
Mm.
Choose your favorite.
One of those is the Wookiee's would be a Woker's wet dream. Because yikes. Oh, split decision. Thank you, audience.
Okay, what's next? A group of tax attorneys is called blank.
Oh!
Pick your favorite.
Ow. Come on, guys. Hurry up with the votes. Clicky, clicky. Oof. Who's Mike Grablin?
I have no idea.
Let's see the next one. A gift your stepdad really tried his best on, so be nice. Time to pick the one you like best.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Okay.
I didn't know his last name.
I am being schooled by Law Talk with Mike. Hi, Nick.
We're going to be like getting back. Oh.
Next, the most memorable category you'd ever see on Jeopardy. All right, choose your favorite.
Right.
Name the lesion. Oh.
That's not. And remember, they didn't say legion. It's lesion.
Round one is behind us, and the scoreboard awaits.
Anubis out in front. Woohoo.
So if round one was an appetizer, round two is a substantial meal.
Oh,
double the
jeez.
points, double the indigestion.
Type fast. Type very fast.
Type fast, everyone. Jessica, you gotta type faster, honey. Sorry. And of course, our favorite Anubis. Anubis says he's lost. We know he's not.
Time's running out. Wrap it up or use a safety quip if you have to. Okay, let's see what you've wrought. Let's break the ice with a terrible theme for your daughter's debutante ball. Okay, choose away.
Come on. Oh. Yeah, I agree.
Thomas, that's funny.
Let's see how
I
they
think I
handle.
lost the Croco. He
You
took
can tell
off.
Middle child, because you.
No, I'm here. I had to
Oh, you are
step
here?
out here
Okay.
for a second.
All right, vote for the one you like best.
LG barbecue. Oh, ow. They got
Without
3
further
minutes.
ado, this player has never met a bullet they didn't like. Okay, everybody, pick your favorite quip.
We reportedly had 3 minutes. Oof.
And now, what screen name can you just go ahead and assume is a bot? Okay, choose your favorite.
Clicky, clicky.
Clicky, clicky, clicky.
Because this game's not gonna be over.
No, it's not.
We've got 2 minutes and 20.
I'm distracted too. So
And next is the most embarrassing email address to include on a job resume. All right, people, it's voting time.
No, unfortunately, I can't. Because unlike somebody, I don't actually have a subscription for StreamYard. And therefore, ow! Oh,
super quiplash for the McGnome.
oh, that hurt.
And next, the worst name for a home security company. And now it's time to vote for your favorite.
Yeah,
Hey,
shots fired.
what the hell? I want to know who. I want to know who's responsible for that.
Yeah, give it 14 seconds. You'll find out.
I better find out less time than that.
Nick.
I'm thinking. Damn it, Nick.
Nick. It's Nick.
Oh yeah, Beanie Security would have. Oh,
A country is only as strong as its blank. Okay, choose your favorite.
more like ability to stand up to stupid.
Yeah, I heard stupid.
Dumbass. Wow.
Moving
Thank you.
right
Y'all be
along.
seated.
There's probably a Google Earth picture of this player that
Will
catches
recall
them.
CR 1358. People versus Leteticia Stauch record should reflect the jury's not present.
Okay, everybody, pick your
Anything we
favorite
pick up
quip.
outside the presence of the jury at this point in time. Prosecution.
You know, the Swatch was made in Switzerland, right?
Of course it was.
Can you imagine what it would be if it would have been made in Croatia?
In their seats. Okay. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
All right. Means I have to shush this now. We'll catch the
Hard to
scores
put
for
that
round 2
round
before I
into
swap
words,
off.
but let's see how it translates to the scoreboard.
Oh, I am first. I am all the way at the end. It's been a day.
Your stuff. You'll
Yeesh.
each get a prompt.
I didn't actually see.
3 separate.
Yeah, I'm in last place.
Big points being big.
not inspired. I think it's because I'm hungry.
All right, for the jury, please.
Yes, figure it out. You can move.
The jury's filing in. I have to swap it. I don't know who's up against Schmitty. I have to stop this screen so I can bring up things here. You guys keep playing. We'll announce that. We'll announce the winner after. We're bringing in the jury, so it's time. Go on, folks. You can do it.
Everybody okay? You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Leteticia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Prosecution, claim witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would call Special Agent David Donati. While Mr. Donati is walking up to be sworn in, we've already put People's Exhibits 281 through 289 in the witness stand, the photographs.
Okay, come on, McNome. There you go.
See what you've done.
Sorry, Special Agent Donati, if you would raise your right hand, please, sir. You swear firmly testify that this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
And now, pick your favorite.
Oh, I know which
Good
one.
morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning. Doing fine.
Thank you. Good. Will you please introduce yourself to the jury and then spell your name for the record?
My name is David Donati, spelled D as in David, Onati. I'm a special agent with the FBI.
How long have you been with the FBI?
For 12 years now.
What are your responsibilities with the FBI?
Well, I've worked in a lot of different places. Currently, I work in the Minneapolis division doing criminal investigations. I started off my career in.
I was
Lander,
completely
Wyoming,
with you on
which
that
is
one,
an RA,
CCW.
resident agency on the Wind River Indian Reservation. I spent 3.5 years there, and then I came to Colorado Springs and spent about 5 years here.
What were the years that you were in Colorado Springs?
2015, probably from April 2015 to September of 2020.
All right. What kind of cases have you investigated?
I've done a multitude of things, everything mostly in the violent crime aspect, everything from bank robberies to missing persons, homicide investigations, kidnappings, bank robberies.
Okay. What kind of training do you have that allows you to be an FBI agent?
To be an FBI agent, you attend the New Agent Academy, which is about 20 weeks at Quantico, Virginia. There we learn a series of different things, everything from interviewing to collecting evidence to all the other duties that a special agent does. I've also attended other training during my service with the FBI, which has helped you to be better at your job and continuing training as collecting evidence and interviewing people.
As it relates to the case that we're here for, how did you become involved in the investigation into Gannon Stauch's disappearance?
Early on in the investigation, we were contacted by the El Paso County Sheriff's Office about a missing juvenile, and they asked our office to assist. And at the time, I was assigned as the case agent to help with that assist.
Did you at some point assist removing some items from a VW Tiguan?
Yes, I believe that was on February 7th of 2020.
So let's talk about the Tiguan, at least as far as you know it. Did you understand that to be associated with the defendant in the case?
Yes, I understood it to be the vehicle that she owned and that she drove.
What were you tasked to do as it relates to that particular vehicle?
On that particular vehicle, I was tasked to assist. I had other people that helped me collect the what is called the telematics system from the vehicle, and that's several different components that has the ability to store data of the vehicle while it's being operated.
Specifically, what kind of data were you looking for? or hoping to get out of the telematics?
Well, every vehicle is different, every manufacturer is different, but we do know that these systems do store everything from dates and times to actual GPS coordinates. And some vehicles do also store things like when the vehicle was in motion, when the vehicle was stopped, different systems on the car running, things like that. So, like I said, depending on what that vehicle manufacturer consisted of, it can tell you a lot. And some vehicles, it doesn't tell you much.
What does that process look like on removing the telematics from a vehicle?
So the telematic systems can be stored in several different places. There is items that are called the infotainment system, the electronic control modules that store this information.
Yes,
in this particular vehicle,
yes,
there
Mayor,
were
you want
three different items that we were looking for, and most of those are contained in the dash or under the dash somewhere.
Were you able to find those particular items for this particular vehicle on that February 7th date?
We did. We collected 3 different items from the vehicle, and that involved removing some sections of the dash to get to those.
Do you yourself then analyze those components to get this data that you're looking for or hoping to get?
No, that is then what I do is I collect those components as evidence. I enter them into our computer, and then I put them in FedEx shipping and ship them to Virginia, our headquarters, where the experts can then analyze the data.
Okay.
Yeah, you blew that away, dude.
So I want to direct your attention to the photographs that I put on the.
If I could switch, if I could do split screen or switch it up, I would.
289. Do you see those?
Yes, I do.
If I was using OBS, I could have done that. Which is unfortunate.
I'm done.
Do you recognize those photographs?
I do.
What are they of generally?
So the photographs of the Volkswagen Tiguan that I believe to be owned and driven by the defendant, it was located in the El Paso County's vehicle bay where they store their evidence.
And are those photographs fair and accurate representations as to what you saw and in the removal process of this infotainment center?
Absolutely, yes. I actually took these photographs as we removed them from the vehicle.
All right. Now, at this time, I've moved for admission and permission to publish 281 through 289.
Defense?
No objection.
281 through 289 will be admitted.
We're connected back over here now, Judge.
It still says no signal. Oh boy.
In just a moment, we're going to be projecting 281 up behind you. And just as a housekeeping matter, there should be a pointer there in the witness box, and a telescoping pointer of some kind. You can either use that to point it at the photograph itself, or you can just describe it by looking at the photo in front of you.
Okay.
Either one that you want to use. So we've got 281 up behind you. Let's look at the left side first. That's what looks like a shipping label. What is that?
That is exactly what you said. It's a FedEx shipping label where I package the items, use the FedEx computer system, entered the information on where I wanted to send it to, and I believe the date on that was February 10th. That's hard to see on the screen, but it's the shipping date.
And it's kind of awkward the way that we've got to do this. So if you stand up and
wow, all the
stand up
start
and are
in the
talking
chat.
about
I
what's in the
can't show a
photograph, just
lot.
make sure
I
that
can't
our
show
further
most here.
jurors can hear you. The microphone doesn't pick it up very well.
Sorry about that. So this is the shipping label that I used, and I believe the date was February 10th when I shipped
Hey,
it.
Creed.
Is it typical to collect items and then ship them out a couple of days later?
It is.
Honestly, Mayor,
I have to
I'm
enter
of the
everything into
opinion
the
that it's
computer.
funnier the way it was
Those,
originally
that
typed.
document has to be signed by my supervisor before I get the
You were
numbers,
ordered from Amazon
which
and came
are
to life.
tracking our evidence tracking ability. So sometimes it takes a day or 2 days. Then I can package it up and send it out for FedEx.
How is it stored in the meantime?
Our facility is a controlled storage for evidence collection.
Is there any opportunity for the
The
data that's
card
on
didn't,
these
Sandy. It
devices
was the
to be
pieces.
altered
It
or
was the
changed
parts
while
he
you're
took
waiting
out.
that shipment process?
No, there's not.
Okay. And then on the right side of People's Exhibit 281, is that the vehicle?
Yes, this is the.
Nah, if I bought you, I'd have to take you away from. You'd be hauled away from Sassy, and I don't think she'd appreciate me for that.
Was that belief based off of information that you had gathered during the course of this investigation?
It was.
All right, 282. What's in 282?
In this picture, we're more centered on this, the glove compartment area. And this would be the information electronic control module that will be removed. It sits right here. It has kind of a plastic cover, but once we remove it, I think there's another photograph of that.
When you're going through this process, are you basically just gaining access to the thing and then unplugging it and pulling it out?
Yeah, there's basically that's it. In some situations, like around the display module, there's molding that comes on everybody's dash that is popped out or removed. It's usually in by clips. Every once in a while, there's a screw or something like that that needs to be removed.
And then, just so that we're understanding what's happening in this photograph, why does it appear that there's white powder on everything in there?
This vehicle had gone through a previous evidence collection, and I forget what the name of that is, but that's like a luminol.
Blue Star?
Is Blue Star.
Okay.
That's used to under lights to detect evidence of other types of evidence like blood or other things like that.
So is that basically just the residue of the Blue Star, what it looks like once it dries?
It is.
Okay.
Yes.
283.
And this box here, the front is what you saw in the other picture would be on this side of this silver box, and then all the cables come like very similar to a computer component. They can be unplugged and pulled out.
Did you in fact unplug this unit and pull it out, and that's one of the things that was shipped off to Quantico, Virginia?
Yes.
All right. 284.
And this is the item sitting on the bench top just to get a better focus picture.
Same item that was in.
Same item that we've just talked about.
Okay, perfect. 285.
This is the infotainment display. This is usually on vehicles where your radio is seen, or if you have a backup camera, things like that. So this piece that is removed here was the venting above it, and the piece that we are collecting as evidence is this display system. You see a knob right here.
Okay. 286.
This is the back of that unit. The face would be facing the gear shift right now.
So is that on the face that's sort of facing down towards the gear shift, or is that basically that touch screen that's in a lot of modern cars?
Exactly. It's a touch screen that, like I said, usually it allows you to change the radio or do the air conditioning, a lot of other features. Some of them have mapping systems, things like that.
287.
This is a little bit harder to see, but this would be the emergency call module. It is located inside the dash, behind the steering wheel.
Okay.
You'll see a better picture when we actually get it out.
288.
And this is that same item, the emergency call module.
So that comes out of the left side of the dashboard, left of the steering wheel?
It comes out of I couldn't tell you exactly which side of the steering wheel from memory, but yes, it's the left side. It's the driver's side of the vehicle.
That was her vehicle. It was leased.
And then that should be 288. That's up there now. So let's look at 289.
And this is that same item on the table where you can see it a little bit better.
Okay, you can go ahead and sit back down. So tell the jury, you mentioned that this will go into a temporary storage at your facility and then you will package it up to ship it. How do you ensure that what you're shipping and what is received is the same thing?
No, it's evidence
Good
now.
question. We have several ways of doing that. We have an evidence tracking form that goes with it that talks about
Somebody's paying for it, though.
who handled that product. But the items itself actually get packaged inside a box. It gets the red evidence tape over the top so that during shipping, there's anybody that would tamper with it, that tape would be ripped, the box would be open. So we can say that if it gets there and that tape is secure, that the item was not tampered with during shipment.
Once an item gets analyzed, do you know what happens with the data that may or may not come off of these units when you ship them off to Quantico?
Whenever that evidence is finalized and they get some information off, they would then send it back to us in a similar manner. It would be packaged with red evidence tape and put in FedEx and sent back to us.
If there is location data that's included in the data that's pulled off of that, is that made available to other members of the FBI to potentially map that information?
Yes. So when they pull that information off, they can send it to us. That helps us because we're in the middle of an investigation. And as soon as we can get that information, it definitely helps us quicker. A lot of times we get information sent via email or something like that. It would show us data points or GPS coordinates that we could plot on a map on a computer system and overlay it with like something that you'd be familiar with is like Google Maps with different points plotted on it.
Did that happen in this case where information came back from Quantico with location data for this particular vehicle?
It did. It came back relatively quickly, but that information is kind of raw data, and they tell us that it's not has not been certified or verified yet. So they tell us to look at it and use other means to try to corroborate that information. But I did get the data points early on in the investigation.
Did you give that information then to Special Agent Kevin Hoyland to go through that mapping process that you just described?
Yes, I did.
And do you know whether that was successfully done or not?
Yes, it was successfully done.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have just a moment?
May.
All I have.
Cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Special Agent Donati?
Yeah, she's awake.
Right.
She's
Thank you, sir.
just
You
trying
may sit
not
down.
to be
Thank you.
seen.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
We'll call Special Agent Dwight Belkowski. I'm going to place this on the witness room.
Okay.
Before Mr. Falkowski takes the stand, would it be possible for defense tonight to approach just briefly?
Oh, sure.
He gave her paper. She can fidget now. Hello, Papa Nick Dog. Hi.
She gets a treat.
Does she? Cool. Okay. You smell like outdoors. Why do you smell like outdoors?
Right. Agent Delkowski, if you would raise your right hand, please, sir. Step on up a little bit more. All right. You swear affirm the testimony about giving this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Good, thank you. Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your name for the court reporter?
My name is Dwight Falkowski. Last name is spelled Falkofske.
Mr. Falkowski, who do you work for?
I work for the FBI.
What do you do for the FBI?
I work as an automotive forensic specialist. And want to expound on that?
Yes, please.
So that involves taking parts from vehicles, cars that have been
that are brought to us, and we go in and find the data inside the vehicles, and we extract the data and then recraft it into a format that's human readable, so we can find out stuff that the car has contained, such as location data or phones or devices that have been connected to the car and the data associated with those things.
All right. So what kind of
Okay,
training
thank
allowed
you,
to do that?
Jessica.
I'm an electrical engineer by a bachelor's of science from Virginia Tech. I have other items on my CV.
Should
that
be
I could
about an
provide
hour.
for you
Should
for
be about an
FBI
hour
training
or
if you'd
so
like.
before
Sure. Yeah. So let's start with that.
lunchtime.
The FBI
So
training.
Okay, let me pull out my CV.
Okay.
Okay, with the FBI, I've taken DEMS training, that's Digital Evidence Management Systems, digital evidence handling, legal ethics training, CDART mentorship and proficiency testing. That is a specialized internal thing. A little explanation there is previously I worked for the FBI as a contractor that allowed contractors to handle evidence in their facility. And also I have testified as an expert witness now twice.
Okay. How long have you, you said, I think, an electrical engineer? How long have you been an electrical engineer?
My degree is from Virginia Tech in
yeah, Mayor McDonough,
1992.
I kind of, that's the kind of vibe I get too.
What's
Now
your
that I'm thinking, now that you've brought
investigative
it up.
experience? How many different investigations have you been involved with?
More than I can contend with at the moment. I have an estimate on my CV. Wait one moment. Let's see. I've listed over 70 devices that I've examined since 2018.
Okay. What kind of devices have you examined? And I'm not asking you to give us an exhaustive list, but just a generalized idea of what kind of devices that you've worked on in your role as an FBI agent.
Okay, I'll give you the primary two pieces that I typically see from vehicles. And one is the infotainment system, which is the center portion of your car that provides you with information about, like, if you're navigating or what music you're playing, that hardware. Also, another piece of hardware that we pull from the cars is a telematics device. This is a piece that typically talks back to the corporation that's providing connected services.
Okay. And you mentioned that you've testified as an expert witness. What jurisdictions were those expert witness testimonies provided in?
Both were in South Carolina.
Okay. Is that with the Alex Murdaugh case?
Yes, one with the Murdaugh case.
Okay. What was your assignment back in 2020? Same assignment as what you're testifying to today?
Clarify, please.
What was your assignment with the FBI in 2020?
In 2020.
Yes.
So 2020, I was doing the same work as a contractor with the FBI.
Okay. Did you have an occasion to work on some devices as it relates to the Gannon Stauch investigation?
Yes.
Before I do that, Your Honor, at this time I've moved to qualify this witness as an expert witness in automotive forensic specialists.
Okay.
I don't have any objection.
All right, the witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
So as it relates to the devices that you examined in this case, what devices did you look at?
There were 4 pieces that I examined, and I have, I don't have the list of them in front of me, but there were four pieces from the vehicle. I knew that some pieces that we had worked on were not valuable in extracting data from, but there were one in particular, the infotainment system from that car was probably the primary one we looked at.
Okay. When you say 4 pieces, does that mean that one of the modules had an SD card in it or something like that, that expanded it out to 4?
No,
Okay.
The 4 physical pieces, and it should be listed in the hardware list or on the in the evidence that I provided, the digital evidence, derivative evidence. There are 4 listings there, and it shows explicitly on each piece what was provided, and includes pictures.
Okay. And then as it relates to your work, did you have 2 different efforts towards gathering this information? One that was an initial uncertified basically result, and then a second that was more in-depth?
Yes, so I'll go ahead and explain the situation around that, if that's okay.
Yes.
So it came to us initially as an active search for a missing child, and in which case we prioritized something like that and put it, we're working on that now. And so when we initially got the pieces in, it was from a vehicle that we had not previously looked at, so we had no idea of what it might contain or the data in it. So we provided a very fast analysis on the system at that point and was able to extract location data out of that vehicle. But then part of our standard processes, when we develop tools to get data off of vehicles, we have to validate them later, which requires a much more exhaustive effort to show that the data that we're putting on a system is exactly what we're getting off. So when I say this data point represents the vehicle in this location, that is accurate. So it took us an additional approximate year or so to finish that validation process.
Okay. So when you have that initial effort that you get that unvalidated data, what did you do with it, that unvalidated data?
We provided it as preliminary data back to the field.
Okay. And then that secondary effort that you mentioned was roughly a year down the road from that first effort. Was that data, did that basically validate all the data, including the data that you had sent the first time?
That's correct. And there were also, I believe there was a little bit of additional data provided as we found more data on the system over time.
Okay. Was there any discrepancy in the data? And what I mean by that is that the initial data that you provided early on, was any of that data that you provided to the investigation proven wrong based on the secondary release of data?
No, that data proved accurate.
Okay. So when we're talking about the item that was given fruitful information towards this investigation, what was that particular device?
The head unit, there was 4 devices. I believe it's the item that ends with 04. Is that?
Well, you're the expert. I can't.
Okay.
I don't know where it came from. All I know is it magically appears.
All right, give me a moment. Let me pull out some records and so I can find what we're looking for. Okay, I do have the list here. So you want me to go through all 4 pieces or just?
Well, so let me ask you just a clarifying question before we go down that path. Did you look at all of the items that you received from Colorado Springs to see if there was going to be any useful information on all of them?
Yes, we evaluated each piece.
And then through that evaluation, did you determine, based on what you've already said, that only one was going to provide any useful location data?
That's correct.
Okay, so let's talk about that one then.
Okay.
What particular item are we talking about that provided useful location data for this investigation?
Okay, it was the information ECM, that's electronic control module, basically the head unit that I explained before, from a 2019 Volkswagen Tiguan.
Who did you receive these items from?
From our internal evidence control facility.
Okay. But when you get it from your internal evidence control facility, can you tell like what case it's being sent from?
The case number is with it, yes.
Okay. And can you verify that it belongs to a Volkswagen Tiguan that was seized in Colorado Springs as opposed to, let's say, Seattle, Washington?
Yes, we have a chain of evidence maintained in the digital evidence management system.
And the information that we're talking about here, was that in relation to this specific case that we're having you testify on?
I'm sorry, say it one more time.
The evidence that we're talking about here, the
Yes.
location data that you were able to pull, can you verify that that information relates to our case that you're testifying in today?
Yes.
Okay. So tell the jury, how do you get the information off of this electronic control module head unit?
You want to go into specifics?
Yeah. Tell the jury how that works.
I'm going to pull out my notes for that. Okay, when I'm processing the evidence, this is what we did to this particular piece of evidence. We first labeled the evidence with the evidence item number and took photographs of it in the state as received. Then we disassembled the specimen, removed the circuit boards, and removed some of the memory flash chips from the circuit board that was inside. And from the flash chips, then we were able to read those flash chips using a tool so that we would have what was a binary image provided that represents the data that was inside those flash chips. Now that data is in a digital format readable by computers and not necessarily understandable by humans. And so this is where our processes continue.
Let me break in there just so that we're understanding.
Okay.
When you say that you pull a chip off and then you read it, do you mean that you're physically looking at it and reading information off of it?
We have specialized tools that access the chip and can read the chip in its proper protocols to be able to pull the data off correctly.
And were you able to successfully do that in this particular case?
Yes, for 2 chips.
For 2 chips off of this electronic control module circuit board?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you then look at the data before you send it back to the investigative arm or area?
Yes. So this case, at this point in the stage, you've only got a binary image with no understanding of what the data means. Okay. And so there was processing performed at this point.
So tell us about the processing.
Okay. So part of this is we were able to extract logical file systems from the image. And from the logical file systems, we combed the files that we found for information that might be related to location of the vehicle, which that was stated as an item of interest. And from that, we found, we quickly found that there was some location data available in some computer logs that were on there in a textual format that were very easy to access, which allowed us to quickly, within one day, write a parsing tool that would go out and pull that data from those logs. And that data was represented with coordinates and timestamps.
And when you say coordinates, do you mean like GPS coordinates?
Yeah, geo coordinates.
Geo coordinates?
Yeah.
When you get those geo coordinates out of that log that you're describing, what do you do with it?
So we prepare it into a format that is usable for us humans. I can give you a coordinate, but then you only have to go out and type those coordinates into a thing like Google Earth to be able to see them. So we take that and provide, the parser takes the information and puts it into a file that you can just throw into Google Earth. It's called a KML file. And that file will automatically populate the locations and times of the vehicle on a map.
Okay. So how do you get that information back to the originating investigative region?
So in this case, we also provided because of the nature of the search, we went ahead and looked at some of the data, provided a PDF as well, along with the KML file to say, here's some points of interest you may want to go look at. And that was, let's just see which method was provided back. It was provided back to the field. I believe that was over electronic communication.
Okay. Do you know who you provided it to?
So I wrote down here the case agent, which I guess at the time that might have been Donati.
Okay. So Special Agent David Donati?
Yes.
Okay. What day did you provide that to him? Do you have that information?
I have the date that I had the review. February 12th, 2020.
Okay. And then is it common for field agents to then potentially give that information to other potential experts, FBI or not FBI, to then do some sort of mapping with this data that you're providing?
Absolutely. It's their call what they do with the data.
The should be up there on the desk with you. I put the exhibit envelope. Should be People's Exhibit 291. Do you see that?
This thing?
Yep.
Okay.
You see that? Do you recognize it?
Is there something inside I need to look at?
Well, do you recognize it or not?
I do not.
Okay. Do you remember, did you put the information on some sort of a card, SD card, or something like that?
I put on an SD card, yes.
Okay. The information that was contained in that SD card, was that provided back to the field to Special Agent David Donati?
That was provided, yes, at a later time.
Okay. How was that provided to him?
Okay, so that, as I was speaking earlier, we had about a year's time pass where we provided the validation of the data. So when our evaluation of the whole process was complete to our satisfaction, then we provided this evidence in totality and in confidence back to the field through the SD card.
Okay. And so what we have in People's Exhibit 291, is that the information that you provided back to the field based on your extraction of the data from those modules?
See, it says SD card, but I don't see the SD card here. So
okay. So do you remember prior to you getting on the stand, me asking if you'd had a chance to look at this item or?
I looked at the SD card and I initialed the SD card. Is that not available?
Okay, so that should be in that envelope.
In the envelope. Okay, I just wanted to check.
There should be some scissors there to your left.
Okay, I will open the envelope. There you go.
Is that what you looked at?
That is what I looked at. This is the evidence we provided.
All right.
I did not recognize the package it was in.
Okay. So is that the same SD card that was provided in this investigation that contained that location data that you sent back to the field investigator, Special Agent David Donati?
Yes.
Is it fair and accurate representation of that data that you recovered from that electronic control module back on February 12th of 2020?
Yes, I verified it just shortly before this meeting.
Your Honor, at this time I move for admission of People's Exhibit 291.
Defense.
Can I ask just one your questions?
On authenticity, yes, go ahead.
Exhibit.
Go ahead.
Yes. Special Agent, hi, good morning. Just quickly, this SD card information you have, is this the verified stuff that came approximately a year after February 2020?
That's correct.
Okay, this isn't the initial.
This is not the preliminary data.
Okay.
It does include the preliminary data that we provided at that time as well.
Okay. And how is the preliminary data different from the final data that you got at a year later?
So the preliminary data was what we initially found during a compressed timeline to try to locate a missing child. And later on proved to be accurate in its totality. There were some potential additions to the data as we continued to process it over that year.
Okay. Were there any discrepancies or inconsistencies between the preliminary data and the final data that was published or released a year later?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, I don't have an objection.
All right, Exhibit 291 will be admitted. Mr. Allen, go ahead.
And that was the some of my questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cook?
No, Your Honor.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Agent Falkowski? No? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
Before you get down, you can put that as back.
It is in the envelope, but it's not sealed. Here's.
Councilor Perch for a moment. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, trials are sort of a dicey business. Sometimes witnesses go faster than you think, and sometimes they take longer than what you think. The good news and the bad news here is the same, which is these witnesses are going a little bit faster, which means that there's about 45 minutes that we would normally use that we're not going to. So what that means is that you're going to have a longer lunch. We will have all of these witnesses coming in at 1:30. So if you can come back or be back in the jury room at 1:30, be ready to proceed at that point in time. We should be able to start on time. Again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Do not discuss the case with anyone else. Do not do your own independent research about any aspect of your case. With that, all rise for the jury, please.
Woohoo! All right, we'll see you then. We'll see you in a little bit there, Mayor McNown.
Drive safe, Mayor.
Oh, Danny. She took the iPad out to the alfalfa field. And less than 10 minutes later, it's time for games.
You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution.
Just to expand a little bit on that issue as far as witnesses,
Or let this audio run.
just looking at it a little bit.
Since they've got
So we've got two witnesses scheduled to finish out today, Judge. They're local witnesses. And then our next witnesses are, I think, not available until tomorrow morning. We have 3 witnesses lined up for tomorrow morning. One of which is Dr. Grimmett, who now lives in Hawaii. I think flew in maybe, she flew in at 6 a.m. this morning. Special Agent Kevin Hoyland from the FBI is from the East Coast. He's actually flying in today. I'm not sure exactly what time he gets in. And then Dr. Moore from the jail is where she used to work. She does no longer works there, I don't believe. Is that right? She's in Kansas. She lives in Kansas now.
Okay.
And just along those same lines, we've got what appears to be 7-ish witnesses left, Judge.
Okay. Okay.
So they're just about done.
Holes or some gaps here and there. I mean, you guys have done a good job in being efficient and moving things along. So I think we're ahead of schedule, and I understand when we get towards the end of trial, that's usually where the holes start to appear because you've got a limited number of witnesses that you're trying to get to rearrange and schedule. So I get that.
Yeah.
Is Dr. Grimmett the only one that you're going to call from CMHIP? Or are you
No,
Torres or Bray?
Torres is also from CMHIP.
And you're going to call her?
I believe so, Judge.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
And then just for scheduling, remember, they thought about bringing Dr. Lewis in on Friday.
We don't know, Sandy. I wish we did. And there's the buffering. I got a little bit of buffer. That's okay.
Okay. So it's possible that Friday may be adapted.
We have Friday after.
Well, we can talk about jury instructions, see where we are then. We ought to have some idea. We ought to be pretty close because it sounds to me like most likely will be done sometime next week. That's fair?
Yes, I would say that's very fair.
Okay. So we can talk about jury instructions on Friday and see where we are. They look to be in pretty good shape, frankly. Mr. Tellini, can you give me a theory of defense by Friday?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, if I get in Thursday, I've been kind of cruise through them, but I haven't looked at them specifically, so I'll have any defense instructions or any other instructions from the defense by Friday.
Yeah, just give me some idea so that, okay. Okay, then we will see everybody at 1:30 this afternoon. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, so we have like 2 hours to cover here. That'll be fun. And the poll is up since we've got way more time than we usually do. 2 hours, 9 minutes, and 9.5 minutes.
So Monday we take long lunches. Got it.
Well, this Monday anyway. Wow. They're talking about the middle of next week's time. We'll probably see the prosecution rest on Wednesday. So that'll be fun.
That's a lot sooner than we expected. So
yes, we're expecting. I was expecting almost another 2 weeks. Oh, do they come in late tomorrow? Ooh, actually, I forgot to add that one. I'm sorry. We'll get. Don't worry, we'll get it in. We'll get it in at some point. Let's see how we're doing. Trivia is currently edging out, so. I'll give it a couple more votes and see what happens. It's only been a minute and a half. How late do they come in? Do you know how late they come in tomorrow, Anubis? Was that the thing they were just talking about? All right. That's it. Time to kill it. Next one we'll add all right. Oh, is it the weather thing? I don't know. I thought that started tomorrow evening.
looks like it's a trivia kind of time.
Yep, trivia one.
Your room code is JUTV.
All right, everybody, pile in. Hey, Nancy, how are you?
Hello, hot coffee.
He said, if the weather, yeah, if. Come on. Sandy, Danny, Snarky. Come on, Nancy. Your turn. Warm soda. You. Gabby. Come on, let's get a couple more here. The roommate love triangle. I'm not familiar with that one. Is that one actually running now? Come on.
What are you on trial for, Nancy?
Come on, Nancy. In here. Let's go. Come on, I want at least one more. I talked you into it. How about you, Tommy? How about you, Thomas? Wow. Oh, actually, Anubis, they may have They may be handing it to okay, coffee dies. Haha. All right. And 3, 2, 1. Boom. Hey, buddies. Colorado Springs isn't that far up.
I will try very, very hard not to clink my fork against the side of the bowl. I decided I needed food.
That's why I usually get finger foods during live streams.
Sometimes I have to eat.
Hotel. Let's not waste any time, shall we? First question. I need a bunch of...
It's been 18 hours, so...
So I should get an antique what? Use your device to answer the question.
I have no idea. I know one of those is absolutely wrong. One of those is obviously wrong. I have not heard of at least 2 of them. And the last one, I'm only actually a instantaneous yes.
And the correct answer is...
Wrong answer is only...
Who got the question right?
Ooh, somebody she did.
The rest of you, follow me.
I actually owned one of those at one point.
To the killing room.
I have no idea. I have no idea what it is.
I'm giving you all scratch tickets. What a quirky last minute gift. Just scratch and find the other sides and you get to live. But if you scratch off even one skull, you die. Get to scratching.
Oh, okay. I see what that
And
is.
if you keep scratching, I'll give you cash for extra dollar signs you find.
Scratchy, scratchy. Come on.
Come on.
Played it pretty safe. Boo. If you have a losing ticket, come with me.
Zap. Ooh.
Bye-bye, Anubis. Bye-bye, coffee dies.
I'm not comfortable with silence, so I talk during elevator rides.
Ooh. That's a scoreboard.
Let's try another one. What is a daguerreotype?
See, this one I know.
Oh, that one I knew too.
Anubis and Nancy still need to answer.
I own several of these. With bacon.
Ooh.
Time for it now.
Because, you know, everything is better with bacon.
Absolutely.
Who picked this?
Yep.
The rest of you who are still alive, I want to show you.
Don't listen to me, people. It's like taking me to the track, and I tell you, I put that horse in my barn. That horse ain't gonna run nowhere but dead last.
I'm going to give you a chance to password protect your life. Enter a real 4-letter word with your device.
Oh no, Katie, it's fine.
If someone cracks your password, you die.
It's fine, Katie. Welcome back. We've missed you.
Hi, Katie.
Ooh, they were quick.
We'll try to crack the passwords. As a team, guess either password on your device. You get a clue if your guess has a letter in the right spot. I'll reward you all for every password you correctly guess in time.
Yep.
This
B-O.
is a team effort, so share clues out loud with each other.
Come on. Debbie got it.
The rest of your passwords are
Good job, Debbie.
Got them both. Frozen and shattered. Oh dear. Yikes. Hopefully it gets better for you.
Let's keep
Katie will
moving.
send you hugs and love and prayers for good things to happen.
If you're in the audience, you need to answer too.
Let's go with the obvious answer because, we're jumping the gun.
Why are you jumping the butt gun?
Almost out of time.
Come on in, Nobis. Don't
I'm a
overthink
dummy.
it.
Who picked this? It's time. Tattoos.
Sketch. Only one person dies.
Create a new tattoo on my back by drawing on your device. Yay, it's a whole new me. Now vote for your favorite design. The artist with the fewest votes will die. Vote already. What did we decide? Now I can never go shirtless at the beach again. Thanks a lot. I think it's pretty clear what I have to do now.
Oh, poor Sandy.
I'm sorry, Sandy.
Which one was yours?
I drew the puppy dog.
That's what I thought. I know what I would have done with that. It would have been shorter.
We're here. When one player is left alive.
Katie, my life is a lie as well.
Next question.
We will include you in the girls' weekend with Lokificents.
I don't know. I haven't seen that movie.
I have no idea.
Well,
Let's go with her.
The all female Oceans team crashed and burned, if I remember correctly.
I don't think any of us did, Danny.
Katie saw it. It wasn't very good. Ocean's 8.
Yes.
Oh, I picked wrong.
Everyone is wrong. Time for consequences.
Corfina.
Awkward
Yeah,
Fina.
no
Yeah,
way.
that one was clearly wrong.
I hope you like magic tricks.
Hey, it's skewer time.
Place inside the box to hide.
There's a place to hide.
Don't worry. It's not like your life depends on it. Now I'm gonna need some volunteers. I'm giving you a very sharp sword. On your device, choose a row or a column to run your sword through. I like to call this trick Abracadabra.
No one has to die. We could all die.
What the heck, guys?
Because it was awkward, Debbie.
Whatever. Slice. Nice.
Ah.
No poll, by the way.
I saw that.
Let's try another one.
It's currently running at 50-50.
Which of these is not a Frida Kahlo painting?
Not anymore. Okay, Nancy. Thanks for dropping by.
Frida Kahlo.
What?
Let's go with that one.
One of these things is not like the others.
Who picked this? Come with me. Let's see if the safe players are good at forgery.
Okay, Danny, just you and I. Neither of us has to die.
Words on mirrors. She has her own consistent handwriting. Now, Aunt Mildred is going to write a different word, but so will everyone else. Draw a word on the mirror, and maybe you'll trick someone into thinking it's Aunt Mildred's. Start writing on that mirror. Pay attention to the words as they appear, and try to spot my auntie.
Hi, Nancy. Talk to you later.
So many convincing words to choose from. Now, type the word that Aunt Mildred wrote, or you die. Would the real Aunt Mildred please stand up? Aw, you got it. I'm not sure who I'm most disappointed in, but I think it's my dead aunt.
Yeah, strawberries are very yummy.
Yes, they are. The audience is kicking butt. It's like Loki is there.
What
Might
does
be.
Matt Damon's character grow on Mars in The Martian? Time's almost up.
Regret me. Despair.
This.
Only the ghost got it wrong.
The ghost got it wrong.
Suck.
See that.
I remember.
Let's try another one.
It's actually the best food to do if you have if you're looking for somewhere else. Oh.
Almost out of time.
A whole lot further than I ever want to run.
Who picked this?
Again, only the ghost got it wrong.
Ben, you all need to be taught a lesson.
Uh-oh.
What do you mean, uh-oh?
666B.
It's time for some pegging.
Oh!
Now that I said that out loud, it does sound weird. You're going to drop
How did I end up in there? I was right.
Oh, no. It was twice in a row that we didn't get that we weren't going to get a mini game, so he took you.
So Danny and I get selected to go have fun. Great.
Right. And you've got 6 people that are going to give you.
You get a prize.
They get to all click a slot.
No help, huh? Fine.
Luckily, they can't see what slot they're clicking.
Oh.
Okay. Let the games begin. I made this board in shop class.
Damn it.
Ah!
Damn it, Jim, I died.
The death zones work.
Nobody voted for to put it in the death zone, so he just did it himself. Wow.
Only one of you is still alive.
And Sandy got a death bonus.
You know what
Ooh.
that means.
Well, that was nice.
And the
Making
audience,
money off of my
the audience
death.
is definitely kicking ass.
Be sure to text me your social security number so I can add you as a beneficiary on my life insurance.
This is your first category. Roll dull books. Tap each answer that fits the category and then press submit. Let's see the right answers.
I was right.
I didn't have a chance to like do anything.
Wrestlers from Netflix's Glow.
I have no idea.
Time is almost up.
Did I just mark the wrong two? I did. I marked the wrong two.
Good James Peanuts.
Rocco, I need to be fired.
Why?
Because I marked the wrong two the last time.
You don't get fired for that. If I fired you now, Loki'd be mad at me.
Here comes the next question.
If you fired me now, we'd need Opalina to show up.
But she doesn't bug me about firing you. She bugs me about firing Opal, which I'll never do.
Well, it's hard for us to have a throuple if she fires Opal, because allegedly he is her ex and he is mine ex.
Baking tools.
Well, Opalina's not here to complain, so
that's true.
Time is almost up.
I did not know that one. Well, one of them I did, but not the other.
But in a good way.
Yes, we love our Opal.
Oh, great. The darkness might eat my entire audience. Taco Bell menu items.
Oh, dumb. How to kill myself faster.
Or let Danny escape, because none of those were.
Kind of a gimme.
Yeah, well, sadly, I forgot fries and tots. You know, I had Sonic on the brain.
Want to break through that barrier? You'll need a perfect answer to this question. And that includes the third answer choice now, too. You have to get all the right answers to escape.
So what is a euphonium, Croco? Do you know?
I don't actually.
Venomous animals. Time is almost up.
I know one of those is at least one of those is wrong. And Danny gets out.
Hi, congratulations, Danny.
Yeah, well done, Danny. Well done.
Apple, thanks for coming over to visit.
Alrighty then. Oh wow, 57. Hotel receives bad review. Okay, 5,600. Don't you wish you had that kind of money just handy? I wish I had that kind of money handy.
Danny, you are one of the queens of the Murder Mystery Theater.
Murder Mystery Party.
Mystery Party. Whatever.
Give me a second.
The mystery. She knows.
Murder
She
trivia
knows
party.
all the.
There's no
stuff.
mystery here.
Yeah, I think we should play Wheel of Enormous Proportions after this, but you can put up another poll.
I'll put up another poll in a minute. Well, in a bit.
Lance, you're looking awful beautiful sitting there underneath my desk, so I'm going to take a picture of you.
Stop that screen. Present this one.
Okay, love. Okay, I'm going to step out on this one. I got something I got to get done pretty quick, so I'm going to do that.
Fine. Hold on a second. There it is. Hello. You want to write your riffs or pick them? Write or pick. I'll wait for a moment. First vote I get is the one that gets used. I guess you guys are writing. Privates. We're going to turn rank voting off since that confused a few people. We'll go one extra round since we've got plenty of time. Nope, that's different. We'll give you guys a little bit longer to write up. Vote inputs are going to stay the same, which gives you about the same amount of time you would have for, I don't know, Quiplash. Yes, this is the riff game.
Enter riff tracks, games, and enter your room code.
Yeah, I believe you have, actually, Patty. It's Romeo Whiskey Quebec Victor. Come on, get in here, folks. We can't have just Thomas. Oh, Debbie. Katie. Oh, Katie, I remember. No. She's actually in an alfalfa field. Come on, we need some more. Just one more. Probably should have turned off the Christmas. I don't know if I turned on the Christmas riffs or not. Or I left them on. Sandy! Now we need Danny. Since we don't have our Nancy. Les Paul. Hey, there's a guitar playing. I'll give you all 30 seconds from Mark. Oh, somebody bailed out. By the way, you guys can actually join the game in the middle if you want to. Oh, come on. No, you backed out, Green John. I know. Wait, who was it? No, wait. Wait a second. Oh, there's... Okay, we got Katie. Katie came back. Yay. All right. Let's go ahead and start. Oh, no. Lol. 2, 1. There is still one slot left if somebody wants to join in
Hello,
midstream.
aspiring riffers. In each round of Writer Riff mode, a movie clip will play. Every clip has a spot to
That's
riff,
a-
joke, or riff, as we call it.
No, you did not.
A randomly assigned riff from one of our own professional comedy professionals at a slight point deduction. Everyone
Yeah, you get half points for that.
plays that, and you vote for your favorite. At the end of all the rounds, the player with the most points wins. Round 1.
And what are you doing in this house?
I just come to welcome you home, Jill.
It's that time again. Enter your riff now.
I have no idea what movie that's from. Oh, I see. Hey, Sod jumped in.
What are you doing in this house?
I just come to welcome you home, Jill. Clown sweet clown shoes.
And what are you doing in this house?
I just come to
welcome
welcome you
back.
home, Jill. I want to tiptoe through your tulips.
Blood Harvest. I have to check that movie.
And what are you doing in this house?
I just come to welcome you home, Jill. Tiny Tim, no.
And what are you doing in this house?
I just come to welcome you home, Jill. Tiny Tim, why are you dressed like a clown?
And what are you doing in this house?
I just come to welcome you home, Jill.
Alice Cooper was still figuring out his look.
And what are you doing in this house?
I just come to welcome you home, Jill. I'm not Tiny Tim or Large Tom.
Got a favorite riff? Vote now.
So that's what the Tiny Tim references were. Come on, Sod, you can do it.
TikTok people, TikTok people.
Oh.
I'm just so proud of you.
Sandy for the win on round 1.
You're off the project as of right now. Let me tell you something, mister. You fire me and I'll make more noise than Lokificents making love in a tin coffin, brother.
Time to bring the funny. Enter your riff now.
I'm going to have a bunch of new tabs because I want to go look at all of these movies at some point. Because callbacks. Maybe I'm giving you guys too long. That's okay. If you take less time, then that's fine. Get him, Sod. I think you might be able to bail out, dude. If you disconnect, it might actually it might go too. That's why there's a reason I never actually play these games on a phone.
You're off the project as of right now. Let me tell you something, mister. You fire me and I'll make more noise than two skeletons making love in a tin coffin, brother.
You'll hear banging for weeks, man.
Okay.
You're off the project as of right now. Let me tell you something, mister. You fire me and I'll make more noise than two skeletons making love in a tin coffin, brother.
Without a filter or tiny tin.
Ooh.
You're off the project as of right now. Let me tell you something, mister. You fire me and I'll make more noise than two skeletons making love in a tin coffin, brother.
Don't talk about my dead parents like that.
You're off the project as of right now. Let me tell you something, mister. You fire me and I'll make more noise than two skeletons making love in a tin coffin, brother.
Sir, this is a Wendy's.
You're off the project as of right now. Let me tell you something, mister. You fire me and I'll make more noise than two skeletons making love in a tin coffin, brother.
Where are you going to get skeletons in a tin coffin?
That's your favorite? Vote now.
Okay, buddy. Come on, let's inside.
Now would be a good time to vote.
No vote from this Polar side.
Would you check out the riffing skills on this guy? Round 3.
Fight!
Thanks, good looking.
It's go time, Mama Jama. If you're ready now.
This movie comes from 1977. $60 seconds. Less. Come on, Thomas. You can do it. Me and John. Okay, Sod. We'll see you in a bit. Sorry, this
Bye,
one.
Sod. Catch you after a while, hon.
We're all waiting.
What would happen to me, John?
You gentlemen can go in.
I don't know.
looking.
What are you talking about, Willis?
You gentlemen can go in.
Thanks, good looking.
You're looking good for a dude about to get kicked in the nuts.
You gentlemen can go in.
Where did he get that suit?
I'm getting down with your funky vibes player.
You gentlemen can go in.
Thanks, good looking.
How George Jefferson got into the dry cleaning business.
Oh.
Drifts are in. Time to vote.
Mean John's back. Yay! Ooh! Well done, Debbie.
Wake up, Bill.
Okay. Take a deep breath and enter your rhythm.
This movie's from 1958. Wow. Well, you're back now, so we're good. Well, this is round 405, so you better do a really good job. Come on, Sandy, you can do it. Halftime.
Go, Debbie. Go, Debbie. Debbie.
Thomas is kicking it seriously. Well, maybe not so much if you're on 3, but you're doing good still. Misspell a bad word. Oh dear. Well, that's no fun.
Wake up, Bill.
Good thunk.
It wasn't me. It was the one-armed man.
Because YouTube. Of course, YouTube.
Wake up, Bill.
It's always about the YouTube. Thunk.
You got some large ammo for a city slicker.
Wake up, Bill.
He's not even wearing a red shirt.
Wow.
Wake up, Bill.
Where will you be when your narcolepsy hits?
Wake up, Bill.
They got Phil. You bastards.
Time to place your vote, fellow Ripper.
You probably would have got away with that one, Sandy. We're still waiting for Mean John and Katie to vote. Okay, here's Katie. Yep. Okay. Sod wandered off, so we're not actually waiting for him. Well, yes and no. Oh, get him, Debbie. Oh, Debbie and Thomas killing it. Yikes.
Okay, Rippers, it's the final round.
You see, your stupid mind.
Oh, it's Plan 9.
Stupid.
Are you the next top Ripper? Enter your rip.
Good old Ed Wood.
Whatever.
Take your time. Just sit here quiet.
You see, your stupid minds. Stupid.
Shut up, Karen. I'm not the manager.
You see, your stupid minds. Stupid.
This plan is as stupid as the other 8.
Oh!
You see, your stupid minds. Stupid.
Sure, big tough guy hitting a gay man like that.
You see, your stupid minds. Stupid.
My mind's not stupid. Your face is stupid.
You see, your stupid minds. Stupid.
What does the stupid hand say to the face? Slap.
Here we go again. To vote. Hurry. Looking good.
Good one, Sandy. And no one with a clear advantage.
And the winner is there can only be one. Top.
Well done, well done. Well done.
Good job, Debbie.
Very well done. You're the bird pilot. Thornburg's assistant. Oh, Peter. Ow. Yikes. Okay. I forgot to put up a thing. we'll close this out for right now. If we get more votes for it later. Let me just grab Loki's side of the chat here real quick. And all right, folks, let's do it. We got an hour and 18 minutes. We can get 3 more games of something in here. Well, that's kind of overwhelming.
What? Wheel of enormous proportions?
Yeah. Everybody seems to like the wheel. Okay. Where did I do with it? Huh. No, not that one. I want this one. And actually,
You're not sure which one you want?
Poltopia wasn't the one I was thinking. It wasn't Poltopia. It's called Pull Mine. Oops. Cancel. Present. Share screen. Kickity boop. Hello. All right, we will end the poll now.
The room code is XHDG.
And not that one. Uh-oh. One slot. Oh, nope. We're out of slots. Welcome back, Sanji. You missed it.
You have traveled to this sacred mountaintop.
And hi. How are you?
Wheel of enormous proportions. You may now ask the wheel any one question that torments your very soul. Should you be chosen, your longing for truth will be satisfied, and your life forever changed.
Okay, next poll's up.
If you can't think of a question, a random one will be assigned to you. And with that, the wheel of enormous proportions awaits. Bask in my majesty, for I am the big, beautiful wheel of legend. Don't need the tutorial? Oh, great. I had forgotten the rules myself. Welcome back, the wheel said, with 2 slices for you. This wheel's got deep pockets.
And why isn't it 4 slices?
Beer, beer, glorious beer. No, of course I don't drink it, but it's a good lubricant. Which of these are actual beer varietals? And what about you in the audience? Vote for the player you think will do best. If the majority of you guess right, you'll earn a special slice of your own.
Well, there's 3 people that know their beer.
Of course they do.
In. Little mummy boy. Come on, Katie. You got this. Perfect.
All right, prepare yourself for the truth. How many did you get?
Yeah, that's
Impossible. And then there's you. 2 slices is better than 1.
yeah, Katie got them all.
I've got
Katie
something
likes beer.
there with you. Which words are in the song WAP? Let's keep it G-rated, okay? Ooh, there are some players in this house. Tap away, little ones, tap away. Oh gosh, sorry. I thought I was on mute. That is embarrassing.
I've heard that song. I've heard part of that song, kinda, one time, and I haven't, and I wouldn't know.
The time to tap answers is slipping away.
Come on, Winger.
I know you're thinking it. Yes, I do know all the dance steps. All right, let's see how you did. I don't believe it. Those scores are for the ages. Question 3 and a power slice go hand in hand. Match the owner to their legendary footwear. Match up things that have to do with each other. Match time is coming to an end. Time's up. Let's see the matches at least. You did just as good as each other? Nah. You is who I picked. Don't stare directly at it. It's like the sun. Our flight. The knowledge of the universe is only a few spins away. You've got slices, I've got slice-shaped holes. Select the slots on my super big face to place
It's
your slices.
okay. Rude. What, he couldn't do that himself? Give me your keys.
Away. Don't miss out on this opportunity.
I'd just tell my wife to hand over her keys.
We're going to start this spinning adventure off with you.
Come on, Mean John. Just flick it.
Hurry up. I don't want to spin without you.
It's going to spin anyway. Points to pretty much everybody.
So spread the wealth. It's your turn.
Get it, Danny. There we go. Yeah, let's get a good heart spin this time. Uh-oh. And all of it to Thomas.
Hey, how about a spin from a new spinner?
Come on, Katie, you can do it. Just flick it.
It's a pot split. Let's finish strong with one last spin. This last spin is up to you.
Watch you do is hit a power slice. Or what? Yeah.
This is going to be the spin to tell your grandkids about. You get to split the pot.
Pretty good for the round.
Points don't really mean anything, but let's just see who has the most for conversation.
And Danny's way out in
Here
front.
are your scores. Now show me your backs. What secrets you got back there? I'm writing a screenplay about a guy who can't stop giving people 2 slices. It's called Shut Up, Here's Some Slices. What do you think? Bing. I've got a strong desire to give you question 1. Which of these are things that could be broken in your canoe? Tap the answers that fit the prompt. Makes sense to me.
You should probably teach him what that one, Katie.
That's it. And the answers were?
He knows what clutch is. Yeah, there weren't very many.
You're welcome. That's
No
2
canoe
slices
ever
I've
has
given
had.
you.
A gun port has existed on no canoe ever.
Question 2 is what I'm feeling now. I'm going to give you a series of clues to help you answer this question. What did I have for lunch yesterday?
A roast beef sandwich.
And here come the clues. I ordered from this excellent Korean restaurant at the base camp of my mountain. Oh, the delivery fee is killer, but so worth it. Its name literally translates to mixed rice.
No, pho is the
It came
noodle
with
dish.
a bunch of sauteed vegetables and was topped with a fried egg. Oh, one time I had it in a sizzling hot stone bowl called a dol soot. Nothing like a scorching hot stone bowl to go. Its name sounds like D Dim Drop. No more clues. Hurry up. Oh, no one got it? Even with all those clues? This feels like a no slice kind of scenario, right?
I had no idea. I'm not
Let's
familiar with
set
Korean.
strong and get you that power slice. Choosing between 2 for this should be easy. Which letter is closest to M in the English alphabet? One of the two answers is always right. That's the very nature of multiple choice. I bet your fingers hurt from tapping. Just push through the pain. Oh, time's up. Ooh, looks like a winner to me. Ooh, look what I got. Our flight. Now hurry up the mountain. I'm lonely over here. Look at you, up here where your slices finally pay off. Some of these slice slots look pretty tempting, right? Oh, and watch out for the audience. They have a slice this round to stir up trouble.
Come on, Debbie.
The slices you keep go to waste. Hurry up.
Debbie has to walk to. Okay, she got it.
The first spinner in this round? Well, that's you, silly. Will I get there? You share the pot and my excitement.
Okay, Debbie only managed to get one slice on the board.
You're up.
Come on, Sanji. Don't be a silly and let the timer run out.
That's what I'm talking about. It's your time to shine.
Debbie, spin. I know Debbie knows how. Uh-oh.
It's the power slice. Someone is flexing with that score. I want my slice owner. Take a slice and you'll steal points from everyone there. The points you steal are fixed, so anyone there will chip in equally. You stole those points with all the stealth of a cat burglar. Meow.
Kenny's pulling you guys
You
away
ready,
now.
new spinner? Oh, I don't. Rum-a-lama ding-dong. The audience will tell it like it is. Do you want players next to a skull slice to get points or lose points? Everyone vote on your device now. Waiting on the last votes to come in. I want to know what you picked. The mob has spoken.
Almost everybody.
It's time for the last spin. Yeah, where does the time go? Make this one count, last spinner.
Get him, me, John. Seriously, me, John? Let's do this.
I can't hold this spin much longer. This is going to be good. I just know it. Uh-oh.
And me, John's in the hole.
Why didn't I put a scoreboard on my back? Oh, wait, I totally did. Ideally, one of you would be doing really well or really terribly, so I can make a joke about it. You know, I just noticed something that we have in common. Neither one of us have feet. Isn't that fun? Enjoy. I'd like to start with question 1. How about you? How many episodes were aired of Star Trek, the original series? Choose a number that makes you feel warm and special.
Bartip, it was in the double digits. No, it's okay, me, John.
All right, so what'd you say? Does your answer match this? There's
Of
one
course,
on
Sanji
your
did.
pilot that I think really speaks to... Oh, okay, you're already gone. Oh, boom. A second slice, yes. Question 2, don't mind if I do. Listen. Which of these are tools Link uses in the Legend of Zelda series? It's dangerous to go alone. Tap the ones that fit the prompt. Don't tap the others. How about some answers, baby? Did you tap the ones you were supposed to?
I didn't know. I forgot about the bunny head.
Whoa! Those scores have got my attention. One just isn't enough. This last one's for a power slice. Hey, I want to see you with the higher score this time. Which comes first in this traditional musical solfege? FYI, a solfege is a notation system where each note on the scale gets a syllable. Get a wrong answer, and I'm going to freeze your device for a few seconds. There is so little time left. Woo-hoo! Can you believe you just did that? My decision is you. Check this out. Our slice. Slices. Step into my parlor.
Wow, Sanji.
So glad you can join me up here with all those slices you have. Oh, I'm overdue for a makeover. Could you apply some Slice Foundation? Be generous. Why don't you start things off? It's fun to share points.
Daddy plus Debbie.
Next spinner.
Come on, Katie, give it a swipe. Yay.
That's fun for everyone. I'm ready for a new spinner. because you're spinning the winner wheel. Come to me. You can win right now. Give us a spin.
Come on, Sanji. Nope.
We have ourselves a game. You still have a chance next spinner, so make this one count. Oh boy, this could be. Oh yeah! How about points for you and the slice adjacent? Oh, this is happening! Come to my side, little one. This could be the very last spin of the game.
Could be. Probably won't be. 50-50. Oh, my bad. All right. Sanji pulled it out. What's the question?
I now provide an answer to your most soul-searching question.
Negative, Ghost Rider.
The battery is full.
You've already lost it. Because we love you.
Spin. Is that well done or well spun there, Katie? Oh dear. All right, time to see what the poll says. Wow, I'm impressed. 9 votes, 22 minutes, and we're going to break out the other one again. Let me just grab this here for a sec. No. Stop that. Give me a minute. Right there. That was a bad click. I got this one on sale for like $15 and it's proven quite handy. Definitely got my money out of this one.
Read the room code. My pleasure. PZBU.
Sanji pulled that out from way behind. That impresses me. Come on, we need a couple more. I'll keep spamming you till we get them. I kid. I won't necessarily do that. Welcome back, CCW. You're just in time for some trivia. Come on, hop in here. And I'll just pop that in there. Every little bit helps. I need 1, maybe 2 more. Can I get... You want to try it, CCW? Come on, let's go.
The room code is PZBU.
There's Anubis. I'm going to wait for a minute to see if... Oh, That's right. I should probably post Loki's scribble over at it. Give it a minute here, see if anybody will take up this last spot.
Yeah, I'm still in the middle of something, so.
Well, CCW's back. We'd like to see him. Oh no. Oh. That bad? All right. I don't know what you're in the middle of, Patty, but hey, we can do this.
I'm in the middle of accounting stuff.
Ooh, fun shit. What happened to that nickel?
It's wood.
Oh, that's definitely not good.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Yes, please.
I'm compensating for shit going sideways in other spots.
Oh, well.
How's that?
Yeah, yikes. You can tell me later. Can you tell me after we're done or something? Actually, you're gonna
I'll
poop
tell you
on
after
me
we're
in a
done.
couple hours.
This is something that has to be done that nobody else can do, so.
Right. That's a you thing.
Welcome to my murder hotel. Let's not waste any time, shall we? First question. What would you not find in a classic game of Hungry Hungry Hippos? Use your device to answer the question. And the correct answer is... Who got the question right? The rest of you, follow me. Welcome to the killing room.
Oh, man.
Congrats! All of you are entered in my scratch ticket giveaway.
Oh, dear.
Just scratch and find $3 signs and you get to live. But if you scratch off even one skull, you die. Happy scratching! Oh yeah, and if you keep scratching, I'll give you cash for extra dollar signs you find.
Nobody that brave, huh?
Played it pretty safe. Boo. We know what a losing ticket means.
Ugh.
You're going to see a lot of this elevator, so just get used to it. Let's try another one. If someone weighs 200 pounds, about how much of that weight is skeleton?
We got like 45 minutes left.
Who picked this? The rest of you who are still alive, time for consequences.
Uh-oh.
Salutations! Welcome back to the killing room. Let's see if you put the dumb in dumb waiters.
Oh, boy.
Pick the same elevator and you all live. But if there's a split decision, I will kill everyone on the heavier side. Oh yeah, and since there's an even number of you, I'm going to add some weight to one side. This is a good trust building exercise, and it might be your last.
Maybe go to the left.
Let's see where you all landed. Uh-oh.
Oof. Who's left? Knee length? Wow.
Let's keep moving.
Thomas versus
What
Debbie.
does Scoville units measure?
Ah, that's what I thought.
Who picked this? Come with me.
Uh-oh, Debbie.
Time to be subjected to the loser wheel. Spin it. It's fun. The wheel is my favorite simple machine.
That's no fun at all. And yes, a wheel is a simple machine.
Not
Well, actually,
gonna
no,
lie,
it's not.
That hit the spot.
No, it is wheel and axle.
We're here. The final round is close. Next question. What is not spread by mosquitoes?
Yep, I know. Thomas probably does too.
Who picked this?
Yeah.
Only a ghost got it wrong. Well, that's
Time
no
for the final
fun.
round.
Let's try another one. Which of these is not a pair? Who picked this? Everyone again? You all need to be taught a lesson. Hopefully you can defend yourself from ESP. Type in an answer that fits this category. Everyone else will answer too. And if anyone matches you, you die. Get to writing.
Two left.
Now, let's see if there are any matches. Wow. Skated through. Well, that's BS. Sorry for cursing. Only one of you is still alive. You know what that means.
It means Thomas got really lucky.
You've made it so far, but can you escape? Here's your first category. Animals that hibernate. Tap each answer that fits the category and then press submit. Let's see the right answers. Quadrilaterals. Time is almost up. Hallmark Channel Christmas movies that debuted in 2018. launched online before 2000. That ghost can smell your life force. Uh-oh, here comes trouble. It's only darkness. London tube lines. Time is almost up. Enjoy oblivion in the darkness. People alive during the year 1900. Oh my gosh, who's it gonna be? Not so fast. You need a perfect answer for your final escape. And that includes the third answer choice now, too.
Not a clue. And Thomas squeaks it out. No, it's okay, CCW. Sorry that didn't work. I'm really sorry that didn't work out for you. Pro Say Humor lives and a $3,400 prize. Yeet. Okay. All right, this is probably going to be our last game, but you guys can take all the time in the world getting it.
The room code is QIBQ.
Okay. So while you guys file in, I'm going to wander off to the other room, and I will be back momentarily. And can't imagine why you'd want to play Football Manager. Nick, come play with us. Of course, I don't actually like the management sim, so it's
Now, why can't I see this over at my place? Let's see. We'll do that. We'll do this. We'll pop it out. We'll bring it down here. Because, you know, this is what we do. And holy smoke, you guys are on it today. I was going to hop in and play, but never mind. Squirrel takes a few minutes just to do his stuff. I bet you were bullied because of that song, Sandy. But did you have the hot guy in the school wanting to go out with you? Because, you know, he could recreate the scenes. It'd be kind of fun, right? Not me. Yeah, he's burying something, I'm sure. A midget named Debbie. Oh my God. Hey, I had to listen to Patty Cakes, Peppermint Patty, and Yippee Yi Yay Cow Patty for years. So, it was a thing. My brothers were notoriously mean to me. Long hair and a ponytail is a nice thing. Mean John, you are number 5 on my list of favorite Johns, so it's okay. Nobody will ever take the place of my dad. He was a John as well. And actually, you're number 2 on my list of favorite Johns with the spelling of Jon. And out of respect for that, we don't call the bathroom a John ever. We call it a Doug. CCW, I'm going to let you say that because I have the utmost respect because you are an old cowboy and I know this. Yeah, Cow Patty she was a tough one, I'm not too bad of a hand on a horse, so, I'm not good at throwing a rope at a cow though. Unless that sucker's standing still and the head's stuck in a bale of hay. And it's one of those fiberglass ones, I'm not very good. Anubis, you're so funny. You make me laugh. I need laughs. I'm currently pulling my hair out with putting formulas in Excel spreadsheets, trying to make them work correctly. Hey, John. You're just John. I have a friend that I went to high school with. His name was John. Yep. Cool Clearwater. Yeah, I have all my horse equipment and I'm looking at my horse trailer. It's parked in my carport because, more important to park the trailer in the carport than to park the truck in the carport. Creed, I'm really good just with animals in general. So, you're welcome, Mean John. You're my favorite Mean John. There's only one Mean John in the entire world. That's you. Yeah, Bennett we like to tease, though, because, he likes bacon, he likes sandwiches. So I always tease him and then say, oh, I'm sorry, sandwich, extra bacon, and he forgives me instantly. You should feel loved. We're going to have to convince Loki one of these days to do a meetup somewhere. It's probably going to be closer to her. I would be interested in showing up. And y'all can laugh at me and say, damn, you got a lot older. Oh, Danny, I worked for a cutting horse trainer in 1987, and his idea of getting the cutting horses worked up was we'd go and we'd get a load of goats at the auction barn, and we used goats to get them working quicker. And I had 17 horses laying on my left leg that summer, and I want to say it was like 12 on the right. Yeah. My knees are toast. It was fun. I learned a lot. To this day, I can still sit a horse better than most of my friends. One thing a cutting horse will teach you, how to sit on your butt. Oh, goat rodeos are the best. Do you dress them in pajamas, though, Danny? That's what I really want to know. Do you dress the baby goats in pajamas?
Sorry about that, folks. Ooh, we got a full house. Outstanding.
We've had a full house since less than a minute after you left.
Sorry about that. My meds got changed and one of them has effects.
We're live.
Oh.
Welcome to Quiplash 3. A quip is born. Some call me Schmitty, but that's the doctor's name. I'm Schmitty's monster. And if you didn't make it into the game, it's no big deal. Get in the audience and vote away. Round 1 is on deck. I'm going to flash 2 prompts on your device. Type something ingenious that will stand up against another player's response. Then everyone will vote for their fave, and one of you will get an ego boost. You're going to get points based on the percentage of votes you get, so don't hold back.
Oh.
Almost out of time. Don't forget your safety quips. Okay, pencils down. Let's do this. And here's your first prompt. Vote away.
Actually, CCW, that's like the single one you live in. Oof. Welcome back. Welcome back, Nancy. You could come hang out in the audience for the Quiplash. Cool.
All right, choose your favorite.
Ugh. Hooray for an empty inmail. Ugh.
Let's see how they handle.
When the giant robots failed, the people of Atlantic Rim realized they could fight giant monsters with something. With blink. I have no idea where that came from. The player, that's probably something from one of the other games from one of the other games. Ugh.
And next.
The giant blank invasion.
Favorite quip.
Wow. Shots fired. Hopefully we don't have Hopefully we don't have too many more of these player-made prompts because this is it's getting old. What gift do you get a 50-foot woman? Oh,
the fun part. Pick your favorite quip.
Yikes. Oh, good one, CCW.
Let's keep it going.
Pandering? What? No.
Okay, choose your
Who's
favorite.
pandering? I would actually like to see it. I didn't know it existed until just recently. Oof. Youch.
Without further ado,
Giant socks. What's Gamera carrying around inside that
all
shell?
right, people, it's voting time.
Phew. Why are we getting mostly player-made props for this round? That's kind of weird. Because I know I didn't do that. Oof. Well done. Well done, Danny.
Moving right along.
What was the major complaint in the court case? Gamera versus Zigra.
Your favorite.
Saki? Yeah, Nick and Pelosi hasn't turned up yet today. I'm waiting. Somebody will get it. Who's Rafi?
That was round one. Let's take a peek at those scores, shall we?
Not sure who Saki is. If you're talking about sake, that's different.
Time for round two, where the prompts are crazier and the points are doublier. Go!
Yeah, sake. I prefer sake to tequila, but then I've never been a fan of tequila. Yeah, we do need some new material. We're actually getting a little bit of it. Everybody got a 2-hour lunch because witnesses went faster than anticipated.
Let's have a look. Leading off. All right, vote.
Gordon's is selling a new brand of devilfish fish sticks called Yikes. Why would you be going to heck? Oof! Ow! Wow, Rabbi.
And here we have and now pick your favorite.
Yeah, I'm down with one of those. Especially down with one of those.
I completely agree on one of those. You know, as soon as he gets a super quiplash on Dylan Mulvaney, maybe he'll drop that.
If you ran into Gozer, which mascot would you choose as the destructor of the city?
Vote for your favorite.
Oh, jeez. Who was it that brought up Nick Pelosi? I know it was one of you people in the chat. I think I prefer that one too, yeah. Okay.
And next is all right. Vote for the one you like best.
Well, one-liner Joe Don Baker's Mitchell would definitely say when confronting a kaiju. What? Why is this even? Why are we so? I know I didn't select that. I told it to go for the randoms.
Next up.
What should the next film in the Earth versus the Spider franchise be called?
The one you like best.
Wait, where am I and why am I in this handbasket? Yes. Woof. All right. Way to pull that one out there, CCW.
Okay, what's next?
The monsters are bad, but the real horror of Party Beach is
Decisions. Choose your favorite.
No, that could be good. Well, sorry about that one, folks. Steam shut down. Steam shut down, then came right back up, and it killed things. It killed the game. All right. So we got about 15 minutes or so. I don't know how long it's going to take Steam to come back. It'll be back sometime this week. Oh, I see what happened. Boop. Technical difficulties. Please standing by. Yes, please be standing by. Let me. We don't have. Shit. We don't have enough time. That's the problem. Time is our issue. Because even if I fire it up now, we won't be done in time. Not unless I cut it off. Yeah. So, yo, dude, MST3K. Yeah, it might have been one too many Nick and Pelosi jokes.
I think it was one too many Dylan Mulvaney jokes, but that's just me.
Well, there was only one of those. We were on our
exactly.
We were only on our second or third Nick and Pelosi. We need to leave that. We need to not do that too much anymore. I'm sure there's It gets a visceral reaction, but yikes. I really want Steam to stop doing this. I would agree. I completely agree with that, CCW. Oh boy, do I ever agree with that. Oh, you know what I should do? I should move things around a little bit so we're not watching the chat from the live stream I'm using to bring everything in. I'm going to need that for polls later. We do the pick a game, any game thing at some point. You go over there. You do. Oh, wait. The fuck? Okay. So, let's have a look. Party Pack 8 is still up for some silly reason. And then it crashed. Yeah. Nancy, you and me both. Blast heart. Oh. Oh, it's okay. We will have another round at some point. All right. If you guys want to help out, there's a bunch of links in the description. Go check those out. No. I wouldn't want to see Justine Trudeau anywhere near there. Just no. Just no. All the no. Don't forget to do all the YouTube things, like, comment, subscribe, read the description because it has fun stuff in it. Also, share with everybody, whether you know them or not. Don't give Twitter a hassle. Ooh, we got a Ken fan in the neighborhood. Well, actually, Mayor McDome, technically that's not true. But they'll be back. Just not in greater numbers. Oh, yes. I agree. Ken, yeah. Ken is much more. And he's made of plastic and rubber. I forget whether or not they made a posable Ken doll. I don't know if he got. Ooh. The question, of course, Sandy, is he in that closet or is he just use it? That's not true, Mean John. Oh, yikes. Oh, yikes away. That's a thing. Yeah, that was a thing. All right. So we got what? About 3.5 hours left for this year. My sisters actually preferred Skipper to Barbie. Although the wife still has several international Barbies. Oh.
All my Barbie set was given.
Yikes. I just talked to Tom Cruise. Yeah, I'm not sure what I would be asking Tom Cruise about. Certainly not. I had two younger sisters. Well, there was Marianne and then Raggedy Ann. Raggedy Ann was cool. I love how they started making the big how they started making the big for me Barbies. Who is Midget? I don't know anything about Midget. Nothing was as ugly as those troll dolls. Of course, there's always the pooping unicorns too. Oof, that's quite a large family there, CCW. Wow. Were you the only one? I'm guessing you were the only boy in the house. Yeah.
They're dolls. Whatever, dude.
They're just miniature dolls. The original GI Joe could hook up the original GI Joe with Barbie though. They were the same size.
That's pretty cool that they were the same size.
Well, your oldest sister probably wasn't wearing hand-me-downs. And Snake Eyes came with a freaking katana. Or actually, it was Indian Jitto. Mrs. Beasley. Oh, wow. I'm not even sure how that would work, Sandy. Oh, I'm not even sure how that would work. Clothing size for especially once you turn into a teenager, because pants designed for men just do not work on women. Something about a completely different body shape. Up to the age of about 10 or 12, it usually would go okay, but not for long after that. Wow. Why? I think that's actually a thing that bugs me. Why would somebody wear flannel, which is fine wool in thermal mode, during the summer? Never quite got that. Mom tried to make me do that once, and I lasted a whole 2 hours. Oh, jeez. Well, that's one way to do it. But then your mom was making your skirts too, so. We're waiting for the end of the story. Guess this will be fun. Oh, I hear things.
Yeah, we do.
Oh. Well, you know, if you're not getting the frilly stuff, generally that tends to happen. Ugh. Sigh. Yeah, it worked. Yeah, eventually. Tempting.
Less than a minute.
Yep, less than a minute to go.
Yay. So exciting. I wonder how long it's going to take the jury to decide on this one.
Half an hour, which is about what it's going to take for them to fill out the paperwork. Well, that's what happened with Daryl Brooks.
That's what happened with Alex Murdaugh.
Yeah.
It's like, how long does it take to fill in the paperwork? Thank you. We're all done now. And we should be back. It was the pills. It was the pills. Oh, yeah, or whatever.
Oh shit, I got those in the wrong order. This one goes over here, and that one over there. Because that one's only for polls, and this one is not. The pills! The pills! Sigh. How's she doing there, Mayor McNome?
Cool.
Court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Leteticia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor, thanks.
Defense?
Nothing from the defense.
Okay. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in. Before I forget, if we have some time at the end of the day, I want to talk about Wednesday in the event we have to flex start time.
Yeah.
I think tomorrow's fine. I think Wednesday is the issue.
You're right.
Hey there, Keeper. Welcome to the lair.
All rise for the jury, please.
It's nice. It is actually nice to see new, fresh faces, new minions. And while we're at it, I'll give you another one to go have a look at if you're up. If you like video games, here you go. And the occasional lawsuit.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Leteticia Stauch. Should reflect the jury have returned to the courtroom. Prosecution, call your next witness.
Yeah, people call Sherry Holes to the stand.
Ms. Holes, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am. You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step. As you step into the stand.
Good afternoon, Ms. Holes. How are you doing?
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name?
Yes, my name is Sherry Holes. It's Sherrie, last of Holes, Holes.
And what is your occupation?
I'm currently employed as a forensic serologist and DNA analyst at the Colorado Springs Metro Crime Lab.
And how long have you been employed such as?
I've been employed in that role approximately 4.5 years at the CSPD Crime Lab.
And what does a forensic serologist
Stop
do?
you for just a moment.
Oh, sure.
Can you move that so that it's on its side so it doesn't block the view of those two jurors right there? Or you can just lay it down on its side. Okay.
We'll just do that.
All right, go ahead.
I think I was asking you what a forensic serologist does.
Yes, a forensic serologist examines evidence for the presence of biological fluids. Specifically in our lab, we look for blood, semen, saliva, and also we examine for other potential biological evidence that may be suitable for DNA analysis.
And what kind of experience of training do you have in the field of forensic serology?
Well, my training, first of all, I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Biological Sciences from University of California at Davis. I also have a Master's of Public Health with a specialty in Forensic Science from University of California, Berkeley. Prior to my employment in Colorado, I was employed in the same capacity for approximately 10 years. I was also a forensic DNA analyst and serologist in various crime labs in California. Most serology training actually does occur on the job. There are a few formal classes that I did take, such as microscopy of semen evidence, and mostly it was on the job training. In fact, when I came to Colorado Springs and was hired here, I spent about a year just going through a training protocol before I was deemed competent and able to begin casework.
And are you peer reviewed when you do a serology examination?
Yeah, so all the reports that I write with my results are always technically reviewed by a second qualified analyst within the lab to make sure that they agree with the conclusions that I'm offering in the report. And then there's also another level of review called administrative review before the report goes out by another second qualified analyst, serology and DNA analyst.
And approximately how many forensic serology examinations have you conducted in your career?
Oh, in my career, it's well over 1,000.
You don't keep track each time you do one, and so.
I usually average about 100 cases for serology a year. So over the course of almost 15 years, yeah, it's well over 1,000.
That was a bad attempt to try. Sorry. Have you testified as an expert in the field of forensic serology in the past?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
I've been qualified as an expert in this area approximately 40 times previously.
And are those both here and in California?
That's correct.
At this time, we'd ask that the court qualify Ms. Holes as an expert in the field of forensic serology and allow her to render opinions in that field.
Defense?
No objection to her being qualified.
Witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
So I want to kind of focus on your role as a forensic serologist here in Colorado Springs, the Metro Crime Lab. Were you asked to conduct several forensic serological exams?
Serological, correct, yeah.
And in this particular case, the disappearance of Gannon Stauch.
Yes, I was.
Could you give the jury a rundown on how you come about or how you became involved in this investigation?
So when we get a request from an agency, in this case, the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, typically there's a couple of things that happen. One is they will write a cover letter with a description of the pertinent case details and some of the items of evidence that they would like examined. And then also typically there's a meeting between the submitting agency and our crime lab supervisor, our DNA technical supervisor, and they make decisions as to these are the items that we will accept and which what are the priorities on which items will be tested.
And so is that common in any criminal investigation that the investigating agency will submit a letter asking you to perform analysis on certain items of evidence?
I can't speak to how other laboratories and agencies do it, but that is what we request, just so that we have some background knowledge of it helps us decide of the case, so that helps us decide which evidence are best going to answer the questions being posed in the case and what is most probative, in other words, offering proof in the case circumstances.
And is it often in large investigations that you may actually meet with the detectives or other investigative officers to talk about what should be tested and why and that kind of thing?
Yes, definitely they try to do meetings before the first request comes in, but often in a large investigation, there can be several meetings that occur over time as more investigative details come to light or more questions are being answered in the case. And that is what happened in this particular case.
Can you describe that for the jury? Why did that happen in this particular case?
I was not involved in the actual meetings that were occurring. That was our crime lab manager and the DNA supervisor. But from my understanding, as more information was coming to light in the course of the investigation, more questions were being asked, more evidence was being collected on multiple different occasions, which then was coming into the lab with a request for examination.
And when you conduct your examinations, how do you get your results back to the investigating agency?
So once we have, and when I have issued a report and it's gone through the 2 layers of review, it is then released to the investigating detective, the lead detective on the case, from one of our administrative staff.
And did you do several reports with regards to this investigation?
Yes, in this particular investigation, I released 7 reports.
And do you know why there were 7 different reports on, I'm assuming, 7 different dates?
Again, I think additional items were being collected, additional questions were being asked as additional evidence was being collected and during the course of the investigation. So they didn't have all of the evidence or even all of the information from that very first request. So again, as they were having more meetings with our lab management, it was decisions were being made that we need additional items tested.
And so what would be your role, just so you can explain to the jury, in the process of doing your analysis with regards to evidence in this particular case?
My role was to examine the items of evidence for the presence of, mostly for the presence of blood, and then also for other potential biological material that may be there, and consolidate any swabs or cuttings that I take, as well as documentation of the evidence. Documentation is done through photography and from note-taking of my observations of the evidence. And then any samples that I deem would be suitable to go on for DNA analysis, I'm then consolidating into what we call a DNA packet. DNA packet is just an envelope that has numerous tubes that I prepared. The tubes have little pieces of cuttings or little swabs from the various items of evidence. Then that will go forward to the next step, which is the DNA analysis.
And with regards to this particular investigation, you indicated earlier that you may have been looking for blood or a presumptive presence of blood in these types of items. How would that impact your DNA packet, or whether or not you create a DNA packet with regards to what the results of your blood test was?
So when I am looking for blood, that's always starts with a visual exam. If I see staining that is consistent with visually looks like blood, we then do a chemical color test. It's a presumptive test for blood, meaning it's not a confirmatory test for blood, but it does indicate the presence of that. If I have a stain area that looks like blood, reacts to that chemical presumptive test, I typically will take a small cutting or a swabbing of that stain, trying to preserve additional stain, not take the whole sample when I can. And then that would go into a test tube. That test tube then goes into the DNA packet. I also do what we call trace swabbing, and trace swabbing is areas that may contain DNA cells or cells that have DNA. So many of our tests are so sensitive now in DNA analysis that we don't actually need to have a stain present. We can also get a DNA profile from just a very small number of just cells. Cells can be deposited just through touch or from wearing clothing, that kind of thing. So some of my serology examination is also doing trace swabbing. So areas in which I don't actually see a stain, but may be interested in DNA results from maybe through someone having touched an item per se.
And we'll get to those as we go through the individual items. Did you have several individual physical pieces of evidence that you examined and performed a serological examination on those items?
Yes, I did.
And would you also receive swabs from various areas of a residence 6627 Mandan Drive here in Colorado Springs?
Yes, I did.
And would you, when you received all these items, were they all sealed in a protective way so that no one touched them in between the last person who opened the item?
Yes.
And rather than go through that with each item we go through, every item you looked at was sealed when you got it?
Yeah, if anything is not in a sealed condition, I note it, but I do not remember receiving any items in an unsealed manner, no.
And when you create a DNA packet, do you also seal that item and preserve it in a way so that the DNA will not be impacted?
Yes, I do. My envelope that I create that has all the little tubes from the cuttings and swabs, that gets an evidence tape seal once it's ready to go forward, and it's stored frozen for further analysis.
And is that why we don't admit them here in court, because they need to stay in the freezer, that kind of thing, to preserve that DNA?
Yeah, they are best maintained in a frozen manner, and literally it's just an envelope with the tubes inside. So it's best just not to bring it to court at all.
So to your right are a series of exhibits. And I'd like to go through these one by one, as painfully as that sounds, but I think we can go through it fairly quickly. The first exhibit that you'll see in that box on that table is exhibit 182. Could you pull that out and tell us what that is?
Yes. This is labeled as the toothbrush belonging to Gannon Stauch.
And do you need to open that to see that that's toothbrush in there?
I can see it from the bottom. It's been partially opened.
Okay. And when you received that, was it
prone to contamination. So we have to be very careful.
Nope, we're
make sure
back.
we don't
Sorry.
leave our own DNA on any evidence. So that involves wearing protective
Sorry.
face coverings and hand coverings and gloves.
My apologies,
hair coverings
folks.
as well.
Yes, this witness
And
is
then we
from
also want to make sure that
Colorado.
there's no contaminating DNA on our
And
work surfaces.
yeah,
Those are always
comp crap
in
was
between every
being
single item
comp
of
crap.
evidence. We always lay out a fresh piece of like
I
white picture
complained,
paper, so
but
the
it's
evidence
better
actually
than the
doesn't even touch any
alternative,
of our work surfaces. Any of our implements are cleaned as well. And
which
then we
involved a
always
cell
look
modem.
at, the order in which we look at items of evidence is also important. We try to look at evidence items that may have potentially low amounts of DNA before we would look at evidence items that have high amounts of DNA, something that would be very bloody, would have expected high amount of DNA. We wouldn't want that to contaminate our work surfaces at all. So the order in which we examine is important. And then lastly, we always look at reference samples.
So yeah, I told
after looking at evidence items.
Loki was going to cancel the
And
stream. Like, no, we got to keep
185,
covering. I'll
what
take
did
it.
you do exactly to create a DNA packet for those 2 buckle swabs?
I'll be a good
So the
boy.
buccal swabs, individually, of course, one by one, examining those. My role was just to take a portion of one of the buccal swabs. I essentially it's like a long Q-tip, like a Q-tip head with a long stick. That's what the swab is.
They've
And
already
I
seen
just
them.
take a sterile scalpel and I just portion off one part of the swab. That goes into a sterile tube, which is then labeled with the associated barcode number that we've given it. And that tube that I've created goes into the DNA packet.
And I'm referencing your February 8th, 2020 report. If you need to,
Pretty
refresh
sure
your
Loki's
recollection.
on
But you were
some
kind of
other
looking at
some
a piece of
on
tan
some
carpet
other
that was
version
rolled up inside of another piece of carpet that was found in the storage room
of
667
interwebs. I don't think she's got comp crap, but yeah, it's about this
yes.
time of day they like to shut
What
it
were you
down.
looking at in regards to that carpet?
So
I'd rather they be doing this shit at 3 in the morning, but no, it's 1 in the afternoon typically when it
So
happens,
once
and
I
it
visually
doesn't
see
always.
something that looks like it may be blood, I then do the chemical color presumptive test, which was positive for the presence of blood.
It
on
has
the
to
carpet.
release it.
And
It
then
does a
I
little mini
do,
reset.
Actually, on the back of that rolled up piece of carpet, I then swabbed a portion of that potential blood staining, so that portion of that swab can go in the test tube and then into the DNA packet for further analysis.
And do you have People's Exhibit 386 there next on the list?
Yes.
What is People's Exhibit 386?
Let's see. This is 3 sets of possible blood swabs.
And what are those blood swabs from? Does it indicate on the
It
envelope?
does, yes. These are identified using placards A, B, and C, collected from the stairs and the floor of the garage.
And so, what are these? Are these Q-tips or am I being too?
That's okay.
It's very much like a
Loki'll be
Q-tip.
back.
The swabs come in sterile packaging. So typically there's a sterile wrapper, and within there are 2 swabs that they are, when our crime scene investigators are collecting these, they would open up the sterile packaging, take out these 2 swabs.
At least you
which look like
guys
a
got
Q-tip,
to
but they
see
have
the
long wooden
bits
sticks.
without seeing,
And then
even if you weren't
once they're
seeing
finished swabbing these particular areas, they go back into the individual swab wrappers, and that's how I receive them. This one has 3 sets, meaning there'd be 3 separate collections then contained within this outer envelope.
Oh,
Are
keep
the
her.
3 sets labeled in a particular way?
I'm gonna need to refer to my notes.
Give me 5 seconds.
No, page 2 of 4 of your report.
Is that on my report or my notes?
It's in your report.
Okay, I'm just gonna look at my notes.
He doesn't have. He probably doesn't have her notes.
Okay, let's see. Okay, so they actually, inside the outer envelope, inside there was 3 smaller tape sealed manila envelopes. And each of those were labeled with either an A or B. Or
Every
C
day
in
gets
case
us
of placards
gets
that
us
they
a couple
used,
more.
during
So
while they were collecting the evidence.
And does it say where these placards were located within the residence?
Let's see.
Was it in the garage?
Yeah, so the outermost barcode label, which they put on here, says from the stairs and the floor of the garage.
So with regards to these placards, if the jury wanted to, they can look at photographs and go to the garage and look for placards A, B, and C, and that would reference the swabs that we're talking about?
Yes, correct.
So what did you find with regards to placards A, B, and C, or at least the swabs from those areas in the garage?
So each of those swabs did
you're doing it again.
Did we lose the Croco? Okay. It's just me. And I'm supposed to leave in like half an hour. Because, you know, I have stuff I'm doing. But if you guys want to talk to me, are we on break? What's going on? Let me know all the stuff. Let me know. I'm figuring we're on break, and Crocosquirrels, everything died, and I don't have access to none of it. So let me see what I can do to see if maybe his Discord is up and running, because maybe that's how I can get him. You know, we have these ways to communicate. Croco, where are you? Yeah, not sure where he is. Yeah, Thomas, I'm not sure. You know, Squirrel does this all the time. It's just not that he disappears on us, but it's just one of those things. He disappeared on us. Not sure how, not sure why, not sure what happened. He should be able to reset up the StreamYard. I do not have access to it, so yeah. Thanks, Rabbi. I'm trying. I just don't really know what to do.
Unfortunately, it looks like waiting for me is the thing to do. And I am working quick. I'm trying to work quickly to get us there. I do not know what happened there. Firefox just decided to go on me.
You recognize this item?
You poof.
Do you need to look at that further?
Well, no, it didn't go poof. It just stopped responding.
That's
which I find rather irritating. Here we go. That's better.
Okay, let's listen.
Sorry, folks. Technical difficulties.
Yes, that was a carpet. Correct. Carpet 1 is how they designated that one.
Okay. We'll see you in a little while, Mayor McNum. Just keep us open and on the side. It'll be great.
Piece of carpet, there was staining observed on both sides of the carpet. That was presumptive.
Actually, you know what I didn't do? I didn't check.
Did you forward that on for DNA analysis?
I did, yes. Or not the whole carpet. I did take samples from the carpet.
No, we're okay
Exhibit
for that.
503, in your report, it's labeled as 6839 SW2-01, period 01. Another piece of carpet? Do you recall seeing that?
So let's see. Carpet 1 is that item number that you just described. There was a second carpet 2, that was 6839 SW2-04.01.
I got
Is that
it.
a different exhibit that you're referencing?
Yeah, I think.
I think I've got it now.
Okay.
It'd be nice if what you were called didn't hate me so damn
that's
much.
For -01. That's for carpet 1. Right?
If,
Okay.
Well, Chrome hates me more than Firefox.
The
though,
next
so
one
that's
should be
just
carpet
all.
2.
Same thing, carpet 2. What did you find on carpet 2, which is People's Exhibit 503?
Yes. Carpet 2 also had visible staining and also reacted positive to the presumptive test for blood.
Did you also look at the foam padding associated with People's Exhibit 503?
Yes, I did.
And what did you find in the foam padding of People's Exhibit 503?
Also, foam padding had visible staining and was positive for the presumptive presence of blood.
Presumptive.
The next exhibit in the box to your right should be People's Exhibit 512. Can you pull that out?
Yes.
What do you see in People's Exhibit 512?
This one is labeled as the electrical outlet cover with possible blood. And it says collected from southeast corner of southeast room, child room of basement.
And what did you find after, did you conduct a presumptive test for blood on that item?
I did. I noted some visible staining on the electric outlet cover. I did the presumptive test for blood, which was positive.
And did you perform a DNA kit for that item?
Well, I did do some swabbing of the stained area that could then go on for DNA analysis, yes.
And so do you do that, for instance, if it's a physical piece of item that may have blood on it, when you actually swab the blood versus the CSI at the scene swabbing, like the garage floor that we already talked about?
Yeah, typically when we train CSIs or law enforcement officers, we always suggest that if they can collect the item and bring it into the lab so the serologist can examine it, that's the best practice. If it's an item that is just not movable, such as a garage floor or just too unwieldy to collect, then they do some sampling as well. But we always prefer on anything that can be packaged and brought into the lab, we always would prefer to examine it ourselves and do all of the documentation and collection in the lab.
Is the swabbing the same process though? Same, keep referring to as the Q-tip. Is there something else I should refer to?
Yeah, swab or Q-tip, it's the same. We always have these, so we use the sterile package swabs that we open up, and then I label the swab wrapper as to what I'm going to be, what the barcode number is associated with it, and I swab it, I let it dry. Once it's dry, I can then take a portion of the swab, put it into a sterile test tube for DNA analysis.
You put that back, and then the next item should be People's Exhibit 516. You put that?
Yes.
And what is People's Exhibit 516?
This is labeled as possible blood swabs collected from electrical socket in southeast corner.
Yeah,
of
pretty much
southeast room
CCW.
basement.
And do you know if that socket is related to People's Exhibit 512, the item we just looked at?
Yes, I believe that they did actually. I'm not
That
sure
was
who
the
actually collected
TLDW
the swab, but,
for this
that was
witness.
swabbed prior to being collected and submitted to the lab.
And what did you do with that particular exhibit?
This particular exhibit, I just noted some coloration on the swab, and then let's see, tested it with the presumptive test for blood, which was positive, and then took a portion of the swab, cut portion of the swab, put it into the test tube for DNA analysis.
The next item I want to talk to you about is in your report. It's People's Exhibit 504, but in your report you label it as carpet 2. Does that refresh your recollection a little bit about the 3 different carpets you looked at?
Okay, yes. So there was a carpet 1, there was a carpet 2, and then there was an unlabeled carpet rug. So, okay, yes.
So what did you find with regards to People's Exhibit 504, what you have labeled as carpet 2 in your report?
Again, visible staining was present on the carpet. The chemical presumptive test for blood was positive.
And did you forward that on for DNA analysis?
Yes, samples were taken on carpet 2 from the back side of the carpet. Swabs were taken, cuttings were taken, and even some of the stained fibers were taken, all to be forwarded for DNA analysis.
Did you do the same for the padding that was related to carpet 2?
It's too early for me to drink, and I couldn't do it
Same
anyway.
process, did a visual
They
exam,
wouldn't let
noted
me.
staining, which was presumptive positive for blood, and again,
Well,
took a small cutting of the stained area.
The liquor
forwarded
store
for
won't
DNA
let me.
analysis.
They won't give it to me
And
without
with regards to carpet
unless
1
I
and
pay them.
carpet 2, do you know
Kind of one of
where
them
this
weird
carpet
things,
came
you know?
from with regards to 6627
Economics
Drive?
and stuff.
They were labeled as coming from the southeast room, also known as the child's room in the basement.
At
least we're not listening to
That's my
Leteticia.
understanding, that they were from
That's
Kansas.
good.
Was it your understanding that there was a large area of blood in the corner of his room underneath his bed?
Yes.
I now want to turn to your February 28th, 2020 report. And I believe the next item in the box will be People's Exhibit 371. Is that right?
That's 378.
Do you see 371 up there? Oh, I apologize. 371 is defendant's buckle swabs. Do you recall being defendant's buckle swabs?
Let's see, were they part of a kit?
No, they're currently admitted into evidence, but they're in a freezer somewhere.
So I did actually get buckle swabs. They were part of an evidence collection kit taken from Leteticia Stauch, which had fingernail scrapings and a buckle swab. So I did portion out some of the buckle swab from Leteticia Stauch for DNA analysis.
Okay, and that went on to Donna Minogue's analysis.
Correct, yeah.
So now let's go to the shoes that you have there. People's Exhibit 378. Are those the shoes you looked at?
Yes, they are.
Is that People's Exhibit 378?
Correct, yes.
Now, earlier you testified about swabbing for DNA.
All right.
For the defendants.
Squirrel has more coffee.
Yes, I did. Again, we call that trace DNA swabbing. It's in areas that we don't see staining, but we may
The phone calls were torture, and we had to do it
that may be
twice.
left by, in these cases, shoes, maybe someone who wore the shoes. We can actually still get DNA.
At least they cut most
from
of the
swabbing,
fucking video
in this
out.
case, the inside soles of the shoes.
So can you demonstrate, I know the shoes are in plastic, but can you kind of demonstrate for the jury where you swabbed each of the shoes in the hopes of finding DNA for the owner of those shoes?
Sure. So for the owner, I would expect that their DNA would be on the inside soles. So I actually, for each shoe individually, these are separate swabbings. I took the swabs together and I swabbed the insole, like reaching into the shoe, and then also the back heel area. And that was done separately for the right and left shoes.
She'll slow down in a
For
minute.
DNA analysis.
Yes, it did.
Did you also swab any potential blood on the outside of those shoes?
Yes, on the right shoe, I did swab. It did react. The right shoe did react to the chemical presumptive test for blood on the outsole. It's on the bottom of the shoe. So I actually just swabbed the entire outsole, including all of the recessed areas of the shoe as well.
Now, when you got these shoes, were you able to visibly see blood on them or what appeared to be blood?
So I did note that they have kind of an orangish, reddish coloration. I didn't. Sometimes things can look like blood and they don't react. And other times, the blood potentially can take different colorations. Both shoes had that coloration, although the left shoe did not react to the presumptive presence of blood. So unclear if the coloration is due to potential blood staining, but the right shoe did react to the presumptive test for blood.
And what happens to blood if you put shoes in a washing machine and run the wash?
So what happens to blood? So blood obviously is going to, for the most part, be washed off, but within blood there are cells, and cells can sometimes survive washing. We do know through actual studies that have been published that some DNA can survive washing. Of course, some would be lost to the wash process, but depending on various factors such as what type of substrate or surface the DNA was deposited on, what type of wash cycle, what type of detergents, or even if bleaches were used, those are all going to impact whether or not we would get recoverable amounts of DNA from something that has gone through the wash.
When you received these shoes, did you notice anything that was consistent with them being run through a washing machine?
I actually did note for these shoes that they had a strong, what I call clean odor.
And yet you still saw some discoloration that appeared to be blood to you on these shoes?
I did note discoloration on the soles of the shoe, the outsoles, and that's where I focused my attention as far as presumptive testing for blood, and was able to find positive results on the outsole of the right shoe.
Did you also receive a swab with regards to this case, which is People's Exhibit 246? Should be in that box there. If it's not in that box, I can just ask you about it.
Okay.
What is People's Exhibit 246?
This is labeled as package of 2 swabs from woman's black and white Nike shoe. And then there's some indications on the bottom, handwritten, swabs from Nike shoes, laundry room, right shoe.
And so are those consistent with People's Exhibit 378, the Nike shoes that you just talked about?
Yeah, they actually were swabbed prior to being submitted into the lab. The outsole was swabbed.
And did you submit that on to DNA analysis?
I did. This, I believe I actually tested it for the presumptive presence of blood. I did, and that was positive. So yes, and then a portion was submitted on for DNA analysis.
You need help getting rid of some of those
No,
exhibits?
I got it.
I just want to go to People's Exhibit. Well, before we leave 378, did you talk about all the areas you swabbed, both outside and inside of the shoe?
Let me just refer to my report. Okay, so the right shoe, I did swab the entire outsole of the right shoe that had reacted positive for the presumptive presence of blood, even in all of those little recessed areas as well. I did swab the right shoe lace as well. And then I took the trace swabs that we talked about for wearer DNA on the inside sole and the inside back heel area. The left shoe, I did not get any presumptive positives. They were all negatives. So I only did those trace swabs on the insole of the left shoe.
And were those individually packaged for DNA analysis? So when Donna Minogue did her DNA analysis, she knew exactly what she was doing based on your label?
Yes, I always label the swab wrappers with what I'm collecting. And then also the test tubes get the same itemization as well.
And does that apply to everything where you create a DNA packet? You label it so Donna Minogue, who does the DNA analysis, can then say this is the item that Sherry Holes looked at?
Yes, that's our standard practice within the lab.
I next want to turn to People's Exhibit 459. Do you have that there?
I do.
What is People's Exhibit 459?
This is labeled as swabs of Blue Star presumptive positive reactions in garage and laundry room of 6627 Mandan Drive.
So what is the Blue Star? I know that you're heard a lot about Blue Star, but what does Blue Star mean to you, and how do you treat that differently? For instance, a swab that says blood on the garage doors, A, B, and C said.
Sure. So Blue Star is another chemical presumptive test. It works in very much the same way as the chemical test I'm using in the lab. I use a different one, but it has the same process. Blue Star is used by our CSIs out at crime scenes, and it's typically used in areas in which they suspect there might be blood, or they're looking to see if there's blood, but it's really not visible to them. And they can spray this reagent onto an area. It will react. It's very, very sensitive. It will react even if an area has been cleaned, potentially. So it's chemiluminescent. Usually that's something that they do in a darkened room, and it's much like luminol. It glows, and they can take photographs of areas that are reacting.
Okay, we're all caught up now.
Positive area, then they swab it for us and they submit it into the lab. But because it's already gone through a chemical presumptive test, they don't need to now repeat another chemical presumptive test. It's already reacted positive to the Blue Star. It's the same process that my test would do. So when I get something labeled as Blue Star positive, my role is typically just to, like in this case, these are swabs, just go ahead and collect a portion of the swab into a test tube and forward it on for DNA analysis.
And is that what you did with 459?
Yes.
And did you do that with everything that was labeled Blue Star, at least swabbing of the Blue Star?
When things were swabbed, yes, there were a few items, larger items that said Blue Star positive that I did still, like carpeting. I did still do a visual exam, but swabs, I just took a portion. I didn't do further chemical presumptive testing.
So with regards to People's Exhibit 518, which should be the next exhibit, did you do the same things with that particular item?
Yes, this is labeled swabs of Blue Star positive reactions from the staircase between the main level and basement of 6627 Mandan Drive. Again, my role was just to take a sample using a scalpel, take off a small portion of the swabs, put them into the test tubes.
Is that 518 you're looking at?
Yes.
Okay. And so let me, if I can approach her.
You may.
Sure.
Let's now jump to your March 17th, 2020 report. And I'm going to hand you what's been admitted into evidence as People's Exhibit 423. Yes. I can just hold it for you if you like.
Okay. Yes.
You recognize that?
I do recognize the label on it. I did not package it in this packaging, but yes, I recognize this is a plastic tub and lid with possible blood.
Did you examine this item?
I did.
Do you need to open it to look at it?
No, I don't.
Do you need me to open it?
No.
All right. What did you do with People's Exhibit 423?
This item was examined for the possible presence of blood, so I did do some visual examinations. That's how we always start all of our serology, and I did note that there was some red-brown staining on one short end of this plastic tub, on the tub and on the lid. I then did my chemical presumptive tests for blood, which were positive. I then took a number of different collections, swabs of these different blood stains or potential suspected blood stains. And those
we'll see you later, Patty.
DNA analysis.
Can you definitely describe where you swabbed this item and how you labeled it for DNA analysis?
Sure. I collected.
That's okay.
One collection was swabs of a suspected blood stain on the outside lip of the lid, short end of the tub with the label. There was actually a sticker label on the tub, so I was differentiating that side from the other side, which did not have a sticker label. Second collection was swabs of suspected bloodstain on outside corner of lid, short end of tub with label. The third collection was swabs of suspected bloodstain on outside lip edge and side of container, short end of tub with label. And the fourth collection was swabs of suspected bloodstain on the inside corner of the lid, short end of the tub with label.
And again, Donna Minogue will be able to know exactly what she's testing based on your labels.
Correct, yes.
Okay, so this witness is to set the stage for the next one. That'll be fun.
You can go to your May 27th, 2020 report now. And I'll have you look at People's Exhibit 278, which should be in that box next to you there.
It's about 3:30
You have
there.
that?
I do.
What is People's Exhibit
2:30
278?
in the courtroom.
This is
which gives
labeled
us about
as
2.5
one package
hours
of 2
total.
swabs from the bed located on east wall Gannon's room.
Did you test that item for blood?
I did, yes.
And what was your results?
Presumptive positive for blood.
And did you forward that on to DNA for DNA analysis?
Yes, I did.
Did you also conduct analysis on other swabs within that People's Exhibit 278?
This is one package of swabs. There was a separate item submitted called additional package of swabs from bed. I don't believe it's contained within this exhibit, but there was a separate item, which we have a separate barcode for, also from the bed, also positive for blood, or presumptive positive for blood.
And did that also go on to DNA analysis?
Yes, it did.
How about People's Exhibit 191? What is that, by the way?
This is labeled as a Brillo scrub brush.
And what did you do with that Brillo scrub brush?
I examined it visually for the possible presence of blood. I did note some staining on the brush, and I was then able to do get the positive presumptive test for blood, and then do some collections of the staining that could go for DNA analysis.
And assuming you forwarded that on to DNA analysis?
I did, yes.
Where did you see, where did it test positive for blood on that particular item? Do you have that in your notes?
I do. This particular item tested positive on this kind of, oh, you actually can see it. It's kind of a flat type scrub brush with a handle. It tested positive on the flat surface on that back side of the brush.
And did you see any indication that this item may have been washed?
May have been washed. Let me check my notes.
You can actually look at the exhibit. Can you see where that exhibit was recovered from?
It actually does not note. Let me see the notes on the. This one actually is just called Brillo scrub brush. That's all it's denoted.
That's fine. How about People's Exhibit 192? Do you have that?
I do, yes.
What is People's Exhibit 192?
This one is called a blue and white scrub brush. Okay.
Go ahead and tell us what you did with that.
So also visually examined and did note staining on this scrub brush, which was positive for the presumptive presence of blood. I then was able to collect stains from 3 separate collections. I collected from the base of the scrub brush head, between and on the bristles. Suspected blood stains were also collected from the back of the scrub brush head, and suspected blood stain was collected on the actual scrub brush bristles themselves.
And did that get forwarded on to DNA for DNA analysis?
It did, yes.
How about People's Exhibit 193?
People's Exhibit 193 is labeled as scrub brush with possible hair and carpet fiber.
What did you do with that particular exhibit?
Same process. I did a visual exam, did note some suspected blood staining, and which reacted to the chemical presumptive test for blood. I then collected possible blood stains on the back of the flat scrub brush.
Went on to DNA for DNA analysis?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Next item is People's Exhibit 417. Do you have that up there?
I do.
What is People's Exhibit 417?
This is described as 3 sets of possible blood swabs, tested presumptive positive blue star, collected from basement living room carpet, pillow on north couch, and area rug.
And did you forward those 3 swabs on for DNA analysis?
Yes, these are 3 separate swabs from some blue star areas. These also were sampled, placed in the test tubes, forwarded on for DNA analysis.
People's Exhibit 519.
Okay, this item is labeled swabs of Blue Star presumptive positive reactions from basement. Let's see, base of stairs and southeast child's room.
How many swabs total are in that particular exhibit?
Let's see. This particular exhibit has, let's see, 6 different collections in it.
I'm assuming those are packaged in 6 different tubes?
So of these, let's see, are they packaged in separate tubes when I do my packaging or how I receive them?
When you receive them.
So when I receive them, they typically are in, let me just check my notes. They actually were in
I don't think they're going to check all of them.
And each of the envelopes then had a description of where it had been collected.
Because a lot of them we've already had quite a few checks.
So
So
you just prepare these for DNA analysis.
Yeah, my preparation is just to sample or cut a portion of a swab to forward it on to DNA analysis.
We can go to your June 17th report now and have you look at People's Exhibit 361.
Okay.
Well, I've got that here. If I can approach her.
You may go ahead.
I'm going to pull out a suitcase that's been entered in evidence of People's Exhibit 361. You recognize this item?
I did.
You need to put some gloves on, which
I have gloves, yeah.
Because I'd like to have you demonstrate where you swap this particular item, okay?
Sure.
Eric, can the witness come out here and I'll hold this while she does that? So, did you swab this item for blood?
I did on the inside of this.
Open this suitcase and show the jury where you swabbed it.
I noted staining in this area, this reddish brown staining, which did react to the presumptive test for blood, and this was the area that was swabbed.
You'll see staining there?
I can't.
Is that your circle that's on this suitcase?
Yeah, I circled the stain area. That's just for when I take photographs. I've also noted LMG positive. LMG is just shorthand for the glucomalachite green. That's gluco-L-E-U-C. Too fast. It's the chemical presumptive test that I'm using in the lab. This LMG positive means it has reacted, and then I take photographs of this stain from various angles and with a scale. And I always like to have that notation in my photograph.
Are there areas within this suitcase that you noted? And
I'm sure she would prefer it if you took care of
you.
If you take care of yourself first, they're CCW.
There's 2 that I have noted staining, but I circled and said LMG negative, meaning I did do the chemical presumptive test, but it did not react. So I don't swab stains that don't react to the presumptive.
I'll be back just after this. Did you forward these swabs from the suitcase on for DNA analysis?
Yes, I did.
Did you also look at a blanket People's Exhibit 365?
I did, yes.
People's Exhibit 365. I think you can just use this in the plastic and you'll find.
Yeah, yes. Okay.
I'm gonna hold it, you and Mike.
Sure.
Can you see the areas where you swab this blue blanket?
Find the suitcase. The suitcase has been here.
On the other side?
Both on the dark blue side and the lake side and the dark side. Yes. Yeah, that I can see it.
And I'll hold it while you point things out for the jury.
So I examined the entire blanket and I did note in this area right here. And there's kind of some reddish brown staining, which I circled, multiple different stains that did react to that presumptive test for blood. So I actually took, you can kind of see these tiny little squares. That's where I took cuttings from this. Because it's together, I was able to combine those into one test tube. And so that's the only area sampled on the blanket for DNA.
Did that test positive for blood?
It did.
You know whether or not this blanket was inside this suitcase when it was recovered?
Yes, I did put that in my report. Blue blanket recovered from within suitcase.
And those swabs, again, were forwarded on for DNA analysis.
Yeah, those were cuttings put into a test tube that was forwarded for DNA analysis.
Now, we don't have an exhibit that's titled Gannon's fingernails, but did you have an opportunity to examine the fingernails from autopsy from Gannon Stauch?
I did, yes.
What did you do with those particular fingernails?
Just going to refer to my report and notes. Okay. So of the right hand, I received 2 entire fingernails. From the left hand, I also received 2 entire fingernails. Separately, I examined them and I did swab the undersides of the distal ends, meaning the ends furthest from, I guess, the knuckle. I did swab separately the right undersides and the left undersides of those fingernails. And for each case, for both the right hand and left hand, the swabs from underneath the fingernails were positive for the presumptive presence of blood.
And did you forward those on to DNA for DNA analysis?
Yes, I did.
And why did you do that?
Why did I forward, or why did I say?
And why were the fingernails that we knew came from Gannon forwarded on for DNA analysis? You know?
To look for the presence of possible foreign DNA, which may be on the fingernails.
Yes, epithelial skeleton.
Report
Epithelials under the fingernails. That's a thing.
March 17th. And you had People's Exhibit 194 up there?
Yes.
What is People's Exhibit 194?
This is an empty plastic Heinz vinegar bottle.
And did you receive that bottle into your lab for analysis?
I did.
And what did you do with regards to that bottle?
Again, I was looking at this bottle for the possible presence of blood. I did note some faint light staining around the handle area of the bottle, which did test presumptive positive for blood. And that area was swabbed and then forwarded for DNA analysis.
You have People's Exhibit 435 up there? What is People's Exhibit 435?
This is People's Exhibit 679.
Okay, that's the next one.
I don't have any more exhibits in here.
Well, let me just do it this way. If you recall examining an Amazon box that had potential blood on it.
I do.
And was this Amazon box recovered from the storage room at 6627 Mandan Drive?
Yes.
What did you see when you got the box in your lab?
On one side of the box, there was some potential blood staining that visually looked like it could be blood. And I did do the chemical presumptive tests, which were positive for those stains on one side of the box, on the exterior side.
And did you forward those swabbings of those stains onto DNA for DNA analysis?
Yes, I did swab the stains, and those did go on for DNA analysis.
And are they labeled in such a way that Donna Minogue would know where they came from once she got them?
Yes.
Okay. With regards to People's Exhibit 679, which I think you said you had up there.
Okay.
What is that and what did you do with it?
This is labeled as a white bed sheet with blue shark print and hair and fabric received from laundry basket in closet of southeast basement bedroom. This particular sheet, I did.
It depends on the test, though.
Do my visual exam. I did note.
It's tomato. The tomato will trip a, hey, there's
react
DNA
to
here
the
test.
presumptive
But
test
there's
of
some other
blood,
things that it
and
won't.
I took a cutting of that suspected blood stain on the bed sheet.
Your Honor, for the record, there is a stipulation to the admission of People's Exhibit 339, which is that chart that I had up by the jury earlier.
Defense, do you agree?
This is
Okay. Exhibit 339 is admitted.
What's the publish?
You may go ahead.
So I'm going to show you Exhibit 339 first of all here. Did you help me prepare this particular exhibit?
I did.
And did Ms. Minogue also contribute to preparing this exhibit?
Yes, she did.
Can you just let the jury know what this exhibit is?
Yes, this is just a summary table of the different People's Exhibit numbers with a description of the item, and we've gone through all of those today. And then for my purposes, it does have a column that lists what the serology results were as far as whether it was presumptive positive.
For instance, where it says blue star in your column, would that be something you didn't test for blood because the blue star already eliminated there?
Correct.
And so did you contribute to the item and the serology aspect of this particular exhibit?
In preparing, yes, I confirmed with all of my reports that that is accurate, correct?
And we'll be using this exhibit again in this. Right. I don't have any further questions, John.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cook.
I don't have anything. Thank you.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Ms. Bowles? All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
We call Donna Minogue. Can I just clean up the area a little bit?
Yeah, I didn't know how much of that you were still going to hear. Or...
Did you want help?
No, no.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Ms. Minogue, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am. Do you swear and affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing?
All right.
Could you please state your name, spell your last for the record, and introduce yourself to the jury?
My name's Donna Minogue, and my last name is spelled Manogue. I'm currently a DNA analyst and serologist with the Colorado Springs Police Department Metro Crime Lab.
How long have you been a DNA analyst? Analyst. Is that how you say that?
Analyst, yes.
Analyst.
Actually.
Analyst.
Yeah.
People learn how to talk.
I've been a DNA analyst since about 1999. Prior to working here at the CSPD Crime Lab, I retired from the Albuquerque Police Department Crime Lab doing the same type of job.
And
it's a fruit.
How long have you been
tomato or
in a
fruit?
particular field prior to that?
I've been in the field of forensics for a little over 35 years, but in terms of serology and DNA, I would say since 1986.
What kind of training and experience do you have in that field of forensic DNA analysis?
The training experience that I have, again, is about 24 years, about close to 30 years in serology and DNA analysis, both with the Metro Crime Lab here and with the Albuquerque Police Department. Prior to this, I have Experience training, I have on-the-job training by a qualified analyst in both locations because each location requires you to train in their particular procedures. It took about 2 years to train at Albuquerque Police Department because that's where I started, and it was probably about 4 to 6 months to train and come up to speed on their procedures here.
And do you have continuous training going on now every year?
I do. We are required by our accreditation board and our quality assurance standards to have at least 8 hours of training in developments in DNA, and I generally accrue about 40 to 60 hours a year.
And tell the jury a little bit about your educational background.
I have a bachelor's degree in biomedical sciences I earned in 1981, and then I have a master's degree in the same field I earned in 1983. I also have continuing education beyond that, academic education, in terms of extra additional classwork that I took to help bolster my job qualifications in my prior years of employment and in my employment here.
And have you testified as an expert in the field of forensic DNA analysis in the past?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
I'm going to say approximately 30 times here in El Paso County. I've testified probably over 100 in Bernalillo County. That's New Mexico, the county I worked in. And I've testified once, actually just once in federal court in California.
At this time, we ask that the court allow Ms. Minogue to be qualified as an expert in the field of forensic DNA analysis and render opinions.
I'm not sure about boring there, Amanda, but at least we're done with Letetia's preaching.
DNA analysis.
So we're going to call that. We're going to call that good.
Give them the Colorado version of what forensic DNA analysis.
Should be pretty similar. When you do forensic DNA analysis, you're looking for a transfer of body fluids from either an item to a scene to an item, person to person. So we're looking for a transfer of DNA that is contained in the cells in the body.
You say cells from our body. What kind of fluids do we get our DNA from?
You can obtain DNA profiles from almost any body fluid. Saliva and blood and semen are the most common, but you can also obtain DNA profiles from things like sweat and urine.
Blood?
Yes, did I not say blood?
I don't know.
Blood, semen, and saliva. I thought that was my first.
It's been a long day for me. I apologize. Yeah, well, my fault. No question about that. I'm talking about this case. The people of the state of Colorado versus Leteticia Stauch involved in this investigation.
I was, yes, in terms of doing the DNA laboratory work.
I want to talk about known profiles first. What's a known profile?
A known profile is when you obtain a sample. It can be either a blood sample or it can be a saliva sample from an individual. So you're collecting it directly from them. So you know what their DNA profile is when you analyze it and obtain the profile.
Can you just let the jury know what a DNA profile is?
A DNA profile is a graphic representation of your genetic information at the locations that we examine in our laboratory.
And so how do we obtain these known profiles in a forensic setting, in a criminal case, in a criminal investigation?
They're obtained, essentially an investigator will provide known samples and they will be submitted to evidence. And then if it's on a request that I receive, I will analyze that.
Have you received things such as buccal swabs?
Yes, I have.
And is that a common way to develop a known profile for an individual who's alive, for instance?
That is a very common type of sample, yes.
And did you receive buccal swabs in this?
I did, yes.
We're going to talk about those later on, but I really want to talk
he
about
did manage that.
About how you were able to develop a profile for Dan and Stauch, especially before his body was discovered. Did you tell the jury about that?
Yes, because we had
irregardless is a
no
thing.
body to source a profile from. I was
that boils down to regard, and don't get me started about conferencing.
And one of the items that we obtained a profile from was from his toothbrush, and that was a male profile was developed from that.
And did you do anything to corroborate whether or not that profile actually belonged to Dan and Stauch?
Yes, we did. We did obtained standards from the biological mother and the biological father, and then we did a parentage statistic between the two parents and the profile we found from the toothbrush to determine if it was likely that those were the parents or this was the biological child of those two individuals.
And were you able to determine that?
Yes.
And what was your determination?
The determination was that that the profile from the toothbrush could not be excluded as having originated from the biological mother's standard and the biological father's standard that I found, and the probability of finding another individual with that profile, if you will, is the probability of including him as a biological offspring of those two is 99.9999, 10 nines after the %.
What does that mean?
It's a high likelihood that these are the biological parents of the profile from the toothbrush.
Extremely likely.
Once Gannon Stauch's body was discovered March 17th, 2020, were you able to corroborate that finding through other materials?
I was through bone samples.
What bone samples did you get and what did you do?
I was provided with bone samples that were transferred or transported to the El Paso County Coroner's Office, and they prepared some bone sample and bone marrow sample for me because I don't have the means to break down a bone. So they provided me samples, and I took a portion of those samples, and the profile from the bone sample matched the profile from the toothbrush.
And was that bone sample from a femur bone that was created, or at least the DNA sample was created for you to examine from a Dr. Leon Kelly?
Correct.
Was a pathologist here in Forest Springs?
Yes.
Did you also get information with regards to what a DNA forensic analyst was doing out in Florida with regards to a rib bone belonging to Gannon Stauch?
My understanding is that they were attempting to obtain a profile, and they were putting it into like a database to determine, or as under the category of unidentified human remains. I don't know what the outcome of that entire thing was.
Did they reach out to you to confirm whether or not they had a match with regards to this rib bone that they did DNA analysis on in Florida?
We did, yes.
And was there a match with regards to what they obtained in Florida?
Yes, with the toothbrush sample.
Okay. And so the last item I want to talk to you about was Gannon Stauch's fingernails. Were you able to do DNA analysis on his fingernails?
I did perform DNA on the fingernails in an attempt to get a DNA type that would verify that a known DNA sample from him. I was not able to obtain full profiles on those samples.
Were you able to obtain enough to know whether or not there was a connection between his fingernails and the toothbrush, for instance?
Yes, I was.
And tell the jury about that. What did you find?
Well, I found a low-level DNA profile, but there was enough information to calculate a statistic on to match them to each other.
Based on everything you just talked about, is the profile that you obtained from the toothbrush in the beginning the DNA profile for Gannon Stauch?
Yes.
And is that the profile you used in your analysis of particular unknown items, particularly from 6627, Mandan Drive, and other areas with regards to the profile from Gannon Stauch?
That is the profile that I used until I obtained the bone sample profile, which was more, the toothbrush sample is what we consider a secondary standard, not knowing who the individual is, and the bone sample just verified that. But yes, I did use the toothbrush sample for comparison.
Okay. Did you also obtain some buccal swabs from the defendant, Leteticia Stauch here, and obtain a DNA profile from those buccal swabs?
Yes, I did.
And did you also use that in your analysis when you're comparing knowns to unknowns?
Correct.
At this time, I'd like to publish Exhibit 339 on the TV screen, just so everyone can see it as we're talking
From
about.
prosecution over here.
We're going to put People's Exhibit 339 up, which is a chart that's already in evidence. You may recognize it from the TV screen. Did you help contribute to making this chart?
Yes, I did.
And is this a good summary of the items that you tested, with the results that you have on those particular items?
It is, yes.
I know we're giving away the answer early on this exhibit, but I think it's helpful for the jury to kind of follow us as we talk about particular things. The first item up there is Exhibit 386, which are swabs from the garage, placards A, B, and C. Do you recall that?
Yes.
When you get those items, what did you do and how did you do your DNA analysis on those particular items?
Well, the swabs were already prepared for me during the serology examination. So what I end up with for the DNA examination is essentially an envelope of tubes with a corresponding number to them, and then I match them back up when I write the report. So I simply did DNA analysis on these swabs.
What did you find with regards to the swab from placard A?
The swab from placard A, the major profile matched again in Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
And when you say major profile, why do you describe it as a major profile?
Because in that particular sample, I had a mixture of more than one individual, and I was able to parse out a major contributor to that according to our standardized operating procedures. I was able to pull out a major profile, and that major profile matched again in Stauch.
And do you have any standards on how you determine whether or not a mixture you can determine a major profile? How many contributors need to be in there for you to do that analysis?
In order to pull out a major profile, I have to follow our standard operating procedure, which is written up. It's called the mixture interpretation policy. And essentially, the major contributor has to be 2.5 to 3 times higher than the other contributors in that mixture. So by following my standard operating procedure, I was able to pull out a major profile.
How many contributors were in this mixture with regards to fire?
I would have to check my report for that.
Sure, that would refresh your recollection.
Yes. From swab A, I had a mixture of 2 contributors, one of which was male. That major profile, the major male profile matched again in Stauch.
And we know this is at least presumptively blood. Is blood a very enriched item that has DNA?
It's a very rich source of DNA, yes.
Is it common, for instance, when you're swabbing the garage floor, or for the instance, this podium, you might find several different profiles on it?
You could, yes.
Is the fact that it may be blood, would that contribute to Gannon being a major profile in this 2-person mixture?
I can't say that the DNA, I can only tell you that because it was presumptively positive for blood, we know there's a good indication that there's blood in here, but I can only tell you that the major profile is attributable to Gannon Stauch.
What about placard B?
Placard B, that was also a mixture of 2 contributors, one of which was male, and the major male profile matched again in Stauch at, again, estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
And so when the jury has this chart back in the deliberations, equals 339, where it says major profile matches Gannon, is that always going to be a mixture?
Not necessarily. A major, yes. When you hear the term major, that means that the DNA profile was a mixture, but that a major was able to be parsed out of that.
Whereas we get the placard C where it says matches Gannon. Tell us about placard C.
Placard C was a single source male profile, and that profile matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
And so when there's a single source profile with People's Exhibit 339, indicate that item matches Gannon.
Correct.
Just so we're clear. So mixtures, you'll see the word major profile.
Yes.
Source, you'll just see match.
Correct.
Okay. You've thrown out the probability. You said 1 in 3.4 octillion. Is that what you said?
Correct.
What does that mean? What does that mean to this jury?
An octillion is a 3, for instance, we just rounded off to 3 octillion. That's a 3 followed by 27 zeros.
And why do we do that?
It's to give you an indication of the uniqueness of the profile. how often each of the alleles occur in the general population.
And so is it also to confirm that that is in fact Gannon's blood and placard C on the garage?
We don't provide source attribution. We don't say this profile originates from. We provide you with the fact that it's a match and the statistic that gives you an indication of the uniqueness of the profile.
The lawyer's asking.
Yes.
I won't ask it again. Okay. Let's go to People's Exhibit 503, which is labeled Carpet 1 from Gannon's room. What did you do with that and what did you find?
Again, this was in a tube already prepared for me, and it was extracted or examined. It was analyzed for the DNA profile. And that's 506, you said, or 503?
It's People's Exhibit 503, so it would be...
Yeah, that's actually, that's my impression
It was
here.
analyzed for the DNA profile. And it's 506, you said, or 503?
It's People's Exhibit 503. So it would
Well,
be,
South Park and The Simpsons are
report.
going to be a lot of time to cover it.
Cutting from the
Those things,
top of the
both
carpet.
of those shows are like 20 plus
Yes,
years
that
old.
cutting from the top of the carpet was a single.
But yeah,
source
this
profile
lady's
that
doing
matched
pretty
Gannon's
well,
style
and
with an estimated
the
frequency of
previous
1.4
witness leads
octillion.
to this one
And did
because
also
you know
do
where
a
this.
DNA analysis on the padding, or at least a cutting from the padding.
Yes, but we need to
with
know
regards
what
to that same
we need to know how that
The
evidence
cutting
was
from the
processed
padding was
in
the same
Colorado
result, single source male
because
profile
the
that matched
Florida
Gannon's
people
style with an
didn't
estimated
do all of
frequency
it.
of 1 in 3.4
They didn't
octillion.
have all of it.
We can go now to People's Exhibit 503, which is labeled there on 339 as face of outlet cover for Gannon's room. Did you recall getting a cutting or a DNA kit with regards to that?
This was a swab, and that's 512.
People's Exhibit 512.
Yes, I thought you said 503. These were swabs of a stain from the face of the outlet cover and the inside edge of the plug window. And I analyzed one of the samples that was prepared in a tube for me. And that was a mixture of two contributors, at least one of which is male. The major male profile matched Gannon's Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
So this is another two-person mixture. How do you know at least one is male? What do you do to determine?
There are 3 areas on the DNA, on our DNA graphic printout that tells us if there's a male present. One is actually a location on the Y chromosome. The other is the sex chromosomes, the X and Y. If I see a Y, I know there's a male. And there's also another area on the Y chromosome that's present if a male is present.
And the next item on 339 is People's Exhibit 516, which is a swab of the electrical socket in Gannon's room. What did you find with regards to that?
That was a single source male profile.
Again, you can't
that
count on the
matched
jury
Gannon's
paying
Stauch with an
attention at all
estimated
times.
frequency of 1 in 3.4
No,
octillion.
well, you missed a whole witness, Phil.
And then People's Exhibit 504 is carpet 2.
Well, welcome
in
back.
Gannon's room. What did you find with regards to that?
That was a single source male profile that matched Gannon's Stauch with an
The
estimated
question
frequency
is,
of 1 in
are they
3.4
still
octillion.
doing was the jury still paying attention? And that tends
No.
to be
Yes.
the issue.
It depends on what the alleles are because it's based on the frequency of occurrence of a particular allele.
That makes so much sense.
It's based on the DNA profile. If people have rare DNA profiles, because sometimes we do, like they'll have a rare reading at a location, so the frequency of occurrence of that is less, which makes the statistic higher.
Okay. The padding, I'm assuming, is the same for carpet 2?
Yes, the padding is the same, a single source male profile that matched Gannon's Stauch with a frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
Now, the next item is People's Exhibit 332. If I may approach you on it.
Man, go ahead.
3.2 octillion is way more than the.
You actually do the serology on this item?
I did the serology on this, yes.
That's way more than the population.
Show you the bag first.
Okay. I recognize it because I recognize the barcode label that's on there and my initials and date when I resealed it is on there as well.
Now I'll show you the board.
Yes.
Does it show here where you did your serological examination?
Yes,
Did I say that right?
serological.
Doing the best I can.
That's hereby.
All right, permission to publish to the jury?
May, go ahead.
And if you wouldn't mind stepping out and just showing the jury where you took your swab or what you did with regards to this board.
The first thing I did is I noted possible blood staining. We call it red brown staining until I identify it as presumptively positive blood. So I've got an area marked here that is dark red brown staining. I've also got a lot of little dots located that I did not test these dots because they're too small and I was afraid I was going to consume them. Thought is if we're going to process them for DNA, we need to take them straight to DNA without any processing. So this one here was positive for the presumptive presence of blood. And then at a later time, I swabbed these two areas because they fluoresced with using an alternate light source. So I took a swab from here, swab from here, swab from here, and then I swabbed the edges of the board, wondering if anybody had handled the board. So I took 4 samples total.
While we're up here, with regards to 339, we see 332 on the board. You said it's presumptive positive for blood. What swab are we talking about that actually matches Gannon?
That is this large stain here.
Did you find anything with regards to your other swabs?
I did. I have a feeling I have to go review my report.
That's fine. We can quickly stay on ahead to do that.
From the swabs from the edges of the board that I was looking for if somebody had handled it, it was a mixture of, it's a partial profile, which means I don't have all the information on the DNA profile. And it's a mixture of at least 2 contributors, at least one of which was male. And the profile was not suitable for comparison because it was too low level.
And why is it that you did the serology on this particular board and the DNA analysis?
It was the weekend and I was the only one available.
Was there some urgency with this particular exhibit?
Yes.
And you did it quickly and to get it back to the sheriff's office?
Yes.
The next item we see on 339 is People's Exhibit 378, Nike shoes from Washer. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, you didn't actually get the shoes, but did you get swabs that were related to that shoe?
I did. I got swabs that Sherry Holes, the serologist, collected. She did the presumptive testing and collected it, and I did the DNA analysis.
Let's talk about the swabs of the outsole of the right Nike shoe. What did you find there?
The swabs from the outsole of the right Nike shoe matched. It was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
What happens to DNA when you place items in a washing machine and wash them?
It depends on the nature of the stain. It depends on a lot of things. It also depends on how heavy the deposit is. Some of the DNA can be washed off. Sometimes all of the DNA can be washed off.
Yeah, I know. It drives you nuts, but that's just the way it has to be.
With these particular shoes, did you see anything that may have diluted the DNA profile, or can you even?
I didn't see the shoes, so I don't know.
Did you give a statistical analysis with regards to the swabs of the outsole of the right Nike shoe?
Yes, that was an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
Let's go to swabs of the bottom sole of right Nike shoe. What did you see there?
That was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
The next item says swabs of inside sole of Nike shoe. What did you find with regards to that particular swab?
That was a mixture again, and I was able to parse out a major profile, and the major profile matched Leteticia Stauch with an estimated, or at least it matched at the interpretable loci, with an estimated frequency of 1 in 28 billion.
And do you understand why Sherry Holes?
Yes, they put another DNA expert up because they need the other crime scene.
What was that for?
For potential wearer.
Do you know how many contributors there were to this particular mixture?
I can check. From the interior, Is this the left shoe? Yeah, the left shoe. It was a mixture of 2 contributors, one of which was male.
We can scroll down now, please, on 339. One more, please, up. So now we're on the swabs of the inside sole of the right Nike shoe. What did you find there?
The swabs from the inside sole of the right Nike shoe is mixture of 2 contributors, one of which was male. The major profile matched Leteticia Stauch at the interpretable loci with an estimated frequency of 1 in 730 septillion.
Do you know what kind of body fluids, what kind of cells we're looking at with regards to these 2 swabs of the inside of the Nike shoe?
You're looking mostly for skin cells that have kind of rubbed off or fallen off over the course of time.
Would sweat be a good contributor to that?
Well, sweat can contain skin cells in it, but sweat is actually a liquid, and if there are cells in the liquid, then you're obtaining a DNA profile from the actual cells, not from the liquid.
The next item we see on People's Exhibit 339 is People's Exhibit 459, which is swabs from base of box and garage south of boards. What did you find with regards to that?
That was a partial single source profile that matched Gannon Stauch at the interpretable loci with an estimated frequency of 1 in 87 quadrillion.
And what does partial single source profile mean?
Partial means that I'm only seeing evidence of one person in this particular DNA sample, but I'm not able to, the technology is not able to detect some of the locations because it's just a low level of DNA. I don't have enough DNA.
And so for the jury's, in my benefit question, you've got the profile from the toothbrush, Gannon's profile.
Yes.
You've got a profile from the swabs of this box in the garage.
Yes.
One profile has all are they called alleles?
Loci. Alleles, so loci would be better. It's like the locations on the DNA.
The unknown may not have all the same locations, but enough for you to call them.
Correct.
Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, I'll be back in a sec, folks.
We can now go to
Hopefully
518, which is swabs base of stairs and garage under cord. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you test that for DNA analysis?
I did, and I obtained a profile that was a mixture of 2 contributors, at least one of which was male. The major profile matched Gannon Stauch at the interpretable loci with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.8 quintillion.
We're just going to go down the list. People's Exhibit 190 or 278. Do you see that?
Yes.
It's from Gannon's bed, which was presumptively positive for blood. What did you find there?
The swab from Gannon's bed was a partial profile, a single source male that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 450 sextillion.
Exhibit 192, a blue and white scrub brush head bristles.
The blue and white scrub brush was a mixture of at least 2 contributors, at least one of which was male. The major profile matched Gannon Stauch at the interpretable loci with a statistic or an estimated frequency of 1 in 120 septillion.
Exhibit 193, quickie scrub brush backside.
That was a mixture of 2 contributors, at least one of which was male. The major profile matched Gannon Stauch at the interpretable loci with an estimated frequency of 1 in 2.3 trillion.
Then we have 191, a red and white rose scrub brush top flat surface. What did you find with regards to that?
That I obtained only a partial DNA profile that was not suitable for comparison, but there was one male. It's a profile of at least one male.
Was that a mixture or was it a single source?
My conclusion was at least one male, so we're thinking it could possibly be 2, but thinking it's 1.
And could that be impacted with regards to that particular item that has been washed in a dishwasher? Would that impact the DNA that may be
Yes.
that obvious why that?
Well, a dishwasher obviously washes dishes like a washing machine, but contained in the soap and that whatever additives you put in the dishwasher, there's bleach in that soap. And that can break down the
Wow.
The next item we see on 393 is People's Exhibit 361, pink suitcase. and
I got a
corner
huge watch
mesh
list.
lining inside. What did you find?
That was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4
I am
octillion.
taking.
About 365.
I am going to copy paste that into a text file.
That was
I
a
have
single
run
source
around in
profile,
here somewhere.
single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4
Because
octillion.
I did not know that.
The next item we have.
I'll see if I can. I'm going to play Spot the Rabbi. Because that'll be fun.
Skip one item down where it says Blue Star swabs. From
All I got to do is find the movies.
Basement. Do you know if that's the same item?
Or TV shows
I
or whatever
believe
they
it's
are.
the same item. One was collected at the scene by the crime scene investigator, and the other was collected by Sherry Holes.
What did you find with regards to, let's just cover all three items, 417 at once, which are swabs from the Blue Star. What did you find with regards to those swabs?
One of them was from a basement area rug, and I found a mixture of 2 contributors, at least one of which was male. The major male profile matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion. The minor was attributable to an unknown individual, and I gave it a number 1.
Why did you give it a number 1?
Because when you find an unknown profile that you don't have a standard to compare it to, you just start counting. So this was the first one.
And is that common to see unknown profiles without enough pictures?
Yes.
If you don't have a known profile, you have nothing to compare.
Yes.
Since in this particular case, did you ever get a known profile from Lena Stauch, the 8-year-old girl?
No, I did not.
Common for people who live in the house to leave their DNA.
Yes.
So let's go down to the next item, which is Blue Star swabs from pillow and the couch and basement. What did you find?
I believe this was one collected by the CSI because of the Blue Star identifying information. That was that DNA profile was a mixture of 3 contributors, 3 male contributors actually. The major profile matched Gannon Stauch at the interpretable loci with an estimated frequency of 1 in 100 septillion, and the minor was not suitable for comparison.
In the cutout carpet with burn marks?
That DNA profile was a mixture of 2 contributors, at least one of which was male. The major profile matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
The next item we see there is People's Exhibit 423, and we have 4 items there. Plastic cup and storage room outside lip swab. And I don't want to read them all, but what did you find with regards to this plastic tub, People's Exhibit 523, swabbing that was submitted to you?
There were 4 separate swabs. First was the swabs with the stain on the outside lip of the lid, the short end of the tub with the label from the basement. That was a single source profile, single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion. I have a second one, swabs of the stain on the outside corner of the lid from the short end of the tub with the label from the basement. That was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion. Then I have a swab of a stain on the outside lip edge and into the side of the container on the short end of the tub in the basement. That was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion. And then lastly, I have a stain on the inside corner of the lid on the short end of the tub with the label from the basement. That was a single source male profile that matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
People's Exhibit 519 looks like it's 2 more Blue Star swabs that we see on People's Exhibit 339.
Yes.
One is Blue Star swabs from storage room 4. What did you find with that one?
That was a DNA profile was a mixture of 2 contributors, at least one of which was male. The major male profile matched Gannon Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
Now, with regards to the blue star items that we see on page 39, do you know what substance that is that you're testing for DNA?
It's just an area that reacted to the blue star reagent that they use out on the field. The blue star is a presumptive test for blood.
You're just testing whatever they swab, right?
Correct.
You're basing the blue star on what they label that swab activity?
Correct. It was described as blue star positive, so we maintain that throughout the report.
The blue star swabs from bases, stairs, and basement.
That was a mixture of 2 contributors, at least one of which was male. The major male profile matches again in Stauch at the interpretable loci with an estimated frequency of 1 in 170 septillion.
We can go ahead and scroll all the way down to the bottom. We should get the rest of them in. And then we have Pupils Exhibit 194, swab from exterior and opposite of handle inner bottom. What did you find?
That was a mixture of 2 contributors, one of which was male. The major profile matched again in Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 52 septillion, and the minor was attributable to unknown individual number 1.
Same comment as we talked about before.
Correct.
You didn't have a known profile that matched it.
Correct.
Pupils Exhibit 435, swabs from exterior of an Amazon box from storage room, 3 stains. What did you find?
For all 3 stains, they were all single source male profiles that matched again in Stauch with an estimated frequency of 1 in 3.4 octillion.
So you didn't test on all 3 of these different DNA samples?
Correct. And the DNA profile and the statistic is the same for all 3.
Now, you tested a lot more items than what we just displayed in Pupils Exhibit 339. Is that correct?
Correct.
Are these the items that you were able to identify Gannon, Stauch to, or the defendant to with regards to your DNA testing?
Yes.
Are there other items that you were not able to obtain a profile to, or were not able to come to a conclusion with, that were not presented to this jury?
Yes, there were.
Those are my questions, Jar. Thanks.
Councilor Bruce for a moment. Cross-examination, Mr. Cook.
Thank you. Could you leave that up just for whoever the controller is over there? Hi, how are you? My name is Will Cook. I represent Ms. Stauch in this case. I've just got some follow-up questions for you, ma'am. Not a lot. If you could look at 194 on the chart, and for the DNA part, it says major profile matches Gannon. Do you see that? Or
Yes,
or you can turn around.
Yes.
So Mr. Young discussed this with you. So there's more than one DNA sample floating around in this sample.
There's evidence of 2 individuals in this mixture.
Okay. You fully developed the other sample or the other DNA contributor or the other profile, I guess the minor profile?
When a sample is in a test tube and I develop a profile and I obtain the graph, this is what I get. There's no more developing portions of a profile. I develop a profile, and this one happened to be a mixture, and I have an unknown individual identified as the minor contributor.
Okay. So you're not looking at this number 194 and going, well, the major profile matches Gannon, and the minor one is Leteticia Stauch or father or mother or anything like that?
They are compared to all of the standards that I have in the case, and I was not able to say that it matched any of the standards that I had in the case,
Oh, no.
which is why the minor was identified as an unknown individual, number one.
Yikes.
Okay. So the matches on this whole chart we just went over, a couple matches.
Of course, I'm going to play Spot the Rabbit.
Involve the Nike running shoe.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. Now, some of these tests or the samples were collected very on in the investigation, the winter, spring of 2020, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And some
Yeah, I
of them,
can
like
imagine why you
last
wouldn't want to
one
watch
here,
that.
Exhibit 435, the Amazon box. There was no request made for the DNA testing on that until
Yeah, I will be checking
maybe
those
2
out.
years after this homicide, correct?
I don't know when the request. I do actually have the request here.
I
can
didn't
tell
know
when
you
the
that. I
request was
actually
put
didn't
in
know you'd done any
on
updates.
March 28th, 2022.
Okay. I have a request date for January 27th, 2022, with a report date of March 17th to 22.
Oh, my error. I'm sorry.
Okay.
You're correct. It's January 27th, 2022. I was reading the due date.
Okay. So there's a 2-year difference in between the early samples that were taken to the final ones that were taken and ultimately DNA tested, correct?
I don't know when the boxes were submitted originally to evidence.
Okay.
Or the items on this particular report. They may have been in evidence the whole time, and we were just asked to go back and examine these as well. I can't answer that.
Okay. I think that is probably it. Just a second.
Ugly guy, big white beard. Yeah.
Who were the standards you were using? You had Leteticia Stauch.
Yes.
Gannon.
Yes.
Crunch.
Gannon's father.
Yes.
Gannon's mother.
Correct.
Gannon's sister, Lena.
No, I did not have that standard.
You didn't have Lena?
No.
Okay. Did you have a Harley Hunt?
No.
Who, do you know who Harley Hunt was?
No.
You didn't know that that was Letitia's daughter that was living in the house?
No.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect.
No, thank you.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Ms. Minogue? Does it look like it? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Minogue, you can go ahead and step down.
Thank you. That's all right.
Are we taking a break? We should be taking a break. I don't know if we're taking a break or if this was their last witness for today. I think they said they only had 2.
Together there.
Albert's gonna be home soon.
Mm-hmm.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are again in the same position that we were earlier today, and that is that we do not have any other witnesses to fill the day. We anticipate, however, that the witnesses will be here tomorrow. They are traveling. So if I can have everyone back in the morning at the same place, same time, we should be able to start on time at 9 o'clock. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own independent research about any aspect of this case. Don't go looking up what septillion and quadrillion and all of that stuff means. I know everybody wants to get home and do that. You simply can't. So we'll see everybody
More like,
tomorrow,
please don't.
at the regular time. All rise for the jury, please.
On the dry erase board.
Yeah.
Hopefully it will get clean.
All right. That's what I thought they said, since they only had 2 witnesses for today. But again, they're blowing through witnesses like nobody's business, and the defense is going, okay, this is all factual information. This doesn't have anything to do with the squirrely shit in the psychology, so we're not touching it. Yep.
Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Since we have this time, I want to talk a little bit about potential Wednesday morning issues. Are your people flying in today, tomorrow, or what?
Okay. So what do we want to do?
So
Actually, let's start a
that
poll.
part, the weather should not impact their travel here. Wednesday morning, if we have a 2-hour delay, my thought would be that we start at 10:30. That will give us time to get the jury back at 10 o'clock, and then give us time to get in place by 10:30. I spoke with Court and Transport over the lunch hour to see what impact it is on their operations, and they said it doesn't matter. They just bring everybody over at the same time. They just hold them until everybody gets here.
Okay.
So, who are we anticipating potentially on Wednesday?
We're gonna go. I'm gonna ask the audience.
Yeah, I think it's just Dr. Torres, Judge, but let me make
Because there's silliness going on over here, and we can just go, or we can do some stuff.
I think Storm Track is supposed to be more north, so I think coming up from Pueblo is not as much of an issue, but we'll deal with it if we need to.
We'll have some boats.
Yeah, so we actually have 2 witnesses slated for potentially on Wednesday, depending, of course, on how everybody goes for timing.
We'll give it another couple of minutes.
Local, so we should have no trouble with that.
Okay. All right. So we'll just keep an eye on the weather then and see where we are on Wednesday morning and hope for the best. And I also don't know what the impact will be on potential jurors here either. So we'll just have to deal with that. So, okay. Anything else from the prosecution?
Not that I can
Enjoy them, and hopefully things get better.
You did get your package, we sent you the jury instructions. I know I sent the defense as well, just.
Like when? Yes, I do. I thought if you meant in the last day or so, the answer would be no. But I do have the jury instructions that you sent.
Any more votes?
About a few days before we started, I think it was, or the week before.
Because I know our last quick flash setup got crunched. So
okay. Defense have anything else? No. Okay. All right. We'll see everybody tomorrow morning. Thank you.
okay, we could do 2. All right, let's get 1 round out of it. Let's at least get 1 round out of this. I think we can do this. Okay, poll ends now. And with half a dozen votes, we're going to play a round of quick flash before we sign off. So let me get that. Let me just. Oh wait, I can do that now. Hi. Click. Click. Click.
The room code is FAXX.
Yeah, come play. We'll see how your sense of humor works. All right, that's like so. Kill that. Uh-oh, where'd it go? There it is. Come on, we need some more. It's going to be a mighty quick. It's going to be mighty quick if we don't get a couple more in here. See you later, Muffin. It's facts with an X.
You knew why I came over here.
I'm crazy. I'm not stupid. Come on, there's 12 of us in here, and only 3 takers. If I have to come in here and torture you guys with my keyboard, I will. No, Sandy. No, Sandy. Okay, fine. Be that way. Oh, maybe not. Well, there's a science fair.
I'm only joining out of obligation.
Okay, Jess, that's fine. Yeah, we can do double sets. It's okay. See, so you're gonna do triple sets. Oh, Debbie's coming! Yay! Hooray, Debbie! All right. So no Schmitty. 2, 1.
You have arrived. This is Quiplash 3.
Aw.
The smell of laughter.
Ooh. Laughter's the
My
smell?
name's Schmitty.
When did that happen? Thomas, you didn't tell me about that.
If you didn't make it in, get yourself into the audience. Enter the room code and vote, vote, vote. Don't look now, but it's round 1. 2 prompts will show up on your device. Answer them however the
But we'll
mood
drop out.
strikes.
We'll drop
You'll go
this off
head-to-head
after
against
this
someone
round.
else's clever answer, and everybody else will decide which one they like better. Points are awarded based on the percentage of people who went for your answer, so make them count.
We can take an early day too. All right. Catch you later, Nubis. You got this, Jess. You can do it. There you go.
Let's take a peek, shall we? And here's your first prompt. If Virginia is for lovers, then Alabama is for blank.
Ooh.
Punch in your vote.
More or less the same thing. So. Oh, there you are.
Next we have...
It is.
Susan has such a youthful glow ever since she started washing her face with blank.
All right. Later, Philip. We'll see you tomorrow.
Now it's time to vote for your favorite.
Oof. Plasma burns. Ugh. Only 3 votes out of 6 people? Could have been one more.
Nickname for your butt.
I'm getting out of here.
All right, choose your favorite.
That seems like a McNo answer, except he's not here. Like, okay. Oh, no. Good one, though, Jess.
All right, check this out. The most boring reality TV contest would feature competitive blank?
Chartered accountancy. Accountancy.
All right, vote for the one you like best.
Oh, yikes. Yeah, she is a thing.
Moving right along. A truly disgusting flavor for toothpaste. Okay, choose your favorite.
Tough call. That's a tough call. Neither one of those is good.
And next, first the cat gets your tongue, then it gets your blank. Okay, everybody, pick your favorite quip.
Oof. Hey. Hey.
So that was round one. Let us never speak of it again. But hey, let's see those scores.
Knock it off. You had lunch. I'm coming for you, Thomas.
Ready for round two?
Of course.
So, because it's ready for you, some of the prompts are a bit crazy, so the points are doubled.
And the science bear needs to get a move on. Type faster.
You're running out of time. Don't be afraid to use a safety quip.
Uh-oh.
Okay, just need a second to write down your entries. There really has to be a better way to do this. Let's make some noise. Let's set it off with the worst response to send nudes. Okay, choose away.
Ah! The Dylan Mulvaney joke got me.
Next one.
Rawr.
Something you might overhear in the bat cave.
Oh boy.
All right, people, it's voting time.
Oh. Wow. And I screwed up the punctuation to boot.
And now, describe the cover model on the medieval hunks of 1506 calendar. Decisions, decisions. Choose your favorite.
See if I've got that right.
Next, the most common error found on Wikipedia. Here's the fun part. Pick your favorite quip.
Oh, I saved David from a quiplash.
And next is a new football penalty. The offense loses 20 yards for blank. Nothing like
3
running
points for Danny.
unopposed. Here's some points. Next up, name for a truly insufferable morning radio show. Time to pick the one you like best.
I said it's the Panderings.
Was round two as good for you as it was for me? Let's find out.
No, but that's okay. I lost 2
Prepare
places.
yourself for Thriplash. Behold, a final round to end all rounds. You'll each receive a prompt that requires 3 separate responses. Don't screw it up, okay? Just a few seconds left.
Come on. You can do it.
And that's time. Hope we didn't rush perfection. Let's go inside. What are the 3 things you need for the best bachelor party ever? Now it gets real. Pick your favorite.
I see what you did there. Don't forget to vote. Oh. You got them.
The 3 things you need to start that new society of yours. And now, pick your
Squirrels
favorite.
are insufficiently squirrely for this purpose. Points.
The 3 lessons we learned today. All right, choose your favorite.
Everybody sucks at Quiplash the first time. Rabbi loves his coffee. Oh,
Nothing to do now but see those final scores.
how's this gonna go? Ha ha! I win. Yay. Okay. The rabbit hole was a good one. Nah, you don't suck that hard. You don't suck that hard, Jess. Actually, we, you know what, to be honest with you, Sandy, they shut down like an hour and a half, almost a little more than an hour and a half early because they ran out of witnesses. All right. Tall, dark, and diseased. I do, I bet. I very rarely win these when I play. I even less rarely play. People complain about my keyboard. It needs that's a thing that needs to be fixed. One day. Probably not today though. Okay. So with that, I think it's time we pack it in. We're gonna pack it in now because yeah, that's a thing. I do appreciate you all turning up. That was absolutely outstanding. Thank you very much. We did pretty well. Don't forget, we most definitely appreciate all of you and all of your help. Every little bit counts. Don't forget to like if you have to like and subscribe if you haven't already. Make sure you click the little bell icon and set it to all. That would be good. Yeah, I try not to. It's a question of whether or not I can actually talk that particular moment, and I need to get a message across. But yeah, links are in the description, and we will be back tomorrow. I'm gonna check with Loki and see if she wants to do the stream later. If she's okay, then we will do that. If not, then not. Just keep an eye on things, and I will see what happens. She should. I'd like her to at least be present to play with the games. So, all right then, folks. you guys have fun with the rest of your day, and we will catch you up here in a while. All right. All right. All the love to everybody, including Rabbi and the girls, and many thoughts for the Loki and her voice getting better. That would be good. All right. Talking to you later, folks. Bye-bye.